CanJam New York 2026 is upon us.
It is.
I am so looking forward to it. Maybe even more so than normal because I missed last year's CanJam New York. The first CanJam I've ever missed, last year for personal reasons that I had to miss it. And so I'm super looking forward to it this year.
Yep. And this year CanJam is happening March 7th and 8th, 2026. We are once again at the New York Marriott Marquis in Times Square. Now, this year's event is sponsored by HIFIMAN, Sennheiser, and Technics. So thank you very much to our event sponsors because you guys helped make CanJam possible for 2026.
Yeah. So for me, again, I'm so looking forward to this year because I had to miss last year.
Yep.
And I'm also looking forward to it because the New York HiFi community, I still consider them pretty much our most OG community.
Right.
I've known people in that community for well over 20 years. And if you go back to 2006, the first the first event that would eventually become what CanJam is, was in New York.
Right.
In 2006, it was the New York National HiFi Meet. We found out some people were coming from other parts of the world, so it was kind of like New York in parentheses, National HiFi Meet. And that was organized by that OG New York crew. In our community members,
right?
Tyle Hertzens from Interfidelity, and of course HiFi, and it was such a cool show, so different in scale than what we're doing now. And the New York show now is always so insanely busy. So, anyways, with such a busy show, with such a big show, this is a big preview video. We've got like 3 zillion things to cover. We better get to it. I'm gonna see you all in New York. I can't wait.
CanJam would not be complete without incredible, thought-provoking talks, panels, and technical deep dives, and this year's CanJam New York seminar lineup is, in a word, spectacular. There will be a total of 8 seminars and presentations from 10 industry experts, insiders, and fellow headfiers during the weekend. These seminars cover a number of topics ranging from new technologies, to preference curves in scientific research, to measurements, many measurements, and even an awards ceremony. Each of these seminars will take place in the Actors 1 and 2 rooms located on the 3rd floor of the New York Marriott Marquis. Get a pen and paper ready because you'll definitely want to reserve time for the following seminars at CanJam New York 2026. Our Saturday seminar schedule kicks off at noon with a new seminar from Rob Watts, digital design consultant for Chord Electronics. This seminar is titled The Quartet Has Arrived. Chord Electronics' much-anticipated Quartet M-Scaler has proven to be Rob's most complex R&D project to date. After an astounding 8 years of development, the long-awaited Quartet M-Scaler is finally here. Rob will talk about Quartet's features and performance, but more importantly, discuss the latest advanced research into interpolation filters and how to reconstruct the sample data into a continuous waveform without any audible losses. Obtaining lifelike musical perfection from sample data has turned out to be incredibly difficult, and some of the numbers needed will astound you. Next up, audio measurement icon Dr. Sean Olive of Sean Olive Audio Consulting and Pierre Lalievre, test engineer and designer at Ratings.com, will be giving a presentation on the perception and measurement of nonlinear distortion in headphones at 2 p.m. Nonlinear distortion in headphones is notoriously tricky to measure and even harder to relate to what listeners actually hear. Distortion levels and their audibility shift with input level, signal spectrum and timing, and the masking quirks of human hearing. The go-to metric, total harmonic distortion, tells us little about either audibility or how good a headphone sounds. Since 2004, perceptual-based distortion metrics have been developed that reliably predict listener ratings for distortion added to music and speech. Yet, the industry remains stuck in audio's circle of confusion, relying on incomplete or misleading measurements. This talk cuts through the noise, reviewing the science of distortion perception, the tools that work, and the path toward measurements that truly reflect what we hear. Following a short break, come join Michelangelo Matoli, artistic manager at Audema, as he takes a deep dive into the soundstage of loudspeakers in your headphones, a journey with the Elisa circuit at 4 p.m. Is it possible to experience the spacious soundstage of a stereo system through headphones? Elisa was born as the answer to this question. Grounded in scientific approach, the electronic Elisa circuit processes the stereo signal to restore spatial naturalness, timbral coherence, and directional accuracy. By bridging psychoacoustic perception and engineering elegance, it places instruments and voices in front of the listener, offering a new soundstage like never heard before. Closing out our Saturday presentations, gather round as Headfires award the Water Coolers 2025 Products of the Year at 6 p.m. This year's ceremony will be presented by Rockwell 75, HiFi Hawaii 808, and Goldworker. 2025 was a tremendously exciting year for personal audio products, and the members of both water cooler threads have voted for their favorites. Join them for a community award ceremony to honor the winners of all 7 award categories as voted upon by your peers. Don't miss this celebration. On Sunday, March 8th, Mark Ryan Salee, best known as Super Review, invites you to join the Anti-Squig Squig Club at 11 a.m. Sound quality is frequency response, and if you're not already using frequency response measurements, aka squigs, as a primary guide for navigating the headphone hobby, you're likely missing the plot. In this interactive session, you'll experience the massive impact that frequency response has on sound quality. And you'll get a crash course in using squigs to improve your listening satisfaction, no matter what type of sound you prefer. If you're skeptical about the value of squigs, Mark wants to change your mind. You'll even get a free earphone if he does. After lunch, Constantine Davey, acoustic engineer at Lewitt and whom many of you know as Oratory 1990, Constantine will be asking, frequency response is everything, or is it, at 1 p.m. You've heard it both ways. Some say frequency response is the only thing that matters. Others say that 2 headphones with the same frequency response still sound enormously different. Are both wrong? Are they both right? In this talk, Constantine will dive into MIRE measurement data showing how the same headphone performs differently on different people and what this means for interpreting general measurement results. The measurement discussions aren't done yet because Dr. Sean Olive will be returning at 2 p.m. and Dan Clark Audio's founder Dan Clark will be joining him as they present their joint research on a preferred headphone target curve defined for the B&K 5128 and Gross 45 CA10 test fixtures. The Harman around-ear and on-ear headphone target, defined using the Gross 45CA test fixture with an RA045 ear simulator, also known as 711, and custom pinna, is often misused with other fixtures, leading to measurement and interpretation errors due to differing acoustic transfer impedances. Sean and Dan compared several headphones on the original fixture and 2 newer models, specifying calibration and target curves for each to improve accuracy. Listening tests assessed how similarly headphones sounded when measured and equalized on all 3 fixtures using these revised targets. Bringing our CanJam New York 2026 seminar schedule to a close, Rob Watts takes to the stage once more for closing the circle of conversion at 3 p.m. If a signal chain is only as good as its weakest link, then surely the finest playback experience must begin in the studio at the moment of capture and conversion. Rob has been shouting from proverbial rooftops about pulse array ADCs for many years now, but finally, this new technology has been perfected. It promises the same kind of improvements that pulse array DACs are well known for, but on the recording side. Rob will cover the benefits of this fully discrete pulse array ADC, its technical details, and describe the listening tests that validate its incredible performance. And finally, the discussion will close with a survey of future Pro Audio ADCs currently under development. Again, each of these seminars will be taking place in the Actors 1 and 2 rooms located on the 3rd floor of the New York Marriott Marquis. Seating will be limited and many of these seminars will fill quickly, so be sure to get there a little early to grab the perfect seat. We can't wait to see you there.
This is the Meze Audio Strata. These are lovely headphones, as everything from Meze seems to be. Just gorgeous to look at. But these are closed-back headphones, as you can tell. But you might think they're planar magnetic when you first see them.
Right.
Because they look a lot like the Lyric family of headphones from Meze Audio. But they're not. The Strata is dynamic. So let's talk about it. The Meze Audio Strada, again, a closed-back dynamic headphone. On each side, there's a 50-millimeter dynamic driver. Now, that driver, and this is interesting, has a biocellulose composite dome and a beryllium-coated torus, which I believe is the surround. So that's an interesting combo.
It is.
The chassis of the Strada is magnesium and zinc, and so are the accents. Again, just gorgeous. Macassar ebony wood ear cups and a hand-painted finish, which is stunning.
Yes.
So I have some color blindness. I've mentioned this before. And even with my lack of color acuity, I can tell these are green. These are very green, very green. And I mean that in a good way. I love green. I love the shade of green and the hand-painted finish. It reminds me so much of like a super premium luxury car finish.
Yeah, my mind immediately went to automotive paint.
Yes, and there's like a depth to it and a little bit of a shimmer.
Yeah.
It's really beautiful. All right, leather ear pads that use magnetic ear pad mounting system.
I love a magnetic mounting system.
We are both big fans of that. I wish everybody used a magnetic ear pad mounting system. 40 ohm impedance. And the Strada comes with 2 dual-twisted Kevlar-wrapped OFC cables. One terminated 3.5 millimeter, the other 4.4 millimeter, which is nice. Price, $799. So these are very reasonably priced. And I really enjoy the way these sound. All right, so here's how they describe the sound. With its full-bodied sound, excellent noise isolation, and natural sense of space, it delivers a harmonious acoustic experience where detailed texture and dynamics come through with effortless precision. Okay, I think that's a fair description. I agree with it. However, when they say full-bodied sound, I would have expected it like to be, from that description, maybe to be bassier than it is. And then the funny thing is I heard them before I saw any measurements of them. We haven't measured them yet. But I did see Andrew Resolve's measurements of them. And even his measurement shows what looks bassier than it sounds to my ears. So the bass is extended, and as I'm hearing it, but I find it to be, for my tastes, and I do like a richer toned headphone, typically, but for my tastes, more on the neutral side with good extension.
Yeah, for me, it's a little emphasized on the low end, but it still works.
Okay. So when Brian says it's a little emphasized, that's neutral for most people.
Yeah.
So the bass to me is like more neutrally tuned with really nice extension.
Yeah.
Overall, I would actually say that it's a more neutral headphone. However, there is a distinct like treble presence and shimmer.
Yep.
And I would actually call, for my taste, the treble actually above what I would call my range of just like right down the middle neutrality.
I can see that.
Yeah, but it's nicely done. So,
Yeah.
for example, I'm not getting any sort of harshness at all, but I'm getting tremendous detail and articulation. I'm getting no issues with sibilance or anything like that.
Right.
So it's a neutral, closed-back headphone to my ears with shimmer. And that image is lovely for a closed-back headphone.
Yeah.
For $799. Frankly, I'm very excited about these. Like everything Meze Audio makes, they're also gorgeous to look at and feel. But I love the sound as well. So at CanJam, if you're looking for a closed-back headphone that sounds beautiful and looks beautiful, the Meze Audio Strada is where you should start. This is the Meze Audio 105 Silva. I first encountered these at High-End Munich, or Munich High-End. I always say Munich High-End. Munich High-End 2025, and I immediately fell for these.
Right.
Wonderful pair of headphones. Now, let's talk about what they are. They are dynamic headphones. They, on each side, there's a 50-millimeter dynamic driver with titanium-coated semi-crystalline polymer torus. That's the surround, I believe. It has a copper zinc stabilizer, which Meze says adds rigidity and strength for a fast transient response and pleasantly textured bass with minimal distortion. The ear cups are made of walnut wood and high-strength polymer, and they're gorgeous, in my opinion.
Right.
I don't think Meze's ever made anything that I haven't loved the design of. To me, they're like headphone sculptors.
Yeah, they spend a lot of time dedicated to the aesthetics, and it pays off.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
But also comfort, thankfully.
Yes.
And that brings me to the self-adjusting spring steel headband, which is the same one as on the 105 IR. But it's also a very similar headband to what they've used on all their dynamic headphones. So I think sharp-eyed Meze Audio fans probably knew right away this was a dynamic headphone from its design.
Exactly.
Now let's talk about the sound. So Meze Audio says the 105 Silva includes the technicalities of 109 Pro combined with the warmth and genre versatility of the 105 IR. They further say that the 105 Silva specializes in mid-range presentation for vocals and strings, meaning listeners can enjoy the liveliness and impact of any music without sacrificing the micro details present in well-recorded tracks.
Yeah, those definitely apply.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think these are very fair descriptions. So they mentioned the 109.
Yeah.
I really like the 109. I will say, however, you love the 109.
That's my favorite.
Of their dynamic headphones, that's your
Yep.
favorite.
Yep.
For me, I enjoy it, but it is probably right up there at my limits, maybe even past my limits in terms of treble energy,
Right.
brightness. This is still sparkly without going there.
Yeah.
It's more in my wheelhouse. Now, they mentioned the 105 IR. That's a polite, like fatigue-free, easy to listen to headphone.
Yeah, that's getting a lot of buzz too.
It is. It is. But for anybody that just wants some more sparkle, 105 Silva. They're getting so good with their dynamic driver products. I mean, there's the Alba, the IEMs, super values at the price. I frankly think they're the best IEMs they make, and they're their least expensive IEMs that they've released. These are $499.
Yep.
Or 499 euros or 499 pounds.
Yeah.
So they are, for what they offer, like the Alba, but with dynamic headphones, an incredible value.
Yes.
So at CanJam, make sure to check out the Meze Audio 105 Silva. I will say, of their dynamic headphones currently, these are my favorites. This is the HIFIMAN HE1000 Wi-Fi. You're holding the HIFIMAN Aria Wi-Fi. This is a HIFIMAN HE1000. That is a HIFIMAN Aria. But as the name suggests, they're Wi-Fi enabled. And when HIFIMAN came to me and told me they would be doing Wi-Fi enabled flagship class headphones, I wasn't clear on the value proposition.
Yeah.
Having used these now, I am totally clear on the value proposition. I get it. Let's talk about these. So HIFIMAN describes both as Wi-Fi streaming media planar headphones. And they're designed around HIFIMAN's 3-in-1 audio foundation system design, which is essentially like treating the internals as separate. It's a separate DAC section, amp section, and of course, the transducer.
Right.
For the DAC, it's an in-house developed DAC using the Himalaya Mini R2R DAC, which I'm a big fan of. I love the whole Himalaya sort of range of goods. The amplification circuit is a dedicated amplifier circuit that's a Class A AB design. So that's cool. That's not something you're going to see typically in a wireless headphone. And of course, the driver, flagship planar magnetic driver design. All right. They say about the Wi-Fi provides significantly greater bandwidth and stability than Bluetooth. This enables lossless, uncompressed transmission of high-quality audio files. They say the Wi-Fi streaming technology supports high-speed transmission and high bitrate and multi-format lossless music, support for most online streaming services like Roon, Tidal, Spotify, Qobuz, etc. All right. So with Bluetooth, right, we have LDAC, aptX, things like that. Those are still lossy, compressed protocols. With Wi-Fi, you don't have to worry about lossy anything. You can go full lossless, high res. So that, to me, I wasn't sure how big a deal that would be, right, in a headphone that has both. It is a huge deal. There's a big difference between the two. So there are multiple wired and wireless options. As I mentioned already, of course, that's what we're talking about here. Wi-Fi for better wireless audio quality and range. Bluetooth 5.1 for better battery life, and it also supports SBC, AAC, aptX, aptX HD, and LDAC, so that's nice that it has all of that. And USB-C audio for best audio quality, they say. I'm going to get back to that, and I think this is important to get back to. Now, some of the returning features that we're familiar with HIFIMAN headphones, nanometer thickness diaphragm with the HE1000, super nano diaphragm with the Aria. This is a higher-end driver in the HE1000, no big surprise. It is more resolving, but both are very resolving headphones. Incredibly resolving. I think our community is familiar with both the HE1000 and the Aria family of headphones. Enhanced magnet design using stealth magnets, and then also HIFIMAN's Gen 2 composite headband. I like this new design headband from HIFIMAN.
It's a nice change, yeah.
It is a very nice change, and it's very comfortable. It looks nice. By the way, I love the color of the HIFIMAN HE1000 Wi-Fi. What is that, like a champagne?
Yeah, I call it champagne.
Oh, so beautiful. Reminds me of some of the old gear, like AccuPhase gear and things like that. I have some old Luxsin pieces like that. Anyway, they say it can be used on the go with a mobile hotspot.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that yet. The weight for both, 452 grams. Battery life on Wi-Fi, 6.5 to 7.5 hours. Bluetooth, 23 hours. 3 to 4 hour charge time, 30 days standby. So obviously with Bluetooth, you get a lot more life. But man, when I'm at home or when I'm at the office, I don't worry. 6.5 to 7.5 gets me there.
Yep.
And then you just plug it in when you're not using it to charge it. And the sound quality is substantially better. Now I get it, right? When you use it in true lossless mode via Wi-Fi, a couple of things. Number one, I don't have to worry about where I am. Anywhere in my house, anywhere here at the office, as long as you have a Wi-Fi connection. I'm getting lossless, high-res music to these or those. Fantastic. Compared to USB-C audio, they say it's better with USB-C audio. I'm going to say I can understand why, in theory, it would be better. Between the two, though, that is between Wi-Fi and USB-C audio, so close. So close. And that is a huge deal, to be able to do that wirelessly. But what's also nice is when you don't have Wi-Fi or you don't use Wi-Fi and you want to just use a USB-C cable, then you know you get the USB-C DAC in here. And that 3-in-1 audio foundation design, I mean, it does sound like a dedicated system when you're using it with USB-C audio or Wi-Fi. So do I get the value proposition? I do. Both headphones are, again, incredibly resolving. This is a more resolving headphone than that one. You should pay more for it. But wow, I get it. It's a big deal for me to have these three options now. It's going to be hard for me, right, to go back to a headphone that's just Bluetooth when I can have Wi-Fi as well. And at this level of performance with the HE1000 and Aria, it's just a really big deal. And it does take, I think, in some ways, maybe that level of resolution to be able to fully appreciate the value proposition that having Wi-Fi brings. Anyway, these will be at CanJam. Make sure to audition them, and you'll understand it too. A new ZMFheadphones headphone at CanJam New York. I'm there for it. I love this headphone. Yeah. This is ZMFheadphones Tessidera. I'm going to start with this. The Tessidera, to my ears, is their most technically capable headphone to date. I haven't heard every ZMF headphone model made, but I've heard many of them over the years. This is the most technically capable. Let's talk about it. So the ZMFheadphones Tessidera is a planar magnetic headphone. It uses a newly developed planar driver with a 1-micron thick diaphragm. It uses ZMF's TPE construction with silver plating. Of course, handcrafted in the USA, and also, of course, if you know ZMF, available in a variety of premium wood species. They say it's the first ZMF headphone to incorporate 5 patented and new, to be patent pending soon, technologies. The first new technology that I'll mention is the ZMF Acoustic Matrix. It's a precision-engineered 3D printed lattice structure within the headphone cup. You can see it through this vent opening in the back. Yeah. And it's actually gorgeous. It is. And I think that's what they're referring to, because that looks like a 3D printed lattice structure in there. They say it works behind the driver to break up coherent reflections, eliminate standing waves, and diffuse rear wave energy in a controlled, repeatable manner. This results in a smoother frequency response, particularly in the treble region from 6 to 12 kilohertz, while preserving the dynamics and transient response that define the ZMF sound, along with more precise spatial cues and natural decay. I hear what they're talking about. Also, another new technology. It's called the Soundboard Resonator System, or SRS. It's a passive wood resonator positioned behind the driver. The SRS interacts with rearward sound energy to shape tonal character and transient behavior. The resonator disc enhances punch and dynamic weight while providing assertive control over the mid-range frequencies. So that's how they describe this Soundboard Resonator System, SRS. Now, other patented ZMF tech in it, the ADS Atrium damping system, cams, Caldera asymmetrical magnet structure, and the ZMF Caldera pad system. So those are the 5 technologies they're referring to. Right. 35 ohm impedance for the Tessidera. Price range, and it's expressed as a range because they don't know the final price yet. Yep. $2,000 to $2,500. When I heard the Tessidera, I thought it was going to be more. It's so good. All right. So they say a specified release date for the Tessidera will be announced around CanJam New York. So soon. All right. Here's how they describe the sound. Where the Caldera is energetic and bombastic, the Tessidera offers a different expression of the ZMF planar vision, liquid, lush, and euphonic without ever becoming relaxed or boring. This is not a laid-back headphone. It's a lush, engaging experience that maintains the impact and dynamic ZMF is known for, wrapped in a smoother, more refined delivery. Okay, I mostly agree with what they're saying, and I entirely agree with what they're saying because I'm assuming they're talking about it all together like compared directly to the Caldera.
Right.
Compared directly to the Caldera, I understand the description because they say where the Caldera is energetic and bombastic. For example, treble energy on the Caldera there's more of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some people might immediately think that means it's more detailed. If you listen carefully, it's not. I feel like the Tessadera's driver is perhaps the fastest, most responsive driver ZMF's ever crafted.
Yeah.
It sounds so fast and responsive. It's so resolving. And it's a smoother sounding headphone tonally than the Caldera. I would say it's their most conventionally tuned headphone to date to my ears that I've heard, and also their most neutral. I wouldn't call it like entirely neutral.
Right.
Right. There's still some ZMF-ness going on.
There is.
And that's, I think, what people want. But I could actually also imagine this being used in a professional environment, for example.
Yeah, I could too.
Yes. And so even though it has a smoother tonal balance than the Caldera, to me, it's more resolving. Again, more resolving than any headphone I think they've made. It images beautifully. And frankly, okay, so the Atrium, I've said it a zillion times, their flagship dynamic headphone is one of my favorite headphones, period. It is a more romantic sounding headphone than this one. And it is unquestionably not as technically capable. But I can't really, I'm still not able to pick a winner. This is still new to me.
Right.
But I know enough to know, listening to it, that it is, to me, an immensely impressive headphone. So at CanJam New York, the ZMFheadphones Tessadera, I mean, you know, ZMF is already popular at our shows, at all our shows. There's always like a line to hear their new stuff. This will unquestionably have a big line. But wait in that line. Make sure you hear the ZMFheadphones Tessadera. I think it's kind of a new flavor from ZMF while still being ZMF, and I'm so excited about it. This is the Audeze LCD5S, now the flagship planar magnetic headphone from Audeze. Now, whenever they release a new planar magnetic headphone, it's a big deal. When it's a flagship class planar magnetic headphone, it's a huge deal. Huge news. These are huge news. So again, the Audeze LCD5S is the flagship planar magnetic headphone from Audeze. On each side, there's a 90mm planar magnetic driver that uses a new nanoscale parallel uniforce diaphragm. Now, they describe it as follows. The LCD5S uses a new driver design featuring our thinnest, most responsive materials. The nanoscale parallel uniforce diaphragm connects to a revised chassis structure, allowing the most precise mid-range tuning possible. And they have retuned the mid-range versus the original LCD5 in a way that I love. We're going to get to that in a minute. Okay, they also say, a new driver design combines with SLAM technology to produce mastering-grade precision even better than the original LCD5 with a more natural, lifelike frequency response. I agree with that description in every way, which again, I'll get to in a minute. Now, SLAM stands for Symmetric Linear Acoustic Modulator. SLAM is something that I think was first seen on the Audeze Carbon 2, then the Audeze LCD S20, and I think now the Maxwell 2 also uses it.
Yes.
All right. Now, they say SLAM allows controlled pressure equalization between the diaphragm and ear area, ensuring fully symmetric and uniform forces regardless of diaphragm direction. In simpler terms, with their open back planar headphones that incorporate it, I would say it also improves the bass. It gives it better bass response. And to me, that's a great thing. All right. Now, the LCD5S is constructed using carbon fiber, magnesium, genuine leather, and polymer acetate with copper accents. I mean, at first blush, it looks a lot like the original LCD5.
Right. They share a lot of similar materials.
Right. And I do love that high-grade acetate they're using. My eyeglasses use really high-grade acetate, and I love the way it looks. All right. There's also a new ear pad design with the Audeze LCD5S, an ear pad design that both of us find very, very comfortable. All right. So, what are some of the other iconic Audeze technologies? We talked about parallel uniforce diaphragm and SLAM acoustic management. It also has the Fluxor magnetic array and the phaser phase management. All right. 30 ohm impedance, 90 dB sensitivity. The weight is 475 grams, about what we expect from Audeze these days with a headphone like this. But the design makes it very comfortable to wear for hours. Are they comfortable for you as well?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're extremely comfortable. The cable is a 4-pin XLR premium balanced cable that uses directional OCC high purity copper strands. It comes with a 4-pin XLR to 6.35 millimeter adapter, which I'm glad they include, and a 6.35 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter. And all of that in a beautiful aluminum travel case that we've seen from Audeze and high-grade headphones. It's a beautiful case, and all of that is priced at $4,500. Okay, now let's talk about the original LCD5. We did, when it was released, quite some time ago, we did a video about it, a dedicated review video about it. I believe it was in that video that I said the original LCD5, the upper mids are a bit too energetic for my tastes, and I tend to EQ it down because I love that headphone, but I sometimes have to EQ the upper mids down.
Right.
With these, I never have to EQ them at all. I don't mind EQing a headphone. These I don't EQ because the upper mids on this are, to my ears, significantly more neutral, smoother. For my tastes, I'll say it way better. And then with Slam, giving it more bass on the low end, it gives it just an overall richer signature. I would call it like a rich neutral to my ears. Now, I might be describing to some people something that sounds too smooth, but they've somehow also tuned a beautiful treble response into it that is very airy, and there's quite a bit of treble energy in a good way to my ears.
Yeah.
And for someone like you who really values treble response and treble detail, is it enough for you?
It is. Yeah.
Okay, good. So to me, the same. I love the sound signature of these, and somehow they're more detailed and more resolving than even the original LCD5, and that's saying something. Those are very resolving headphones. It's entirely a win. If you asked me to modify, to edit, to improve the Audeze LCD5, this is it, the Audeze LCD5S. So at CanJam, anytime you have a chance to hear a flagship planar headphone from Audeze, you have to. And these are no exception. The Audeze LCD5S is an absolute can't miss at CanJam. If you would have told me 10 years ago that one of my favorite Audeze headphones would be a gaming headset, I would not have believed you.
Right.
But it is. This is the Audeze Maxwell 2. And even though it's a gaming headset, you need to audition this at CanJam. I'm going to explain why in a minute. It's so good. So the Audeze Maxwell 2 is the second generation wireless gaming headset, the successor to the very successful Audeze Maxwell. On each side, a 90mm planar magnetic driver has the Audeze Technologies Fluxor and Phasor, but they added SLAM.
Right.
So SLAM stands for Symmetric Linear Acoustic Modulator. It's also seen in the Carbon 2 LCD-S20 and the flagship LCD-5S. They say SLAM allows controlled pressure equalization between the diaphragm and ear area, ensuring fully symmetric and uniform forces regardless of diaphragm direction. Simply put, to my ears, it pretty much improves bass response.
Right.
I like what they do with the bass with SLAM. The Audeze Maxwell 2 supports Auracast, LE Audio, LC3, LC3 Plus, LDAC, AAC, and SBC.
Yeah, that's a lot of modern codecs right there.
That is a lot of modern codecs, and it's Bluetooth 5.3. Ultra low latency wireless connection. That's lag-free high-resolution audio up to 24-bit 96 kilohertz with the included dongle. And then there's a new wider headband.
Yeah.
I much prefer this headband.
Yep.
It's much more pliable, and it's much more comfortable.
It distributes the weight better.
Yes, and since the Maxwell 2 is a little bit heavier than the original Maxwell, I think that's important. Swappable magnetic side plates.
That's a fun feature.
Yeah,
I
can
like
you
that.
explain that? So these come off.
Yeah, so they're customizable. They have a reskin customization system, and you can personalize the plates. They also have collaborations with, limited collaborations, I think, with like gamers and maybe some personalities coming down the road as well.
Ooh, I'm curious to know about that.
Yeah.
Because I've seen some reviewers on YouTube reviewing the Maxwell 2, and they have cooler faceplates.
I've seen a couple of the photos of the faceplates, and they look nice.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see them in person.
These are the standard faceplates.
Yeah.
So it comes with a detachable boom mic, which I don't have attached, of course. Very nice, not just for gaming, but also for communication.
Yeah, they're great for conference calls because of that filter AI noise removal.
Yes. So there's filter AI noise removal. It is spectacularly effective at removing noise from your outgoing voice. So you could be in a factory floor.
Yeah.
Don't know why you would do that. Talking to people, and they will not hear the factory equipment. They'll just hear your voice. It's actually very effective. Compatible with PC and Mac, Xbox, PlayStation, Switch 2, iOS, and Android. 80 hours battery life, like the original Maxwell.
Yep.
Okay, so you're an avid gamer. I game, but you're like an avid gamer.
Yeah, the original Maxwell is used for many hours every single week in my household. And the nice thing is you can just plug it in here and there and then forget about it. The battery seems like it runs forever because those 80 hours will take you a long time to get through.
I know. I charge mine just once every great while.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic thing. Compatible with the Audeze app, and they've really refined the Audeze app.
Yeah, it's been improved quite a bit.
Yes, it's gotten quite nice. So you can do things like tune its sound and things like that. Anyway, and more. Price. $329.99 for the PlayStation version, and that uses Sony's Tempest 3D for spatial audio. And then $349.99 for the Xbox version, because that uses Dolby Atmos for spatial audio. And so Dolby Atmos license is included in the purchase price, which is nice.
So that's that price difference. Like, you get the license for Atmos, and it's tied to the dongle, so you can move it around to different devices and still have Atmos.
Yes, very nice. And so essentially, this does everything the other one does.
Yeah.
Right. So
Plus Atmos.
I went with the Xbox version because here at HeadFi HQ we have the Xbox, we have the PlayStation 5. All right. So also I want to mention connectivity. So wireless, of course, USB-C, ultra low latency. Then you have wired digital, so
Right.
USB-C with dual audio endpoints and game chat mix, and then wired analog 3.5mm TRRS active. Okay. Do I prefer this to the original Maxwell? Yes. I'm such a Maxwell fanboy too. Like, I think I ordered every special edition of the Maxwell that came out.
I think you did.
Yes, I'm a big Maxwell fanboy. But I do prefer the Maxwell too. I think it sounds better. I prefer the bass on it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you can tune it in the app. But so this is not just a gaming headset. You use it a lot for gaming. I actually use it more for music than gaming.
Mm-hmm.
It's a musical wireless headphone.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, actually. So at CanJam, just because it's a gaming headset, do not skip it over. The Maxwell 2 is something you absolutely have to audition.
So, Jude, it's no surprise to you, and I'm sure pretty much everybody watching here, that around our office, I'm the one that tends to gravitate more towards the studio reference sound signatures, whether that be in a headphone, in a speaker, in a home theater system, the whole gamut. This is the Audeze LCD-S20, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be joining my stable very soon. Now, before I dive into it, I do want to mention something I wrote down when I was doing my listening impressions, because it kind of came to me in the moment and it just felt right. So I said that the LCD-S20 has the heart of the LCD series, because it is an LCD series headphone, but it has the soul of the series.
I like that, Brian. It's pretty poetic, but I actually agree with you.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and it's a studio reference headphone done very well. So I want to talk about a couple of similarities here with the MM100, which I feel is kind of a sibling, even though they're in different families. So when you compare it with the MM100, you're going to see that it has the same headband suspension system, the same dual-sided single entry cable, so you can choose left or right. You're also going to see the same, magnesium and aluminum and steel construction throughout the entire design. And you're also going to have a 90mm planar magnetic driver. It also has Audeze's Fluxor and Phaser technologies inside, but there are a few differences from the MM100 as well.
A big one.
A pretty big one. This is closed.
Correct.
Very different there.
Yeah.
And I will say it has a really nice cloth texture on the outside of the ear cup. I love it in the hand. When you pick it up, it just feels fantastic.
Yeah, I agree.
Another place where this differs is it has a magnetically attached ear pad system, which I love, because in the past you may have heard stories about people running into issues when they swap pads depending on the headphone. This magnetic system makes it so very easy.
I think it should be a law.
I love that.
All headphones must have magnetically attached ear pads.
We're seeing more and more of that, and I love it. I'm 100% here for it.
Same here.
It's a 550-gram headphone, so it's not the lightest, but the headband system does a nice job distributing that weight.
Yes, I found it comfortable.
And it's an 18-ohm impedance. Now, another place this differs from the MM100 is this incorporates Audeze's SLAM technology. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the first headphone that had SLAM was the Carbon 2, I believe.
That would be correct.
Okay. And Audeze describes SLAM as saying, SLAM incorporates precisely engineered channels seamlessly integrated into the ring that connects the ear pads to the drivers. Each channel's length, cross-section, and shape are meticulously tuned through advanced simulations, precision measurements, and critical listening to achieve the ideal low-frequency response. And I love that description because for me, this is the ideal low-frequency response.
Yeah, that we agree on this, though. This is one of the rare headphones or earphones or speakers where we agree on bass level.
Yes.
Like, we don't often agree on bass tuning.
Yeah.
I tend to like more than you do, but on this one, we're like totally in agreement.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So I'm going to dive straight into my impressions. So I wrote down that this is a studio class sound with deep bass extension and control, and that control for me is critical. I love sub bass when it's well managed, and they do a fantastic job of incorporating that actually through the entire bass spectrum. The SLAM really does work well on this. I agree. It is slightly richer to me than the MM100, and I'm guessing part of that's probably due to the closed back nature, just differences, and maybe because of SLAM, a little bit of a maybe adjustment just to the overall presentation. It's definitely not what I would call rich. It is just richer than the MM100 if you're doing comparisons for an open to a closed back studio headphone.
Definitely richer than the MM100.
Yeah. It also has more bass than the MM100, but that should come as no surprise. Yeah. I also noted that this has a nice wide presentation for a closed back. It sounds fantastic, and it's one of those things I can listen to for hours. I'm falling in love with this thing.
Yes, I agree. I would say this is definitely in my range of neutrality.
Mm-hmm.
No surprise you like it. Bass-wise, again, surprised we agree there.
Yeah.
but we do. Doesn't happen very often. Love the control. I love bass control too.
Yes.
I just like more of it typically than you do. But on this one, we agree on the level and the tuning and the control, the resolution. It's smoother up top than I expected,
is.
but I love it. It's still resolving. And I also said that I agree with you that the soundstage is wider than I expected from a closed-back Audeze. And I want to also mention it has really good passive isolation.
Yes, it does.
So, yeah, I'm in love with this headphone, too.
Another surprise, it comes in at $499. So it's not going to break the bank either. If you're at a CanJam and you have the option to try this, you absolutely have to.
Now, I was the first of us to hear that headphone. It's the Moondrop Horizon. And as I handed it to you, I said, I think you're really going to like this headphone.
You did.
Was I right or wrong?
You were right.
Oh, good.
And I also want to start by talking about the price real fast because this is $200 US. And I think what you get for $200 is a very well rounded out package. I think it's fantastic.
Oh my gosh, so good.
Yeah. So the Moondrop Horizon, it is a 50 millimeter dynamic driver. That's a ULT dynamic driver, which is Moondrop's ultra linear technology. It has a titanium plated high rigidity polymer dome paired with a double layer liquid silica gel suspension diaphragm. The driver in this has been run through finite element analysis and has been optimized. They've optimized the magnetic circuit specifically, and that magnetic circuit has 1.85 Tesla of magnetic flux density, which I think is rather high.
Yes, I remember back in the day when headphone companies first reached 1 Tesla magnetic flux density, and it was like a really big deal.
Yeah, it is.
So this one is a lot at 1.85.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The drivers are angled inside the headphone. I'll come back to that in a little bit here. And Moondrop says that it's a high sensitivity, low impedance headphone. So as I understand their information, they say it's 109 dB at 1 volt RMS.
I think that's what they're showing. They're showing 109 slash
VRMS.
VRMS.
Yeah.
So I think that is probably 109 at 1 volt.
Yeah, and it's a 32 ohm headphone.
Yeah.
The cable that it comes with is terminated in dual 3.5 millimeter connections on the headphone side and terminated with a swappable connection, which is surprising at $200 for 3.5 millimeter or 4.4 millimeter on the amp side. Now, Moondrop describes this sonically as a rich, expansive, and smooth sound. And when I listened to this, to me, the impression that I got was that it delivered a bit of everything.
Yes.
So I got a lot of detail, a lot of nice resolution up top. To me, that was kind of the star of the show here. And I think it's fantastic, but it's not going to be something people will find, I don't think, too bright or too smooth.
Yeah.
The mids sound lovely. And then the low end, it's got that nice dynamic driver resolution to the bass. And I really appreciate the sound signature.
Yeah. So on the bass, I'll start with that. It has, I think, very good bass.
Yeah.
So it's an open back dynamic. So there's some roll off. So it doesn't have like that perfectly flat bass that some open back planars have, like practically flat all the way to DC. There's some roll off.
Yeah.
But it's still nicely present bass.
Yes.
The mids, so when they say rich, expansive, and smooth sound, I actually agree with that because the mids to me, I would say, are probably richer than what I'd call like dead neutral, but in a beautifully done way.
Yeah.
And overall, I'd say this is on the more like it's a neutral headphone. It's in my neutral range as over-ear headphones go.
Right.
For $200, I think this is going to be a classic. So it depends kind of on how long the model lasts in
That's
the
true.
line. But I think this will go down as a classic headphone at $200. And the other thing is for what they've delivered, I've not visited Moondrop yet. I would love to go to Moondrop's labs to see how they do what they do for the price, because I have to imagine it's impressive. One day I'm going to have to visit their labs. But the Moondrop Horizon for me, that is a headphone at CanJam that you absolutely have to check out. So this planar magnetic headphone, which I quite like, is the Moondrop Para 2. Now, there is a Moondrop Para, as its name might suggest.
Right.
Neither of us has heard it.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for a comparison between the Para 2 and the Para, we can't help you because we've never heard it. We'll talk more about its sound shortly, but let's talk about what it is. Again, it's a planar magnetic headphone on each side, 100 millimeter planar diaphragm that's only 1.2 microns thick, so it's quite thin. Quite thin. High elastic pure silver etched circuit, N52 magnetic array that's optimized by finite element analysis.
Yeah.
I get the distinct impression that Moondrop's labs are exceedingly capable, by the way.
I get the same.
All right. Brushed stainless steel housing using a Bauhaus industrial design.
It is a very cool look.
Yeah. I love the way it looks.
Yeah.
So especially the grill. So if you were to take those ear cups off and then you handed them to me, I'd never seen this before. You said, look what I found in my dad's or grandpa's like rec room.
Oh, yeah.
And they're from 1978.
Yep.
I would totally believe you because of that grill. Charming.
Yeah.
I love the way they look. Sheepskin ear pads. those sheep have very soft skin.
Yeah, they do.
Magnetically attached to your pads, which we both love.
Yeah, I love any headphone that gives me a magnetic system because they're just so nice.
Yes, easy to use.
Yes.
Easy to change. The cable is a 6N purity, single crystal copper. So that's 6/9 purity, single crystal copper. Dual 3.5 millimeter connectors on the ear side. 4.4 millimeter termination, but they include a 4.4 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter. I love those kinds of adapters.
Yeah.
I usually swipe them and then take them with me because I use them in any number of places. And it's only $499.99, so that's $500.
Right.
All right, I'll say it. For $500, I think this headphone is quite fantastic. This is a wonderful planar magnetic headphone at that price. Now, again, I said we hadn't heard the Para, so we didn't have any comparison for that.
Right.
I can't believe I'm going to do this because it wasn't really an intentional thing. I just happened to be, at the time I was using these, I was also using the HIFIMAN Sozwara Unveiled.
Oh, yeah.
Which is like $8,000.
Yeah, 16 times the price.
16 times the price. So I'm not saying that's the comparison anybody should do.
Yeah.
Because that is, the Sozwara Unveiled is like one of my high standards for resolution in a non-electrostatic headphone.
Yeah.
All right. And like you said, it's like 16 times the price, I think.
Yeah.
But that's what I had, so we're going with it. Sorry, guys. So how does it compare? All right. Of course, it's not as resolving. Like, it doesn't have quite the treble energy and the treble detail that the Sozwara Unveiled has, which is phenomenal, by the way. But still, if I wasn't dumb enough to be making this comparison and I was using these like independent of the Sozwara Unveiled, it's still very resolving.
Yeah.
Like, I find the treble very resolving. Now, there's not as much of it overall as like the Sozwara Unveiled, but I quite love the treble detail and presentation of it. I would almost call the treble smoother in that regard. All right. The mids, I would say, a touch rich to me. Like just a touch. Like, there's a touch of richness to it. I like that. Right? I think it's just its overall tone balance, beautiful bass extension. I would call it, if I had to characterize it in a couple words, like smooth neutral.
Yeah.
For me. But I love it. So, $500?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not going to be making these my new standard like the Sozwara Unveiled, but it is going to be one of my standards for its price at $500. And I just feel like right now Moondrop is firing on all cylinders. Like, they are just cranking out stuff that almost everything they make I love. And I'm just so impressed. And the Para 2 is no exception. Make sure at CanJam to check out the Moondrop Para 2.
Sennheiser will be joining us at CanJam New York this year, and they're also one of our CanJam New York event sponsors, so thank you, Sennheiser, for helping make CanJam possible. Sennheiser is known for developing some of the most incredible, iconic headphones ever released, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. At CanJam New York this year, they'll be showing longtime Headfire favorites like the HD800S and several newer models that you may not have heard yet. Let's take a look at a few new Sennheiser models you'll discover at CanJam New York 2026.
With the Momentum True Wireless, the in-ears from Sennheiser, especially version 3 and 4, I feel like Sennheiser was showing they were very serious about Bluetooth.
Right.
With this headphone, though, this Bluetooth headphone, I feel like they've doubled down. Like, they are showing they are dead serious about Bluetooth as an audiophile option.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the Sennheiser HDB 630. That name means something because it effectively says they consider this in the HD 600 family of headphones. That's how I'm interpreting it anyway. And I think that's a sacred family of headphones. It means something that they did that. So the name, as I see it, is HD Bluetooth 630, HDB 630. Let's talk about what it is. It's a closed-back wireless headphone. On each side, there's a 42-millimeter dynamic driver. It has adaptive noise cancellation, which is quite effective. Parametric equalizer via the Smart Control Plus app. I don't want to just brush over that. We'll get back to that. Wired or wireless playback. So there's an analog cable. It's a 1.2-meter cable, 3.5-millimeter terminated. Then there's digital cable via 1.2-meter USB-C to USB-C cable. And then it also includes the Sennheiser BTD 700 USB-C dongle, which I love.
Yeah.
So I'm an iPhone user. I don't get aptX natively. The BTD 700, which is tiny, plugs right into that. My iPhone has aptX. All right, wireless codecs supported, SBC, AAC, aptX, aptX HD, aptX adaptive. Love all that. Up to 60 hours runtime, so the battery is robust.
Right.
24-bit 96 kilohertz. Okay. When you use the USB-C cable, wired, it's essentially a USB-C, or I mean a USB DAC headphone.
Yeah, but that also applies to the USB dongle as well.
Yes, the BTD 700 gives you up to 2496 resolution. It weighs 311 grams, so it's quite light, and it's very, very comfortable.
It is.
$499.95, $500, premium priced.
It is, but it's worth it.
I think it's completely worth it. Comes with a nice traveling case, by the way.
Yeah.
Carrying case. Here's what they say about the sound. Sennheiser says this. The HDB 630's tuning is all about balance. Fast and extended bass, clear lifelike mids, and controlled treble that keeps the music feeling open and natural. I think that's very fair marketing copy.
It is.
I agree with it, is what I'm saying. All right. Now, we have our notes as well that say excellent voice quality.
Oh, yeah. That's phenomenal voice quality on that.
Yeah. So I don't know how many of you guys care about this. I'm on the phone a ton.
Right.
We do Zoom calls a lot. Outgoing voice quality to us is a huge deal.
Yes.
And a lot of Bluetooth headphones have really crappy outgoing voice quality. This has exceptional outgoing voice quality. Actually, one of my high standards for outgoing voice quality is a 15-year-old, it's a little a Bluetooth earpiece that Sennheiser made like 15 years ago. I have 3 of them.
Yeah.
I still use them all the time. Has fantastic outgoing voice quality. This is pretty close to those.
Yeah.
I think that's a big deal. All right, let's get back to that parametric equalizer. That is so important.
It is.
Back, if you remember the Sennheiser Momentum True Wireless, their very first app that they did for that, the control app, had a really weird...
It had that strange dot thing.
Yeah, a weird EQ interface.
Yeah.
This one is like worlds better.
Oh, yeah.
It's serious.
It is.
And you have the parametric EQ option, so you can tune it so finitely to taste.
Yeah, I want to mention, though, anybody who doesn't want to go into the full parametric EQ mode, there's also a fixed band EQ, so you still have some control over individual bands, and if you want to go even simpler, they have presets, too.
Okay.
That's a huge benefit to anybody who doesn't really want to go into the depths of EQ.
But in the HiFi realm, I know a lot of people are going to want to go into that parametric EQ.
Oh, yeah.
And really tune it up. I love the default signature, though.
Yeah, I do, too.
They show a frequency response, Sennheiser does, versus the Momentum 4 Bluetooth headphone. And it shows more controlled bass. I hear that. It shows more refinement through the upper mids and treble. I also hear that. I love its signature.
Yeah.
It's a beautifully done default signature. But you can use that parametric EQ to tune it.
Yeah, like give it a little more treble.
which I know you will do.
Yeah.
But so to me, this is a very important headphone. I love that Sennheiser is supporting it so thoroughly on HeadFi's thread. There's a forum thread about the HDB 630. Eric Palanin from Sennheiser provides so much incredible information and help and support in there. And I love that they're doing that because it's an important headphone for Sennheiser.
Right.
I think it's going to be a huge star at CanJam, which we don't say about too many over-ear Bluetooth headphones, but this one's going to be that. So do not miss the Sennheiser HDB 630 at CanJam. So these two Sennheiser headphones have taken the community by storm.
Right.
You're holding the Sennheiser HD505. I'm holding the Sennheiser HD550. They were released pretty close to each other, first with the 505, then shortly thereafter the 550. I can see why everybody wants to talk about these, why everybody wants to hear these, because they are, by modern standards of neutrality, probably the most neutral headphones Sennheiser has ever released.
Yeah, probably.
And what I mean is, like, even in the context of the Sennheiser, I think it was the 505s, the HD 505s, they even mentioned, I think, the Harman research, the Harman target.
Yeah.
So you see kind of where they're going.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a lot of similarities. Let's talk about what they have in common. So they're both obviously Sennheiser HD 500 series headphones. They're both open back designs, both have metal mesh ear cup covers, both use synthetic velour ear pads, both weigh 237 grams.
Yep.
So again, a lot of similarities. Come similarly packaged as well. Differences though. Price, the HD 505 copper you're holding, $280. The HD 550s I'm holding, $300. Nominal impedance, HD 505s, 120 ohms. These, 150 ohms. All right, now let's talk about the sound. The sound is more, they sound more alike than not, but I find the 550 to be more to my liking. They are both very neutral.
Right.
Both have very extended bass for open backs, but not emphasized bass. But the 550s have a little more bass presence and a little more mid-richness. But when you hear them with some music that doesn't necessarily draw on those differences as much, they sound so much alike.
Yeah.
But when the differences arise, my preference is clearly for the 550. And I think that more people will prefer the 550.
Probably.
Both will be used, I think, very commonly in professional settings eventually, I think.
Yeah.
And then it'll come down to splitting hairs between what the engineer prefers. I still think most will choose the 550. But so to look at the differences, we haven't measured them yet. And I don't like to review measurements, but since Sennheiser put out measurements, from their own labs for both models. I thought it would be interesting to do a comparison, so let's put them on the screen. You'll see the HD 550 has a little less upper mid lower treble energy than the 505 and a little more bass. And you'll also notice that both have, again, excellent bass extension for open back headphones.
Right.
And sometimes when you reduce that upper mid lower treble energy, it can result in a richer sounding mid band, and that's the case here. And I think that just that little bit of bass advantage that the 550 has, advantage in my direction anyway.
Yeah.
Combined with that lower upper mid lower treble energy makes it meaningfully better for me. And I think a lot of people will agree. So I compared it also, the HD 550 to the HD 660S2, because that's another fairly recent Sennheiser open back headphone that I really, really love.
Yeah.
And I also find neutral in a different way. It's neutral in an HD 600 family way.
Yes.
But not necessarily in a Harman way. I'm torn between, but I think what a lot of people are looking for is this kind of neutrality. This seems to be of greatest interest to those in the community these days. And for that reason, I think people are going to be seeking these out. I think they're going to become classic models over time.
Yep.
You know, time loves a hero, as Little Feat says. But I think with time, these will become classics, especially the 550. And so at CanJam, check out what I think are the most neutral headphones in a modern sense that Sennheiser's ever made, maybe. And what I think are destined to be classics. This is the RAAL 1995 Imanis. This is easily one of the best headphones I've ever heard for my tastes at any price in my whole life. It is that good. It is that resolving that fast. It is also, and I've been around hi-fi a long time, a long, long time. The RAAL 1995 Imanis is also among the most resolving transducers of any type I've ever heard in my life. And we're talking headphone, like over-ear headphone, which this is, IEMs, loudspeakers. It is just so incredibly resolving. What is it? The RAAL 1995 Imanis is an open-back ribbon driver headphone. It uses RAAL 1995's next-generation triple true ribbon driver. They call it True Ribbon R3 driver. So that means on each side there are 3 ribbons, which you can clearly see on the inside of the ear cup.
Yeah.
Now, their first-generation ribbon headphone was from years back. It was the RAAL Requisite SR1A. We both remember that headphone.
Yeah.
I remember hearing it. For me, it was like a ribbon proof of concept for me, because I think that was the first ribbon driver headphone I'd heard.
It was for me too, yeah.
Yeah, exceedingly fast. I remember that. And I remember that it had a quirky form factor, and somewhat there was some quirkiness in the tonal balance for me that would keep it from being a daily driver for me. A couple generations later, they get to this Imanis. I still can't believe how far they've come, and they make what is one of the best sounding headphones I've ever heard, like such a complete sounding headphone. We'll get to that shortly. All right. It's constructed with glass fiber and aluminum, finished with American walnut wood. It's a gorgeous design.
Yeah.
It is a gorgeous design. It looks new and old school at the same time. And there's some like European looking craftsmanship, like the detail work around the edging. And this is a 30th anniversary edition model we have here with a gold band and then engraving on the top for 30th anniversary. I think it's mostly an aesthetic thing.
I believe so,
cosmetic thing. Yeah. The memory foam ear pads are covered with lamb suede on the inside, exceedingly soft and comfortable. And perforated leather on the outside, and the openings, the round openings, are very large, so even the larger-eared headfires among us should rejoice. The Imanis will probably be comfortable for all of you as well. Now, the impedance, something you're going to see in the specs, but that has to be discussed, is 0.057 ohm. So essentially a short circuit to most headphone amplifiers. There are amplifiers made specifically to drive the Imanis. We don't have any of those, so how did we listen to it? With that. So on the table, we have something called the Imanis RCD interface. RCD stands for ribbon current drive. And that presents the amplifier with a 32 ohm load that it's comfortable with, and then feeds the Imanis with a load that it's comfortable with. So it's an interface between your headphone amp and the Imanis. It comes with a hard shell aluminum case. I only mention it because it's a gorgeous case. Now we have to talk about, like, there are a couple different packages in general, like, that you can buy. There's a standard package. I won't go over that in detail, but it's about $11,500. We're going to talk about the one we have here, which is the more premium package. That's about $15,300, $15,400, so it's significantly more expensive. But it comes with upgraded cables. So the premium package, the more premium package, comes with Star 12 Silver RCD interface to headphone cable, and then a Star 8 Silver RCD to XLR amp to interface cable. This is all part of the upgrade, and Alexander from RAAL tells me this is all part of why it sounds better.
Mhm.
But maybe most key among the upgrades is the RCD. I think it looks a lot like the standard one.
I believe so, yeah.
But I've seen the inside of it. It is different. The upgraded premium RCD has the ribbon current drive has silver multi-strand coaxial windings inside, and I've seen the inside of it. It's actually gorgeous. Now I heard it at CanJam Singapore 2025 with the upgraded RCD and cables for the first time. I asked Alexander, "What did you change?" Because I figured maybe they upgraded the headphone as well.
Right.
It sounded richer in tone, even more resolving. It just sounded better. And he said, "No, it's the upgraded RCD and cables." I was like, "Get out of here!" Yeah, I mean, And so we did a little bit back and forth between headphones that were one with the standard RCD, one with the upgraded one.
Mm-hmm.
But then it was at High-End Munich, or Munich High-End 2025, that I spent quite a lot of time at the RAAL 1995 exhibit with Alexander. And what we did is we took the same headphone, same amplifier, and just swapped the RCDs between them with the upgraded cables. And again, richer in tone, more resolving, just better. But now I'm using the same headphone, so I'm hearing the difference between the premium package and the more standard package. Is it worth it? It is significantly more expensive. Even without the premium package, it's one of the most resolving, best headphones I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
With the premium package, it's just better still. What does it sound like? To me, it is, to my taste, I would say it's a more neutral sounding, exceedingly resolving, rich in tone when needed, and when called for, tonal balance. It is just so thoroughly good and complete. That's just the best way I can explain it. And it is, again, one of the best sounding headphones I've ever heard in my life. What have I been using it with? I've been using it with the Audeze HPA1. I tried it with the Audeze, which was beautiful. That actually was a nice, lovely, romantic sounding pairing with it. But I love it with the Audeze HPA1 because I love using the Audeze circuit with it. And so to me, yeah, I'm in heaven with these. So at CanJam, make sure not to miss the RAAL 1995 Imanis if you want to hear what I think is one of the best sounding headphones ever made at any price. And if you have a chance, make sure to try the difference between the standard and the premium edition. If you know you can't make the stretch for the premium edition, maybe don't do that. But don't miss the Imanis at CanJam. This is the Final DX10000CL. I think Final is the first audio company I can think of whose product numbers get into the 5-digit range.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. But anyway, so this is the Final DX10000CL. When you think of Final and over-ear headphones, you probably think of planar magnetic headphones. But this isn't. This is a closed-back dynamic headphone. It looks open back, but it's a closed-back dynamic headphone. And just from a material sciences standpoint, not to even get into the sound yet, which is also fascinating, it is such an incredibly cool story.
Right.
Let's talk about it. So it uses a newly developed 40mm dynamic driver that incorporates a 26mm truly pure diamond dome. And they say about that, the entire dome structure is equivalent to 100% purity diamond, not a coating, but a solid diamond diaphragm. It's manufactured using CVD technology, which stands for chemical vapor deposition. I encourage you to online research what it takes to make a CVD solid diamond diaphragm. It is exceptionally time-consuming and energy-intensive.
Yeah.
And very, very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
This is an expensive headphone, and it's a very expensive process. Anyway, it's the same diamond technology introduced in the flagship A10000 IEM. Another 5-digit model number from them.
Oh, yeah.
Diamond was selected for its hardness, stiffness to weight ratio, and its deformation resistance. It uses an entirely new acoustic chamber architecture. It is, again, a closed-back dynamic headphone. It has ultra-suede high-density memory foam ear pads that I think are very soft and very comfortable, actually. 2 reference-grade cables come with it by Junkosha. There's a 3-meter silver-coated XLR cable and a 1.5-meter silver-coated 4.4-millimeter cable enhanced with ePTFE insulation. I believe it's identical or similar to the one currently used on the A10000 IEM. Now, there are 2 editions. The limited collector's edition, which we're showing here with this gorgeous gold. The limited collector's edition has gold inlines on the outer appearance on the outside. And it has Japanese-themed premium packaging, and it comes with collector's edition-only accessories. Then there's a standard edition where you see gold here. The standard edition will have silver on the outer side and come with a more standard packaging. The limited collector's edition is priced at $8,499. The standard edition, $7,999. So these are expensive headphones. Again, that does not surprise me at all, given the performance, but again, given what we talked about with respect to material sciences and the costs. They say about the sound that the DX10000CL delivers extraordinary bass control, natural tonality, and exceptional separation once thought possible only in open-back designs. Again, a closed-back design, this one. They say it has deep yet tightly controlled bass, exceptional clarity and instrument separation, natural uncolored tonal balance, a spacious and immersive presentation.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with everything they've said there. So when I first put the headphone on, my mind immediately went and focused on just the spaciousness, the separation, the placement. Everything just felt so open.
Yes.
It's actually kind of hard to process that this is a closed back headphone.
Yeah.
And then they also mention the color-free sound, and I agree. It's very lack of coloration, gives you just kind of like a natural open sound. Just the spaciousness of the sound applies, I think, also to the sound signature. But one of the things that are interesting is that this is a closed back, and you're not going to get a traditional closed back bass experience with this. It doesn't have the same kind of, closed back bass emphasized nature that you're going to find with a lot of different headphones.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on everything you said, which means I agree also with how they're describing it.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, again, I don't mean to focus on material sciences, but it is fascinating to me because, like,
Very.
if you think of beryllium, the breakup frequency for a solid beryllium driver is very, very high, very, very high frequencies. Given that diamond is stiffer, I would, and this is again a solid diamond diaphragm, I expect that the breakup frequencies to be even higher still.
Right.
Which means it should mean a lack of coloration, which I think you might have mentioned in what we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
It is extremely resolving.
Yeah.
This is an extremely resolving headphone. The mids and the highs are so crazy resolving. The bass, okay, like you mentioned, to my ears is more perceived flat. It is not emphasized at all.
Right.
It is a fascinating headphone to listen to for its resolution, and that imaging is really something.
Yes.
So this at CanJam, the DX10000CL, I think it's one of the most fascinating headphones right now, just for all the reasons we've just discussed. And you definitely want to check out the DX10000CL at CanJam. This is the Audio-Technica ATH ADX 7000.
Mm-hmm.
Now the flagship open-back headphone from Audio-Technica. I will cut to my conclusion, my sonic conclusion, at least part of it, right from the get-go. I think it's the best-sounding Audio-Technica headphone I've heard for my tastes, and I've heard a zillion different Audio-Technica headphones over these decades, and that's saying a lot.
Right.
So I love these headphones. So they describe it as an audiophile open-air dynamic headphone that uses 58mm dynamic drivers. So the ATH ADX 5000, a headphone we both love, which I'll talk about more in a minute, also has 58mm dynamic drivers. But this uses a new driver technology called HXDT, that's High Concentricity Transfer Dynamic Transducer. They describe it thusly. The innovative manufacturing process behind the HXDT driver results in a precisely shaped diaphragm. All circular driver components, including the baffle plate, magnet, voice coil, and diaphragm, are concentrically aligned to ensure consistent diaphragm movement, improved transient response, and cleaner, more natural sound reproduction. All of the ways they describe the sound improvements apply to my ears with the ADX 7000. It has a lightweight magnesium frame. Reminds me a lot of the ADX 5000.
Oh, yeah.
So does the aluminum honeycomb punched housing design. So if you're familiar with the ADX 5000, these look and feel a lot like them, which is a good thing because those were some of the most comfortable headphones I've ever put on my head. And these feel a lot like them. They also look a lot like them, which is also a good thing because it's a beautiful headphone. 490 ohm impedance, so it's a high impedance headphone. If you're an Audio-Technica ADX 5000 fan, you're used to this. 270 to 275 grams is the weight, depending on which ear pads you choose, because it comes with two sets of ear pads, high-density velvet, or like a velour, and Alcantara. It comes with two sets of cables, 6.35mm single-ended 3-meter cable, and a 4-pin XLR balanced 3-meter cable, and a beautiful protective carrying case. I think it's aluminum. It's an all-metal case. It looks like something a spy would carry. I think it's a really cool case. And it's $3,499. So it's a flagship price, but I think it's a very, very reasonably priced headphone given the performance.
Right.
Again, I love these. All right, let's talk about the previous flagship open back, the ATH ADX 5000, a headphone we've talked about a zillion times that we both love. I've described that headphone as smooth bright. not so easy with this. I can't go 2 words to describe these because now the 5000, despite and we have very different tastes tonally, we love that headphone. This one is everything that I would have wanted if you said, how would you improve the ADX 5000? I would say smoother treble, more bass. Ta-da! So I have that. So like the 5000, these image beautifully because they're so open back.
Right.
I think that contributes to it. Very airy imaging, very precise airy imaging. Love that about it. Okay, came installed with the velour ear pads. Those have even smoother treble than the Alcantara, which also has smoother treble than the ADX 5000s.
Right.
A little less bass, though, with the velour ear pads than the Alcantara ones. The Alcantara, again, a little more bass, a little more treble energy than the velour. Again, in either instance, smoother and richer sounding to me than the ADX 5000. If I had to choose, because I like both a lot, I would probably go with the Alcantara because I find it to be a little more precise sounding.
I would go that way too.
Yeah, a little more reference sounding with, again, more bass, a little more treble. Yeah, I would probably have to choose that if I had to choose one. It is everything, again, that I would have wanted from the 5000, a headphone we both love. And now I can't just call it smooth bright because it's not bright anymore.
Right.
I would say these are more neutral.
Yeah, more natural, more balanced to me.
And it's more detailed, more revealing. So, yeah, now let me ask. I'm going to guess you probably still prefer the 5000.
I'm still in the 5000 camp. Yep.
Yeah, Brian likes brighter headphones than me. These, to me, I think, now tell me if you agree with this. I think more people will prefer the 7000 signature to the 5000s.
Oh, hands down. I actually wrote that down in my notes.
Oh, did you? Okay. So they're more neutral. But boy, for an open back headphone, that bass and the richness, especially with the Alcantara pads, fantastic. So if you can't tell, guys, I love this headphone. And at CanJam, you do not want to miss the Audio-Technica ATH ADX 7000.
These days, when you think about FIIO, you think about their incredible range of products from the affordable to the flagship with excellent engineering all throughout. And it's easy to forget or maybe just kind of, no longer think about the fact they got their start in the very affordable budget range.
Very affordable.
Yeah. I'm so happy they still continue that to this day, and they do it as part of their Jade Audio line. So this is the Jade Audio FIIO JT7, and they are definitely continuing that trend with this. This is a $110 open back planar magnetic headphone, which is crazy because when you think about planars, they typically start at a much higher price point and then go up from there. So in the, right around $100, that's kind of insane, and I think they nailed it with this.
I think so too.
Yeah, they did. So inside of this is a 95 by 86 millimeter planar magnetic driver that has a 3-micron ultra-thin diaphragm. Very, very thin diaphragm. It has a 2-way heterogeneous high-density magnetic system, which FIIO says is for higher sensitivity. And it also features FIIO's FES, which is their FIIO elastic system, and they say that enhances diaphragm elasticity through a special textured design. This has replaceable ear pads and headband cushions, so even in something that's only about $100, you still have longevity out of it because those two parts do wear down. It's nice that you can swap them out and don't have to buy a whole new headphone. It has a foldable, collapsible design, so it's rather portable. You can fold it down and put it into a bag very easily. It does come with 2 cables. You have they're made of high purity copper, dual 3.5 millimeter connections on the headphone side, and then either 3.5 millimeter or 4.4 millimeter termination. Again, they're included, but they're not swappable. And it has a 6.35 millimeter adapter in the box. Now, how's that going to sound for $110? Well, in my opinion, I think this sounds relatively balanced.
Yes.
And it has great planar detail and texture that you don't get from a lot of dynamic headphones, or especially not in this price range.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I'm so surprised this is $110. I think they knocked it out of the park.
Okay, so FIIO came to me. I visited them.
Yeah.
Incredible facility, by the way, and they've since upgraded it since I've been there. Tremendous engineering chops.
Yeah.
If they came to me, I didn't even know about this until it arrived, but if they came to me and said, hey, listen, we're going to make an affordable, like $110 planar magnetic headphone, I would have been very, very excited because it's FIIO. This is the headphone that I would expect them to make at that price, and it still surprises me.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. The sound is balanced. It's reasonably sensitive.
Yep.
It has, like you said, the planar magnetic detail at $110. It's clearly performing way above its price point. It's going to be a huge hit at CanJam.
It definitely is. A lot of guys are going to stop by and check out FIIO's flagships, but honestly, also start here. So I want to say that I'm holding a Snow Sky product, but I'm not. This is the FIIO EH11, and I want to say that it feels like a Snow Sky product because it has that same kind of classic retro styling that a lot of the Snow Sky products, you know, embody.
Yeah, like a retro fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that look, and I like this quite a bit. So the EH11 is a Bluetooth on-ear headphone. They say that it has a retro futurism aesthetic. It's definitely more retro to me. It definitely feels like a throwback. And they say the exterior pays homage to the classic design language of the 1980s mini on-ear headphones. Yeah, it's kind of taking me back to that age. They say that it's a semi-open design. Now, this is an on-ear model. To me, it sounds very open, but they call it a semi-open. It has 40 millimeter dynamic drivers with a composite diaphragm. It also has retro wooden ear cups. Now those double as control knobs, which I think is a really cool design. So you can actually rotate the ear cups for volume and track and a number of control interfaces. It has Bluetooth 6.0 with LDAC. You get 30 hours of listening time on a 2-hour charge. And it supports multiple device pairing, which is also appreciated when you're swapping between things like laptops, cell phones, DAPs, everything. It has custom audio profiles via FIIO's control app, and that control app also has several EQ presets. There are 7 music presets, 1 game preset, and even 3 user customizable EQs, all within the app. It has an ultra-low latency mode. It only weighs 92 grams, very lightweight, and it comes in black, burgundy, cyan, off-white, and transparent finishes. It's going to run you $29.99 in the U.S., so it's not expensive.
You know what? We better clear that up, because in our world, when you say $29.99, it's not unusual to be $2,999. But this is
That's true. This is under $30.
Yeah, $29.99.
Yeah, under $30 US. That is very true. So when I was doing a lot of my listening with this, I immediately went in and started playing with the EQs because I enjoy tweaking. And the EQ presets, there were actually 2 that I kind of gravitated towards. I really enjoyed listening through music, or through these with music, for when I was using the R&B and the rock presets. And I know from experience that there's going to be a lot of guys out there that disagree with me, and they're going to go, oh no, I'm going to go for the jazz, or I'm going to go for classical. And that's just, you know, part of the fun, because everyone can kind of tweak to taste. And again, it has those user customizable settings, so you can really get exactly what you're looking for in a $30, you know, wireless headphone that you can just pair with a very compact, light, very small DAP, put it in a bag, and just go. And I think it's a fun offering. If you're at FIIO's exhibit, you have to check it out.
I agree. I mean, I still can't believe for, what, $30 and that form factor, like how, you know, simple and small that form factor is, that they get as much technology in it as they do. But again, that's another type of product that only FIIO could make.
Yeah, so the FIIO EH11, you got to check it out. Dekoni Audio is best known in our space for their line of premium aftermarket ear pads replaceable for your full-size headphones.
IEM ear tips, too.
They make IEM ear tips. They make full-size headphone cases, which the Savior case is fantastic. We have a number of those around
We have
here.
like a dozen of them now.
Yeah.
They're fantastic cases.
They are.
Yeah.
And Dekoni Audio is getting into a new category in the headphone space, and that excites me. They're getting into cables, and I have one right here. And you're probably wondering, wow, why is that cable so short? Well, when you think about premium replacement headphone cables with swappable terminations, every single time it's swapped at the termination side. And for Dekoni Audio, they've gone with a different direction. They're swapping it, they're doing the split at the Y splitter. So they're 2 separate parts. One stays connected to your headphone, one stays connected to your device, and you can just swap between them back and forth as you needed. They're keyed. They have a locking detent system, and they just snap right into place.
It actually feels nice.
Yeah, and then it locks. And I love that security. So they come in a couple different versions. So what I'm holding here right now is a cloth wrapped silver in a Dekoni blue sleeving. They also have a braided silver plated copper cable, and we have that currently connected to the HD660S2 up here on the table. Now you notice we have a couple different headphone models because they have a couple different terminations for the headphone side.
A few different
ones.
Yeah.
So they have 3.5 millimeter dual mono, which we currently have connected to the HiFiMan. They have the 4-pin mini XLR, which we currently have connected to the ZMFheadphones. And they have HD 600 family connectors, which we currently have connected to the Sennheiser, and I have it here in my hand.
Okay, can I just talk about that one real quick?
Sure.
That one I think is particularly important because as any longtime HD 600, 650 owner knows, that's an old school connector.
Very much so.
So it wasn't really made, I don't think, to be removed and inserted a zillion times.
Right.
And so they've been known on the headphone side to wear out if you overdo that.
Yes.
So being able to swap cables and terminations, but leaving the earpiece sides in, the ear side cable that plugs in, I think is crucially important, in my opinion, for HD 600, 650 owners.
I agree. And if you pick up multiple headphone connections and then you just pick up a single one of the main line, you can just swap back and forth at the Y split. You're not going to have to worry about toggling things back and forth. It also actually ends up saving you a little bit because you're buying less cabling in the long run.
Right.
Now, as far as on the other end of the cable, it comes in a 4.4 millimeter connection or a 6.35 or quarter-inch connection. They've talked about looking at other connectors for future lines. We might potentially see something like a 4-pin XLR down the road. We might see other connectors for headphones, like hopefully maybe an HD800 potentially down the road. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out from these. However, the nice thing is you can bring your headphones to CanJam, pop over and give the Dekoni audio ensemble cables a try, find out if they're going to work for your rig.
Now, in that Dekoni audio segment that we just watched, a little time has passed since we recorded that, time that has proven you a bit of a fortune teller, because in that segment you mentioned that you expected and hoped for support for more headphones.
Yeah.
And we then recently got this. So this is the Dekoni audio ensemble now supporting the Focal Utopia's Limo connectors.
Yes.
The timing could not have been better, as you well know. I was just looking for Utopia cable terminated in 4.4 millimeter. So thank you, Dekoni Audio, because now I can terminate this Utopia cable in 4.4 millimeter. So thanks for that. Now, you also mentioned on the amp side you expected and hoped for more support for different plugs.
Right.
And you specifically mentioned 4-pin XLR, and as if on cue, 4-pin XLR ensemble. They are also going to be supporting 2.5 millimeter on the amp side, which is great. Now, there is still another thing that has come up since we recorded that, and that's another material option. So you mentioned cloth-wrapped silver and braided silver-plated copper as two options. There's now a third. It's PCUHD copper. This is actually in PCUHD copper. I believe that stands for Pure Copper Ultra High Drawability. So still another beautiful option to choose when you're buying the ensemble cables.
Yeah, there's one more exciting thing I also want to mention. So as you know, when production gets bigger, sometimes we see costs come down on the retail side because, you know, the economy is, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that might be what's happening here, because the Dekoni audio ensemble system used to start around $120. Well, now it's starting around $80. That's a pretty steep discount, and that's the permanent price going forward. If you only need half of the system, that now starts at $40. So when you think about what the Dekoni audio ensemble offered in terms of value previously, it was already great, but now we have more connectors. There are more still on the way, and it's more affordable than ever. The value just shot through the roof for me.
Yes. So now, obviously, they are giving you more options than we discussed in that previous segment. So make sure at CanJam to bring your headphones to Dekoni Audio's exhibit and check out the ensemble system.
Now, Dekoni Audio has another trick up their sleeve at CanJam New York this year, because they're going to be showing off the Grell OAE 2. Yes, I said OAE 2, not 1. So the OAE 2 is the second full-size headphone from Grell Audio. It's an open, around-ear audiophile headphone, and they say the OAE 2 delivers sound in its purest form. The natural tonal balance across all frequencies results from the deliberate selection and fine-tuning of every acoustic component. I do know that the price is $499 in the US and €499 over the seas, and it's going to be debuting in North America at CanJam New York 2026. There have been a couple of sneak peeks in Europe, and early impressions are quite good from what I've been reading, but you can hear it exclusively at Dekoni Audio's exhibit during CanJam New York. I specifically want to quote two quotes from Yermo from Grell Audio, because I think a lot of headfires are going to be very interested once they hear this. So he says, the OAE 2 has been overhauled mechanically. There are new, more comfy and open ear pads, a wider and softer velour headband cushion, less clamp, and longer extended sliders. And about the sound, he a little bit teasy here. He says, most importantly, the tuning is completely different and much closer to what people expected from the OAE 1. I'm intrigued by that for sure. I have to stop by Dekoni Audio's exhibit because I want to hear the OAE 2.
I have to hear them. We don't have them here yet. Now, I did get a sneak peek of a pre-production unit at the AES Headphone Technology Conference in Espoo in Finland in 2025. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the final one a lot. For those of you not familiar with the concept of the OAE series of headphones now, because there's the 1 and the 2.
Right.
And that quote from Yermo is interesting. The sound, here's what they say. The sound of the OAE 2 is shaped by the listener's individual ear anatomy rather than being radiated directly to the eardrum. The reason is our innovative front-sided sound field modulation, FSFM. This technology developed by Axel Grell, thanks to decades of experience, makes the finest nuances in the mid-range and treble audible in a natural and detailed way. Simply put, what they're referring to is this concept that I've discussed with Axel. He's the one who came up with it, but he discussed it with me years ago about these front place drivers to engage the ears differently, more like speakers that are angled and placed in front of the ears. And yeah, so it's a very innovative design. I think people are going to prefer the voicing of the OAE2. So this is going to be big news for CanJam New York.
Oh, yeah.
And for those of you who don't know, I think by now everybody knows, Axel Grell is the legendary engineer behind pretty much most of Sennheiser's legendary headphones. So this is a big deal. Make sure not to miss the OAE2 at CanJam New York. All right, y'all. If I show this to you and say, guess who makes these, I can almost guarantee you will not guess correctly.
I still might not.
Yeah, exactly. This is the unique Melody Umbral.
Yeah.
This is a pre-production unit. This is a unique Melody headphone. In fact, it's the first ever full-size headphone from Unique Melody.
Right. That's a huge story.
Huge story because these guys are obviously very well known and very well regarded for their IEMs. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. The first ever full-size headphone from Unique Melody. Here's what they say about it. We wanted to create a sound that feels open, natural, and effortless, where music has room to breathe and details emerge without being pushed. I'm going to talk about the sound as we hear it later.
Mm-hmm.
It is an open-back hybrid headphone. So on each side, there's a 96mm planar magnetic driver and a Unique Melody MEMS driver.
Right.
So a very unusual, that's certainly a unique configuration.
Yes.
They say one delivers scale and authority, that would be the planar magnetic driver, and the other speed and ultrafine detail. Of the planar driver, here's what they say about it. It has a gold nanofilm diaphragm, high flux magnet circuit, and a carbon fiber frame. The Unique Melody MEMS microelectromechanical driver is manufactured using semiconductor-grade processes capable of reaching up to 80 kilohertz.
Yeah.
The housing is a walnut wood, and even though this is a pre-production unit, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I like walnut, so it's a nice touch for me.
Yeah, I agree. And the CNC machine parts and accents are nice.
Yeah.
2 sets of included ear pads, sheepskin leather ear pads, and something they say, or they call, ice silk slow rebound ear pads. Now, whatever ear pads are on here are the only ones I've heard.
Yeah, but we got the pre-production units. It only came with the one pair.
Oh, okay, that's why.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah, that's the only one we've heard.
That's why. The cable, dual entry 3.5mm connectors on the earpiece side,
Mm-hmm.
2 meters in length, and it'll come in either 6.35mm, 4.4mm, or also 4-pin XLR.
Yeah.
Now, we only got the 6.35mm, so the unbalanced cable.
Right.
So that's all we used. 520 grams is the weight, so it's on the weightier side.
It is, but I think the headband does a nice job distributing that weight. It's quite comfortable.
I agree. I find them comfortable.
Yeah.
So they don't feel heavy
Right.
on my head. 65 ohm impedance and 84 dB milliwatt sensitivity.
Yeah, so those basically mean that it's going to kind of limit the amp selection people have. You're going to need something beefy.
Yeah,
to
need
drive
some
these.
power. Yeah, need some power. All right, here's what they say about that. We recommend pairing it with a desktop amplifier capable of delivering 10 watts or more via single-ended output.
Yeah, and they mentioned single-ended specifically for us because we had the single-ended cable.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be like you say. You're going to need an amp with juice.
You need a lot of juice.
So we tried it paired with the HIFIMAN EF1000 DAC. I think from its single-ended output, that's like 7 watts or something like that.
7.5, somewhere in there, yeah.
And then the topping DX9 discrete, which is pretty powerful.
Yep.
Maximum output on that's like 7 watts. I don't know what it is out of single-ended.
Right.
And then we also tried it with the FIIO M27, which is a really powerful portable digital audio player. But again, still not reaching anywhere near 10 watts, I don't think.
Right.
But here's how it sounded to me. You tell me what you think. So to me, I find its sound to be on the leaner side for my tastes. That probably wouldn't surprise you.
It doesn't.
But the bass, for example, is extended.
Right.
But I would say on the flatter side. The mids to me are more like clean, not lush.
Right.
Not warm. The mids are clean and detailed. And then the high end is quite present.
Yeah.
And airy.
Yeah, they use the word effortless, and I can see where they're going with that.
Yeah, as far as the detail goes. Yeah, what did they say? Room to breathe and details emerge without being pushed. And I think that's accurate. As a first headphone goes from Unique Melody, this is quite exciting, the Umbral. And again, this is the pre-production unit. I would love to try it with like a tube amp that meets that power.
Yeah.
Sort of, their recommended power. And I think that would be a wonderful pairing. So this will be limited to 99 units globally.
Yeah, very limited.
Very limited. And again, it's $5,999 US. At CanJam, high-end headphone enthusiasts, make sure to go to Unique Melody because headphone enthusiasts might not typically stop at Unique Melody if they want to hear headphones.
Yeah.
Now you should. And listen to the Umbral. What a cool first effort from Unique Melody to make a headphone like this. DUNU and over-ear headphones are getting serious.
Yeah, they are.
So they did the Arashi, the planar magnetic headphone. We both love that headphone.
Yeah.
This is the DUNU Mortis, and this is a dynamic headphone. It'll be at CanJam. Do not miss it. I dig this headphone. I'll explain why in a minute. So it's a dynamic headphone. On each side, a newly developed 50mm dynamic driver that uses ultra-thin, pure carbon fiber diaphragm. They say of that, very high rigidity and a high damping coefficient. They also say it has an ultra-high magnetic flux motor system. Now, the cups are CNC machined solid walnut wood ear cups that are hand polished and lacquered.
Oh, they are so beautiful.
And they are so beautiful.
Yeah.
What did you say? They remind you a little bit of a donut?
They reminded me when I first saw them of a donut, but I love donuts, so that's a great thing.
Like a beautiful walnut wood donut?
Yeah.
To me, it reminds me of almost like a tire and a wheel.
Yeah, I can see that too.
And the grill is beautiful too.
Yeah.
Now, it has a lightweight elastic steel headband with a newly designed ergonomic ear pad set. It is such an interesting ear pad design.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain what that feels like on my face later. The cable is a multi-strand 6N high-purity single crystal copper that uses DUNU's modular plug system terminated in 4.4 millimeter or 3.5 millimeter, braided with a special structure to achieve a cleaner background and improved signal integrity. Is what they say about the cable. Now, of the sound signature of the Mortise, they say it has a rich, full-bodied presentation with excellent transparency, a natural tonal balance, and particularly impressive high-frequency extension. I agree on all those things. So I want to talk first about the comfort. These ear pads are kind of unusual looking.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say this right now. When I put these on, I feel like they're just so gently caressing my face.
Well, the material just feels so nice.
Yes, and the shape.
Yeah.
They hug my face. They're super comfortable. Now, of the sound, again, I agree with how they describe it. There seems to be a trend, maybe a small trend that I'm seeing, right? Which is headphones, over-ear headphones that are voiced to be smoother sounding overall,
right?
But with like a treble lift to give some treble extension and detail and air. These have that. And I love the way they sound. It's a smooth sound, but with sparkle.
Yeah.
Again, I'm hearing more and more of that with other headphones, and it's beautifully executed in the Mortise. It also images beautifully. It's an open back dynamic headphone, and it images very well for an open back dynamic headphone. Now, the other thing I'll say is it just sounds to me when I listen to it like a very technically capable driver.
Right.
I just feel like it's clean and resolving. For a dynamic headphone, this is a resolving headphone, and especially one with a smooth signature. So I'm digging the Mortise. So at CanJam, DUNU, getting serious about headphones. Now they're coming to us with a dynamic full size. The Mortise, it'll be at CanJam. Don't miss it. This is the DUNU Vault.
But is it? It says Vault on it.
It does say Vault. Let me explain, Brian, why he's teasing. Okay, so this is the DUNU Vault prototype. The DUNU Vault is an upcoming flagship headphone from DUNU. And a flagship headphone from DUNU, I think, is very big news. But this is a prototype of it, currently using a DUNU Arashi shell. And they say the final exterior design will be different and is still being finalized.
Right.
So it looks like a DUNU Arashi like this, in this current form. It's still in active development, but a prototype will be on display at CanJam New York. Again, a flagship headphone from DUNU is always big news. You want to hear that at CanJam New York. Expected to launch sometime in 2026. All right, so it's not going to look like this. They made that clear.
Right.
The question I have is it going to sound like this? Because I actually enjoy the sound of this one. So I like the direction this one's going in. Now, the DUNU Arashi is a headphone, the one that this looks like, that we're both actually big fans of.
Yes.
The way this sounds, and I think it's planar magnetic. I think I can say that, and it's in the Arashi shell, and sounds to me like it probably is, and it's a flagship. Anyway, the sound to me is on the smoother side versus the Arashi, but still very detailed.
Yeah.
Bass extension's excellent. I don't want to go into too much detail, even talk too much about tonal balance, other than to say I really enjoy this one, and I have been enjoying it and actually listening to it on my time. So, yeah, I dig where they're going so far. You may or may not hear what I'm hearing at CanJam New York, but whatever they bring in terms of this flagship headphone from DUNU, you'll want to listen to. So at CanJam New York, make the DUNU Vault a must-hear. This is the Aune AR9000. It's a flagship open-back headphone from Aune that they spent 5 years developing, and it sounds like it.
Yeah.
All right. This is one of those funny situations where we, at the time of shooting, well, we clearly have the product.
Yeah.
We can listen to the product. But then there are some key pieces of information that we don't have yet.
Right.
One of those key pieces of information is the price. We don't know the price.
Yeah.
We almost don't care.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
we know that regardless of whatever the price is, we love these things.
Yeah.
Now, we do know this. Aune does have a headphone, an open back headphone. I think it's an open back headphone because neither of us has heard it. The AR5000.
Yeah, that's a few $100.
A few $100.
Yeah.
We know these are almost certainly going to be more expensive. I mean, it's, again, a flagship open back headphone.
Right.
All right, let's talk about it. 5 years in development. The AR9000 uses custom 50mm dynamic drivers that use something called OSCD for that driver, and that stands for OmniStack Carbon Diaphragm. They say it's a precision-formed carbon fiber dome with optimized stiffness to damping characteristics, capable of reproducing high-resolution audio free from distortion and unwanted resonances. It uses what they call a contour-optimized surround. You can actually see it through the baffle.
Yeah.
You can see that the dome, the cone, and it is actually unique looking.
Yeah.
All right. Optimized rear venting and airflow management.
It's very open.
Very open. So this is a very open back design. And it does have like angled drivers.
Yeah.
So it images very well. Like I have a feeling it has to do with that, or at least in part has to do with that.
Right.
Probably its openness too. All right. They say across the entire frequency range and at any listening level, the AR9000 maintains exceptionally low distortion, allowing the music to emerge in its purest form. All right. They mentioned distortion at least a couple times.
They have.
So, of course, I had to put it on the bench. They're making the claims.
Yeah.
I wanted to see. So, because it's a dynamic headphone, we put it on the bench. We have a Brüel & Kjær 5128 hooked up to an Audio Precision APX 555. I measured the distortion, set level, 1 kilohertz, 90 dB SPL. And the THD from across the entire spectrum, essentially, is less than 0.05%.
Right.
So, good job, Aune. I mean, that is very low distortion.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, excellent. They sound very clean. Let's talk about the signature. I describe these as open back dynamic headphones go on the neutral side. Excellent bass.
Oh, yeah.
Hello with the bass.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an open back dynamic, but the bass is actually nice and robust. And the imaging is beautiful. Actually, throughout, very resolving as dynamic headphones go, unquestionably. This is going to be a very popular headphone. Again, we don't know the price. It will be at CanJam SoCal. There will be a line to hear it. I guarantee it.
Yep.
But regardless of whatever the price is, I know I love them. I'm so excited by these. Aune AR9000. Do not miss them.
Anybody looking at the screen right now might be thinking, what the heck is he holding? Well, this is the Aune AC45, and it reminds me of headphones of old. Specifically, 2 models come to mind. A lot of headfires that have been around for a while might remember the Koss KSC35 and KSC75. This reminds me a lot of those because they're both clip-on style headphones. Now, Aune calls these reference open-back clip-on headphones. It is an on-ear design, which is also something we don't see a lot of anymore.
Nope.
And it does remind me of those Koss models. So inside of this is a 40mm dynamic driver. They say that it has a W-shaped biofiber composite diaphragm, and in their words, the 40mm W-shaped diaphragm increases the vibration area by approximately 70% compared to conventional clip-on headphones. It has an ultra-elastic long excursion surround, which anybody who's thinking about displacement means, yeah, there's bass here, so we'll get to that.
There is.
It has a semi-memory alloy ear hook system, and they say semi-memory because it only really remembers the top, kind of right at the top. The bottom portion of the ear hook is rather soft and pliable. It's 260 grams, so they are a little heavier, on the heavier side for clip-on on-ears, and they're an 18 ohm impedance. It has swappable terminations, which I definitely appreciate. The cable is an oxygen-free copper Litz cable, and those terminations are 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter. Now, it's only going to run you $99, so it's definitely not going to break the bank, and that's not where it's only interesting. So let's get to sound. So in their words, they say that it's authentic, natural, and musical. Warm, vibrant sound that preserves the texture and essence of music across vocals, pop, light music, and acoustic performances. So how does that sound to me? Well, to me, it reminds me of kind of a V-shaped signature. Now, I heard a very energetic top end, which, yes, hello. And then I had some moderate emphasis in the low end, but I do want to mention here, because it's an on-ear and because it's a clip-on, the bass level is going to be very fit dependent. So you do want to kind of dial in that fit. And it's also very snappy bass. I like that. So it's quick and responsive. And that might be just, when you have that kind of excursion, you need a quick driver, and I think they delivered.
It has real bass energy.
It definitely does. Now, if you're looking for something maybe a little more energetic in the low end, they do have the Aune AC55, which is the upgraded model. That's going to set you back $219. Now, from their description, it's full-bodied mid and bass response, and it has a smooth harmonic treble. I tend to favor more on the aggressive side when it comes to treble, a little more energy, a little more sparkle and detail up top. That's why I went for the AC45. But anybody who's looking for something maybe a little more relaxed with a little more body down low, it sounds like the AC55 might be the way to go.
Yeah, I heard both of them at, I don't remember which CanJam it was. This was at one of the CanJams. And they asked me to listen to them.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't really that interested in them just because, clip-on headphones, I didn't expect
Right.
much. Totally caught me off guard.
Yep.
They're actually quite good.
Yes, they are.
Like, way better than I expected. I don't know which I prefer. I mean, when I consider the value thing, I mean, in absolute terms, yes, the Aune AC55. But at $99, the 45s are such a great value.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are, don't skip them.
Yes.
Because I think a lot of headfires are going to see these at CanJam and skip them. Don't. Be as surprised as we were.
I have a little bit of sad news because the Abyss Headphones Diana TC is no more. But I have good news because there is something replacing it. Abyss Headphones will be showing at CanJam New York this year the Diana TC Signature. Now, I'm very curious about this. They were trying really hard to get it to us in time, but they weren't able to. But I have a couple of quotes and specs that I want to mention because I am intrigued. So, the Abyss Headphones Diana TC Signature, Joe Skabinski from Abyss Headphones, he says the Diana TC Signature builds off of the retired Diana TC model and includes all the latest comfort and refinements of the current Diana lineup. Lightweight, headband suspension sling, and the pillow top earpads, including the very popular bass ported option in the box. So that's included right out of the box. He did mention to me that it has a refined machined aluminum frame, and he says that it has a lighter weight. So a lot of headfires out there are going to be looking forward to trying that out because for some of them, even though the Diana is one of the lightest headphones in their lineup, they still wouldn't mind a little less weight, and they're going to get that with this. It also features the next generation Abyss TC planar speaker driver, and we know that's a 63mm planar driver. We don't know what it sounds like, but I do have a description from Joe, and he says, the Diana TC Signature has the speed and transients of a huge horn speaker system, a deep, airy, and layered soundstage with smooth, clear highs that extend out into space, a distinctive mid-range, and vocals layered within the depths of the soundstage with deep and defined subwoofer bass. And when you think about that description, I am definitely intrigued because the Diana TC was, and I think at the moment still is, my favorite Diana headphone of all time. And with that description, I want to see, for myself, how that's changed and evolved into the TC Signature.
Same here. Everything about that description, I love. Love the end, too. Deep and defined subwoofer bass.
I thought that would catch your ear.
Yeah.
So there's one more thing I want to point out is that we have a couple of images here, only the two, but they call this the Black Tourbillon colorway, and watch enthusiasts are going to be looking at this thinking, I like that. I definitely think it's a very interesting, striking appearance. Definitely different from what they've done in the past with the Diana.
It's different
custom
from
inlays.
anything from anyone's ever done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to see this in person. And then they do mention that there will be more aesthetic details coming soon. And we also know the price. So here in the US, it's going to be $49.95. Again, we haven't had any hands-on, head-on time with this, but I'm going to at CanJam New York because I want to hear this for myself.
I'm a bit of an Abyss headphones fanboy.
Yeah.
So I will be running to that exhibit because I was dying to hear. I was hoping they'd arrive in time. They didn't. I am dying to hear these. This is the Abyss headphones Joel, spelled Joal.
Mm-hmm.
You were telling me just before we started shooting that it stands for...
that stands for Jack of All Listening.
which I think is funny. But it's true.
Yeah.
That's appropriate, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get to how it sounds in a minute. So the goal with Joel, the Joel goal, was to, according to Abyss, make their most affordable headphones
Mm-hmm.
to date without sonic compromise.
Right.
I think they succeeded.
Yeah.
Okay, you think so too.
I do.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So how did they do it? So first of all, for a company that makes machined aluminum headphones, CNC machining can be very expensive and time consuming.
Yes.
These are still CNC machined. But let's compare it to like a Diana. By the way, they look like Dianas.
Yeah, they're clearly inspired by the Diana.
And Abyss admits that. They
Yes.
call them Diana inspired. Okay. So they got the machine time down to 1/3 the machine time of Diana. So Diana's machine time is well over an hour just to machine the sides.
Does not surprise me.
Yeah, 600 holes in each one.
Yeah.
For the Joel, they optimized the design to let the machine fly through the machining process.
Okay.
You can see one example of how. Instead of 600 holes, they've got these long single rows that make up a very open back grill design.
Yeah, and they look super open.
They are very open back. So I believe if you consider this a Diana or a Diana platform type headphone, compared to any of the Dianas, this should be the most open back, which I think might contribute to the sound signature that I love so much about these.
I bet it does.
Another way they minimize cost is to not offer all the trimmings.
Right.
So this is a less intricately designed headphone. They don't have to, worry about putting any other trim pieces like carbon fiber trim pieces on it. So it's a simpler design. It's also available only in black, a high durability black finish.
Yeah, Model T approach.
Yeah, like the old Ford Model T, available in black. And when you make it only in one color, one configuration, it's easy to lower. You can lower costs.
Right.
And then the cable.
Yes.
Now this one surprised me because I thought this was going to be more expensive, a cable, but it's not. This cable is actually JPS Labs, the cable company, is actually affiliated with Audeze headphones. So that team has tremendous experience with cables.
Yeah, they do.
So if they're going to figure out how to lower the cost of a cable and make a great cable still, it's them.
Yeah, and I want to say something about this cable. So first of all, it's super soft and supple.
Yeah, very supple.
I love that. It's a 16-core cable, 2-meter length. Inside, you'll find super soft OFC copper alloy, so that's oxygen-free copper alloy. It's terminated in 4.4 millimeter. Now, this does something that I think all headphone cables should do going forward. It's terminated in 4.4, but they have optional adapters. So 4.4 millimeter to 6.35 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter or to 4-pin XLR.
Right, here's the 4-pin XLR one.
Yeah, I think that's the method. Give me the cable in 4.4 and then give me the option of an adapter.
Right. So now we've covered all the ways I'm aware of that they reduced costs.
Yeah.
So now we know how they did that, but did they do it without sonic compromise? Yes. Yeah. We both said the same thing. So these you love them because they sound like studio monitors.
Yeah, they do.
And I love them because they sound like studio monitors. They are also, in saying that, they're the most neutral Audeze headphone to date.
They are.
The most conventionally tuned headphone to date. Something with the last couple of Diana models I feel like they've been working toward, and they've done it with these. I think that more open back design gives it beautiful imaging.
Right.
They're also the most forgiving Audeze headphones to date.
They are.
To my ears anyway. And I prefer them with the stock pads that come with them. I tried rolling other pads, the Diana pads. I just like the stock vegan pads that come with them. That's the tuning that I'm talking about. And it's forgiving, but still very resolving.
Right.
And it is, by the way, easier to drive than most of the other headphones they've ever done, except for the Dyna MR. They're as sensitive as Dyna MR, 30 ohms. And with that forgiving nature, I can drive them with anything.
Right.
So they also couple very easily on my head. So there's no finickiness with fit. Just put them on. They fit like a conventional headphone as well. I think at CanJam, of all the Audeze headphones, this is the one that's going to most immediately, not just because of price, but that's going to be a big part of it.
Yep.
This will most immediately resonate with people, I think, at a CanJam.
Oh, yeah.
In our community. And I think this is going to be a massive seller for them. It's fantastic. Now at CanJam, if you're a high-end over-ear headphone enthusiast, then this is the Audeze headphones, the stand. These might be the single most important thing on exhibit that doesn't decode, amplify, generate, or emanate sound.
I gotcha.
These are the Audeze headphones, the stand. They are fantastic. We've had many headphone stands come through here.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, my opinion, these are unquestionably the very best.
I agree.
So you agree. So they're also $499.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
Yeah, which is why I say high-end headphone enthusiast, because if you have a high-end headphone, which can get into the many thousands of dollars, then these are a way to help protect them.
Yeah.
We actually met at Chicago HeadFi Meet many, many years ago.
Ages back, yeah.
And so we've been to many HeadFi Meets, many CanJams, and one of the most hair-raising things to happen at those is when somebody gets caught up or trips on a headphone cable. Some very expensive headphone along with the stand goes tumbling to the ground, clattering to the ground, and everybody's like,
yeah,
right?
I hate seeing that.
Yeah, I hate seeing that. I've never seen it happen with these stands. We've never had it happen with these stands.
Right.
Because they are extremely stable.
Yeah.
So they weigh 5.2 pounds each. There is a heavy steel base underneath that wood base with big rubber footers, grippy rubber footers, and then that wood base. So all the weight's pretty much at the bottom. Then they have an aluminum riser, a beautiful design, simple design, that's lighter with the smaller pad on the top. That's textured wood, and that's grippy.
Yeah.
So that also holds onto your headphones. On Audece's YouTube channel, they try to deliberately tip them over. I mean, they get them to some extreme angles.
They do.
And then they come right back. That's how stable they are. It's the closest thing you're going to get to a stand that is bolted to your desk without having to bolt anything to your desk. They're that stable. So they come in 3 woods. Did I already mention which woods? They come in order: walnut, cherry, and sapelli.
Yeah.
And we have 2 sapelli ones. We now have 4 of these stands. We are very lucky because we use them all the time and we love them. So at CanJam, if you're a high-end headphone enthusiast and you care deeply about your very expensive headphones, this is the stand that they should be on.
In November of 2024, Dan Clark Audio released this headphone right here. This is the Dan Clark Audio Noir X. Now, the Noir X is the evolution. A lot of people know the name, the Aeon 2 family. This is the evolution of that platform, and it surprised us and a lot of the community, as you know, when it came out, because it offers incredible value. So Dan Clark Audio, they tend to release new features and technologies in their flagship products, and it's always exciting when they bring it to more affordable ones. Well, this is highly packed with a lot of that technology. So for example, inside it has their AMTS or acoustic metamaterial tuning system. It has a new driver system. It has the collapsible headband. It has the self-tensioning headband. It has the lovely memory metal up top. And I think they're beautiful. Gorilla Glass. I think that's Gorilla Glass cups.
It is. I think it
on
is.
the side.
Yeah.
And it sounds phenomenal. And in the US, it's $9.99. It's very, very good.
I think it's actually one of their biggest hits sales-wise. And
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Like you said, the value's so strong. You mentioned the driver improvement. I'm going to get to that when I talk about this one.
Yeah.
But I do want to say about the Noir X, which I think some people will find very interesting. It tracks the Harman target very closely.
Yes, it does. And a lot of people want Harman voicing these days.
Yeah, and or just curious, what does a Harman targeted headphone sound like?
Yep.
Well, listen to the Noir X, and you will hear what a Harman targeted headphone sounds like. It matches it very tight.
Yes.
Also, as a closed back headphone goes, it's extremely resolving. And as Dan Clark Audio does with just about every closed back headphone I think they've ever done, it sounds almost open back in terms of its imaging for a closed back.
Right.
So wonderful headphone. Not surprised it's been the hit that it's been, but now I want to talk about its actual open back sibling.
Yeah.
So this is the Dan Clark Audio Noir XO. I want to say, first of all, we did a whole video about these, including an interview with Dan Clark, a review, measurements, the whole bit. So make sure to check that out on our channel. But I still want to talk about them briefly here for the CanJam preview. The Dan Clark Audio Noir XO, again, is the open back counterpart to the Noir X. I believe they use the same driver platform.
I believe so.
It's improved, like you said earlier, over the Aeon 2.
Yeah.
Platform with the drivers are more rigid, lower distortion with tighter unit-to-unit consistency. Also, both have improved ear pads. There's an Alcantara synthetic suede, super comfortable on the face side.
Very.
So I find these to be exceedingly comfortable.
Yeah.
Now, I want to also say now regarding the sound, like the Noir X, the Noir XO, which is open back, matches the Harman target very tight as well. In fact, both of these headphones measure almost identically.
Yeah.
But they don't sound exactly the same.
Right.
That's a whole nother topic, which I won't get into now, but they don't sound exactly the same, even though they measure within just like dBs of each other. And the Noir XO is what I prefer if I had to pick between one or the other, just in terms of sound signature.
Right.
I find these to be just a hair richer sounding, even though they measure almost identically. And being that they are actually open back, they do actually image even wider than the Noir X's.
Right.
And that's actually saying something, by the way, going back to that Harman target, to achieve that bass lift that they get from the really clean mids with an open back isn't easy. As they say, it's bass response similar to a closed back headphone.
Yeah.
Not easy to do with an open back. So wonderful headphones. This is $1,299, so it's a little more expensive than that one, which is $999. So the XO is a little more expensive, but still at their prices, I find them to be flagship class performance headphones, and they're Dan Clark Audio's, I think, among their most affordable headphones. This is the Warwick Acoustics Bravura.
Yeah.
This is an electrostatic headphone and part of an electrostatic headphone system. I will explain that in just a minute. So the Bravura, I love this headphone, by the way. I think this is probably right up your alley, too.
That is.
So this is the successor to a model that was released many years ago now called the Sonoma Model 1. Now, the Sonoma Model 1 was a good headphone.
Yeah.
It was a good first effort. And that was also, of course, an electrostatic headphone. And that one I found to be on the bright, lean side. I also felt that its headband was a bit uncomfortable. It had very high caliper pressure on my fat head.
Right.
All right. So this one, though, is a lot more comfortable. So let's start with that. That you can see the headband, if you've ever seen the Model 1, this is quite an evolution just on the headband design.
Oh, yeah.
Way more comfortable. But even more importantly was whatever they did to the driver makes this a much better sounding headphone.
Yeah.
I don't even know what they did specifically, but it's substantially better. So let's talk about that driver, because it's still the same driver technology that they innovated for the development of the Model 1. But again, clearly they've evolved it. That driver is called HPEL, HPEL, high precision electrostatic laminate transducers. And unlike conventional transducers, the HPEL, according to them, uses a laminated film that is just 15 microns thick, and the film is affixed to a cell structure and machine tensioned with extreme accuracy to create small sound-producing drum skins. And then their software fine-tunes each drum skin for optimal resonant frequencies. And then, to ensure that it doesn't bend and to maintain a strong structure, they encase the driver in a super rigid polycarbonate cassette. So again, this uses HPEL still, but whatever they did with all of that I was just talking about in the Bravura is much better done than with the Model 1. So this, I would say, okay, they say it's voiced with studios and professional work in mind. Can you hear that?
Oh, yeah.
I can too. So I think this, again, would be right up your alley. I would say it's in the range of neutrality, much more refined sounding for sure than the Model 1. This is a better headphone. So if you've heard the Model 1 at any of the shows, don't assume anything about the Bravura from that. Okay. So I mentioned that it's an electrostatic headphone system. That's because the Bravura comes as a system with the Sonoma M1 DAC amp that uses 32-bit ESS Saber DACs in dual mono design, 32-bit multi-channel ADC with balanced input buffers because the inputs are all ADC'd, 64-bit fixed point digital signal processing, Class A amplifier. Not everybody wants to work hard to assemble a system.
No, some just want a turnkey solution.
And that's what this is. It's a turnkey electrostatic headphone system I think it's fantastic. So at CanJam, when you have a chance to listen to the Warwick Acoustics Bravura, do not miss it. What a wonderful electrostatic headphone system. This is the Arctech AB92. This is a very interesting headphone, and in part because of the man behind them. And the man behind the Arctech AB92 is a man named Klaus Heinz. Pro audio enthusiasts, nerds among us, may have heard of him because he's the man behind Atom Audio. They make studio monitor loudspeakers.
Wonderful monitors.
Very well regarded. And they're also very well regarded for their tweeters, the AMT tweeters. And again, Klaus Heinz is the man behind those. Now, Klaus Heinz had at some point this idea that he could apply those AMT drivers to a headphone application. He then started a company that I think a lot of headfires are very familiar with called HED, H-E-D-D, out of Berlin. Okay, so this is an interesting gentleman. And now he's doing this. And this, again, is the Arctech AB92. Really interestingly, this is not an AMT driver headphone. This is a planar magnetic driver.
That was a big surprise to me.
Yes, it is. And he was interested in it for a number of reasons, right? For reasons of sound, for example. He was interested in some of the bass characteristics, other characteristics of planar magnetic drivers he wanted to work with, as well as weight. He wanted to, AMT drivers can be quite heavy. So he wanted to also have weight as a consideration. All right, so this is an open back planar magnetic headphone, the AB92. On each side is a 92-millimeter diaphragm. The diaphragm is only 1.5 microns thick. It uses a silver diaphragm technology with pure silver conductors. And they say about that, looking at conductor materials and considering both specific conductivity and specific weight, silver proved to be the clear winner. In terms of design, it's actually quite attractive. Milled aluminum rings with black anodized finish and glass pearl blasted finish as well. It's a very elegant looking headphone.
Very classic.
Very classic and well made. The impedance is 33 ohms. The weight is 540 grams. The cable, which I have very little information, actually no information about, other than it's a 1.5 meter braided cable. Now, of the design, they say free rear sound radiation. And the AB, in the AB92 name, stands for airborne. They say literally floating in the air, free from reflections. The completely open design prevents any coloration from rear radiated sound bouncing back to the membrane. And the price, $2,899. So it's a premium priced headphone. Now, when I talked to them about the sound, like the tuning, I found this interesting. Klaus Heinz we all are music enthusiasts. That's why we're here doing this HiFi thing. But this guy is, he's in Berlin. He goes to the symphony orchestra literally pretty much weekly. He is a fanatic. And that informed the signature he wanted to have with these. He wanted to have a headphone that brought that experience when he listened to his music of being in that hall weekly to his headphone listening. And what that resulted in, okay, first of all, from a design standpoint, it reminds me a little bit of, I saw a documentary of Herbert von Karajan, the legendary conductor, and also recording artist. He's made some classic, legendary classical recordings. And I saw this documentary and where he talked about how every seat in the hall has, some compromises. And so what he wanted his recordings to be were kind of like be the best seat in the house, right? To have no compromises and have the best sound. And I feel like that's kind of where Klaus-Heinz is with these. Now, what does that mean in terms of sound? It's a fairly relaxed signature. I feel like he wanted it to be, more audience type. Do you get what I mean? It's like not as aggressive as maybe your typical headphone. But I mean that in a way that I really enjoy. So I really enjoy these. So, of course, I started listening to classical with these first because I kind of wanted to get in Klaus-Heinz's head to hear why he voiced them this way. And I get it. Now, here's the thing. Even though it has a relaxed signature, like the mids, the lower mids, the bass, rich in tone, and more relaxed overall, there's a soaring sort of treble with it that gives it a beautiful air and sparkle. But it is I would call it a more relaxed presentation to my ears. But I was like, how would it translate to other music? And when I transitioned out of classical to other music, actually, it's a very lovely sounding headphone. It's a unique sounding headphone, and I mean that in a great way. So at CanJam, if you're looking for a headphone that I would say is truly unique, I would definitely audition the Arctech AB92. I'm really hoping to have a chance to. I've met him before to talk to Klaus-Heinz again to talk about these headphones. What an interesting guy! What an interesting pair of headphones. Don't miss the AB92s at CanJam. This is the Acute Audio TH2. I think a lot of you are probably familiar with the Acute TH1, which is quite popular. Now, the TH1 and the TH2 are both, as they say, the world's only headsets with built-in vacuum tube preamp and dual mono amplification. And the TH2 is an improvement in every way, which we'll get to in a second. Now, one of the things that Acute Audio did that I think was very important in developing this was they brought in a seasoned hi-fi executive.
Right.
They brought in, a lot of you guys probably know Andy Regan. He's worked with JH Audio, HIFIMAN, Dan Clark Audio, and they brought him in as the president of Acute Audio. I think this was a good move, and it reflects in this product. All right, let's talk about it. So they say the signature versus the TH1, now with deeper bass, extended treble, and even more articulate across all frequencies. Absolutely true. Improved dual mono full system tube architecture, which contributes to that. Redesigned resonance chamber, all new improved tuning profile. Not merely cosmetic changes. The different look comes from redesigning the headband and suspension strap for better comfort and weight relief. I agree. That wider distribution of the weight does help a great deal. Redesigned chassis, improved durability, fit, comfort, and weight distribution. Also modular construction, interchangeable ear pad, suspension pad, and headband wraps for customization and longevity. From the longevity standpoint, it just feels built better.
Right.
This is, you can see it's an entirely new build, and it just feels built better. A new button layout. They've essentially taken the power button and moved it to where it makes more sense.
But that was a big change.
That's a big change, because now you won't confusingly hit the power button.
Exactly.
It's where the tube is. So the tube glows when you turn it on, and now it's easy to tell when it's on. Considerable optimization of the DSP across all headphone response and functions, which speaks to the sound, and it also speaks to improved noise control. Even lower noise floor for the ANC and a more natural-sounding transparency mode. True on both counts, based on my listening experience with it. And again, this is pre-production, so it's doing real well for a pre-production unit. Improved passive isolation, innovative shielding, improved RF and microphonic isolation around the tube preamp stage. Absolutely true. With the TH1, when you manipulate it whilst it was on your head, you can sometimes get the ringing out of the tube.
Yeah.
This is much less susceptible to that and less susceptible to RF noise. I can confirm both of those things.
Right.
Custom tuning available via improved Acute app. This doesn't, the app that we have isn't updated for this yet.
Correct.
But with the TH1, we like that you could adjust the sound. You'll be able to do that with this as well. Bluetooth 5.3 with SBC, AAC, and LDAC. Analog and digital input for wired use. USB-C connector. That's when it's at its best.
Yes.
Is wired and using its built-in USB DAC, which I think supports 24192.
I think so.
And that's when it's at its best. Now, I mostly use it wireless, but I love having the USB-C support, the USB DAC support. Now, the price, $999.
Right.
Isn't that only like $100 more than the TH1?
I think it's exactly $100.
I think the MSRP is $100 more, which is, and it's just to me, it's a significantly better headphone.
Yes.
So in terms of sound signature, the TH1 was like neutral, but on the like flatter neutral to me side for my tastes. This has richer neutral, and it is more articulate, more detailed as well. But I love that richness, and it's not. And again, I call it rich neutral, not To me, it's not bass heavy, but you'll be able to tune it anyway. It images better, and I love the improved ANC as well. So everything about it's better for $100 more, and the build is better.
Yep.
The TH2 at CanJam, do not miss it. If you have a chance, try it wirelessly, of course, but also in its wired USB DAC mode. I would recommend. They had my attention with the word tube.
Yeah, they did.
They had me at tube. This is the Acoust TH1. It's a wireless headphone, and you can use it wired as well. We'll get to that in a minute. But inside, Acoust says that it uses a triode vacuum tube preamp that uses the new tube 6P1 dual triode vacuum tube.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. The driver is a 40mm titanium transducer dynamic driver, and it has inside dual DAC design. Very cool. And it also has a high bias Class AB dual mono amplifier.
Yeah.
Also very cool. So it sounds like they're taking that sort of component, like separate audio components approach, crammed into a headphone form factor.
Yeah, I like that design.
I do too. I think that's the way to do it for audiophile wireless headphones. Now, transparency mode and ANC, which is nice. So now we're getting into the more wireless headphone type features. Active hybrid noise cancellation, so feed forward and feedback ANC.
Right.
Bluetooth 5.3 with SBC, AAC, and LDAC.
And I'm glad it has LDAC.
I am too. I think most audiophiles for a premium wireless headphone are going to expect one of the high-res codecs at least, and
Absolutely.
this has LDAC. Thank goodness. Analog and digital input. Now, this brings me to how you use it wired. So for analog, there's 3.5mm. For digital, USB-C. And I believe then you'd be activating the dual DACs inside.
Right.
And you can decode up to 32-bit, 384 kilohertz, which is very nice. 20-hour runtime at max volume. That's an interesting spec.
Yeah, it is.
So Ethan, he's one of our colleagues. Ethan, you can listen at your normal listening volume for 20 hours with these. He listens very loudly. What can I say? He does. 3.5 hours to a full charge, 30 hours standby, which is nice. It comes with the Acoust tuning app.
Oh, yeah, I want to mention something about that because I think I spent more time with the app than you did.
You definitely did, yeah.
But you pair it with the headphone, and then you can swipe through. It's a very simple interface, but there's a lot of preset EQs. I gravitated towards two of them. I'll let you guys kind of guess which two. But there's a lot of options pretty much right out of the box. You have to try it with the app when you demo this.
Yeah, it's actually a nice, elegant app.
It is.
I mostly listen to it in its default signature.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in just a second. So Siri and Google Assistant support. Gunmetal or satin aluminum finish. I believe this is the satin aluminum finish.
Yes.
$799, so it's premium priced, but it is a premium wireless headphone with all those things I've already talked about, and also tube stuff, which I dig. All right, the default sound signature to me is like even-handed for a wireless headphone, because with wireless headphones you get oftentimes like a bass-boosted signature.
Yeah.
And this actually has a pretty bass-tame signature. I would call it kind of the perceived flat bass signature to my ears, and then overall just a nice even-handed, detailed response. Like these are audiophile wireless headphones to me.
Yeah.
And then if you want more of anything, the tuning app that we just talked about.
Absolutely.
So at CanJam, if you're looking for a premium headphone, even if you're a tube enthusiast or not a tube enthusiast, either way, you're looking for a premium wireless headphone at CanJam, these you have to audition. This is, again, the Acoust TH1. This is the Grado Labs signature HP100 SE. I love this headphone. It's going to be at CanJam. I'm going to get back to this headphone in a second. I first want to talk really quickly about the long history with Grado Labs and HeadFi.org.
Right.
So if you haven't been around HeadFi for a zillion years, you might not even know about this. But in the earliest years of HeadFi, we started it back in 2001. I was running it just as a hobby of mine. And there's a whole history there that one day maybe we'll do a video about. I think it's interesting, but I'm biased. But anyway, in those earliest years, I was running it just as a hobby for me. And that means I was running it poorly as a business. It was losing money. And I think Todd Green from Todd the Vinyl Junkie must have told John Grado, and they came up with this idea of coming up with a Grado Labs HeadFi commemorative headphone to help support us. It was called the Grado HeadFi 1 or HF1. And through the sales of that, they did help us push through. And they subsequently came out with two other models, the HF2 and the HF3. And in those earliest years, Grado helped push us through. So that's pretty cool, and I'm always grateful for that. Now, as a personal audiophile, just an audiophile who enjoyed headphones, I also have a history with Grado Labs just on that front. So my first audiophile headphone was the Sony MDR V6, but then not long after, I picked up a Grado SR60, then the SR80, several other Grado models, and then I found a used Grado HP1. Now, if you haven't been around this hobby for a long time, you might not even have heard of the Grado HP1. Look it up. It was a legendary headphone. And it was from the Joseph Grado era. And I enjoyed that headphone thoroughly. I found a mint condition one, and like a fool, I sold it. I sold it to Uncle Wilson from Jabin. I hope you still have that, Uncle Wilson. I do regret selling it. But this headphone, the Signature HP100 SE, I believe is kind of an ode to that Grado HP1 model.
It is.
And I love it. So let's talk about what it is first, then I'll talk about why I love it. So the Signature HP100 SE is a Grado flagship headphone. On each side, it uses one 52mm dynamic driver, and it's an all-new driver design that uses a new paper composite cone. It also has high-flux magnetic circuit using rare earth alloys and a lightweight copper-plated aluminum coil, and the drivers are matched to 0.04 dB. Now, they say Grado's goal was to deliver a speaker that produced excellent high-frequency resolution, mid-range smoothness, and bass energy with low distortion. It uses hand-machined aluminum housings, which I think are gorgeous, this low-profile aluminum housing.
They are.
It does remind me a little bit of the old Grado HP1. It has a leather headband, a detachable 12-conductor cable, 6-foot cable, 4-pin mini XLR connection on the ear side, which I love that it's detachable.
Mm-hmm.
Not something that we typically think of with Grado Labs headphones.
No.
By default, 6.35mm termination, but you can also get 4-pin XLR and 4.4mm terminations as well. I use the 4.4mm myself. It comes with Grado's G plus F cushions.
Right.
So that means it comes with the bowl, the big bowl pad, which I think is the G.
Yes.
And then the F, the small flat cushion. And it's hand-assembled in Brooklyn, New York, $2,495, $2,495. All right. I need to point something out, though. I heard these at CanJam SoCal 2025 for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, despite the history we have with Grado Labs and HeadFi.org, I haven't really talked that much about Grado Labs headphones over the last many years. And part of the reason is I think a lot of the latest generation of Grado headphones, for my tastes, were on the bright side.
Sure.
Now, I heard these with the pads I'm showing here, which are called the Grado B cushion pads.
Mm-hmm.
These are pads that they released with the signature S750 model.
Yes.
And they are now available as a separate accessory. Buy them. So with the bowls, I guess that would be the G.
Yeah.
I find these to be bright.
They are a bit to me too.
Yes. Kind of bright and thinner for my tastes.
Yeah.
With the B cushions, to me, I think they're phenomenal. I heard this at CanJam SoCal 2025, and I was just floored at how much I enjoyed them. Beautiful bass and richness for an open back headphone, and these are open, really open. Mm-hmm. And the mids are clean. The highs are not bright. I mean, I've put every sibilance test track through these. Never offends.
Yeah.
Love the balance. Love the imaging. These, to me, I haven't heard the HP1 in a long time because Uncle Wilson has them. I haven't heard them in a long time. But do these make me think, or do they remind me of that HP1? Yeah, I think so. And I love these headphones. So make sure at CanJam you check out the flagship Grado Labs Signature HP100 SE, a beautifully balanced headphone, especially for my tastes, with the B cushion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you will understand why I'm so thrilled to have a Grado flagship that I'm this excited about again for the first time in a very long time. Now, the Signature HP100 SE is the flagship of Grado Labs, but it's actually one of 3 models in their Signature series.
Right.
And you're holding the latest model. We'll get to that in a second. May I start with this one, please?
Sure.
So this is the Grado Labs Signature S950. It's $2,195, so it's a little less expensive than the HP100 SE. It uses the same drivers, actually, as the HP100 SE, the 52mm dynamic drivers, and they're matched on this headphone to 0.4 dB. The cups are a Brazilian walnut wood, and I think they're lovely.
It's a very pretty wood.
It's a very pretty wood. So versus the aluminum of the HP100 SE, these are Brazilian walnut wood. Now, they have a leather-wrapped stainless steel headband that I believe is the same headband as on the HP100 SE. I don't think I specifically mentioned that when I talked about the HP100 SE, but I think the fixtures are essentially the same, other than the cups. Aluminum alloy gimbal, stainless steel rod, zinc alloy caps. Grado Gold detachable cable, 6.35mm termination by default, but optionally you can get 4-pin XLR and 4.4mm as well.
Right.
Separately. It comes with Grado's G plus F cushions included, like the HP100 SE. As I mentioned, though, already, when I talked about that headphone, the B cushions are where it's at.
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned, for my tastes, they're the only cushions to get, the B cushions. So those, I think you'll have to get separately for now. And they say, is this their comments about it?
It is.
So they say the Signature S950 has a more neutral and balanced sound, providing a broad brushstroke to the musical presentation. I don't know if they mean versus the HP100 SE. If they do, that's not how I hear it. To me, these definitely sound, I mean, they're unquestionably related when you hear them.
Mm-hmm.
But what I hear with these is the edges are just a little bit more rounded. Those are more incisive. The
Mhm.
HP100 SE is a bit more incisive. If I had to pick between the two, for my tastes, I'm taking the HP100 SE. That said, I still love these, and I think it's going to come down to taste.
Right.
I would say it's a pretty similar sound signature, but again, I'm hearing kind of more rounded edges with these,
Mm-hmm.
but it's still very resolving. I think some people are going to prefer that. At CanJam, make sure to compare the HP100 SE and the S950. And if you're at the show and you see me, I'd like to know which one you prefer.
Now, as you said earlier, this is the newest addition to the Signature Series headphone family. It is the Grado Labs Signature S750. Now, this has a couple of differences compared to its siblings. So one of the biggest differences you're going to notice immediately is the new driver. This features Grado Labs' new S2 driver. That's a 50mm driver. It has a carbon fiber and paper composite diaphragm paired with a lightweight copper-plated aluminum voice coil, and the drivers on this are matched to 0.5 dB. It comes with a all aluminum construction chassis. It's actually a beautiful chassis. I love the kind of almost all black colorway with the pop of the Grado logo. It looks quite nice.
I dig it too.
It also has a leather wrapped headband, but you'll notice compared to the other two models that the headband on this is a little shorter, a little narrower.
Yeah.
So from my listening, I found that I didn't have any comfort issues with this, but I did find the wider headband a little more comfortable on my head.
I agree.
It also features the aluminum alloy gimbals and stainless steel rods, like the other two models. This also comes with Grado's gold detachable cable. Again, standard 6.35mm, 4.4 and 4-pin XLR available optionally. This one comes in at 460 grams, so compared to that HP100 SE, it's about maybe 10% lighter. And then this comes in the box with Grado's B cushions. Now, you don't get the G or the F cushions included, but in our opinion, that's how it should be spec'd anyway, so that's the way to get it.
I agree. Like I've said a few times now, the B cushion's the only way to go with these signature headphones. And that's the first headphone to come with them.
Yeah, it launched with these.
It launched with those. Yeah. So the B cushion's the way to go. Now, as far as the sound signature goes, it sounds like a Signature Series headphone from Grado Labs.
Right.
Compared to the HP100 SE, it has, like the HP100 SE, fantastic articulation and detail. I feel like it's a bit more organically presented with the HP100 SE, but the most noticeable difference to me is that has a more near-field presentation. I feel like things are more intimately presented.
I get you, yeah.
Whereas with the HP100 SE, I'm hearing kind of a bigger sound, like a bigger presentation. So, that said, it's also a lot less expensive.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's $1,695.
Yeah, that's a pretty big savings over the HP100
If
SE.
you can't make the wallet stretch to the HP100 SE, that's a beautiful option. But for me personally, that flagship is the flagship for a reason. Now, at CanJam, make sure to check out all of the Signature Series models that we've been talking about here. Try the different pads. I think you're all going to arrive at the B cushion as well.
Probably.
But yes, these are all wonderful choices, and I'm so excited to be excited again about Grado Labs.
Now, there's one more exciting bit of information from Grado Labs because at CanJam New York, they are introducing the fourth headphone in their signature line. This is the Signature S550. Now, about this, they say that it's designed for listeners seeking warmth, openness, and clarity without fatigue. The S550 offers a more relaxed presentation while preserving the speed, detail, and immediacy that have long defined the Grado sound. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds a lot like you to me from this description here.
And to be clear, I haven't heard this yet, but I'm dying to hear it.
Exactly. Now, it features Grado's 50mm S2 dynamic driver, and they say that this has been tuned specifically for the S550's all-wood enclosure. Speaking of that enclosure, it is crafted entirely from Brazilian walnut. We haven't seen it in person. The photos look quite nice. So I'm excited to see that. It features the same leather headband found on the Signature S750 that we just talked about. It also features Grado's B cushions, and it comes with Grado's silver detachable cable. Termination is 3.5mm, and then you have a 6.35mm adapter in the box. They say it's going to set you back $995, which is actually seems like that's quite affordable.
Yeah.
I really want to get some head time with this because, again, we haven't heard it, but I'm definitely curious.
I am too. They've hit just some home runs with their last several models.
Yes.
And I am very excited about the S550. This is an open back dynamic headphone from Austrian Audio called the Arranger. And I quite like this one. Of their headphones, this might be my favorite. All right, we'll talk about it. So the Arranger from Austrian Audio is a dynamic headphone. It's an open back headphone. On each side, there's a 44 millimeter high excursion dynamic driver that uses a DLC-coated diaphragm and a proprietary ring magnet. And it's actually the same magnetic system as used on the Austrian Audio, the Composer.
Which is nice to see because since the Composer is so much more expensive, we're getting trickle-down technology into something more attainable to a lot of headfires.
Yes, I agree. I love that they're using it. The Composer is their flagship.
Yeah.
They say it has clean bass extension down to 5 hertz, and while, of course, neither of us can hear down to 5 hertz, it's nice to know that it has deep extension.
Mm-hmm.
Suede leatherette ear pads that I find quite comfortable.
Right.
Do you as well?
Yeah.
Foldable metal frame. I love the foldable design, that it's more portable. 100% serviceable design. The ear pads and headband can be replaced. I'm going to try to show this. I don't know how well it's going to show up on camera. I love that you can just fold those out, and if you fold both sides out, it comes right off.
Right.
It's a magnetic catch. I love that it has a serviceable design. The impedance is 25 ohms. The weight's only 320 grams, so very reasonable. The detachable cable that it comes with is 3 meters in length, and it's a 3.5 millimeter termination with a 6.35 millimeter adapter. Now, that's a long cable for me.
Right.
And thankfully, there are optional accessories. So you can also get a 1 meter, 3.5 millimeter terminated cable, a 2 meter Pentacon terminated cable, and a 3 meter XLR cable. And you can also get an optional headphone travel case.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the price for the Austrian Audio, the Arranger, $1,299.
Yeah, significantly less expensive than the Composer.
Yes, again, the Composer is their flagship, and this is quite a bit less expensive. Now, for my tastes, this is more my taste tonally than the Composer.
Does not surprise me.
Probably not. All right, so here's how they describe it. Clean, precise, and deeply immersive. It delivers a natural soundstage where instruments feel placed in space, not trapped inside your head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna address that because of that description. So I agree with what they're saying about the soundstage for sure. Again, this is an open back headphone. It looks kind of like a closed back, actually.
Right.
But it isn't. This is an open back headphone, and it sounds like an open back headphone. I like what they're saying about the soundstage. I agree. I actually don't disagree with the rest of it. It's just that they started off with clean, precise. It might make it sound like a clinical sounding headphone.
Right.
Now, if you've heard the Austrian Audio, the Composer, which we have, that's probably how I would start the description off for that one.
Yes.
Clean and precise. Kind of, it's more on the bright side for my tastes.
Yeah, but I like it quite a bit.
Right. Yeah. Right where you like headphones to be. For me, this is more my speed. So let's talk about how it sounds. The low end I'd describe as warm and substantial, but still detailed.
Yeah.
The mid-range, rich and relaxed, also still detailed, but it's clearly a warmer sounding headphone than the Composer. The treble, though, is energetic and airy, but still on balance overall, right? Definitely a warmer sounding headphone than the Composer. But I love when that treble energy comes in a song, and it just has that sparkle with these. So to me, is it as resolving as the Composer? This is a resolving headphone, but not as resolving as the Composer. But for the price, for the portability, the design, again, this is more my speed. So make sure when you check out the Austrian Audio headphones, if you want to hear the one that is probably my favorite of their models, it's the Arranger.
When we think about all the headphones and audio gear that come through HiFi HQ, we are constantly changing it up and listening to new and exciting models. But there are a number of headphones that are in our stables that we just go back to time and time again. For me, one of those is the classic AKG K712. And I know many headfires know and love this headphone along with me. Mine is a made in Austria model. And I want to mention that because some of the original AKG Austria team left the company and founded a new one called Austrian Audio. They released this. This is the Austrian Audio, the Composer, and I love it.
I am not surprised.
Yeah, it's a fantastic headphone. So the Composer is a full-size open-back headphone with a 49mm dynamic driver, and that driver has a DLC-coated diaphragm. It has an adjustable and tiltable ear cup system, and they have a magnetic connection. I love magnetic connections on ear pads. So easy to swap them out when you need to.
I agree.
It is a fully serviceable design, so if something were to get damaged and you had to replace something on the headphone, it is very, very serviceable. I think even you could probably fix a lot of these parts.
Maybe.
It's a 22 ohm headphone. It is 385 grams, so it's not the lightest of headphones, but it's also not super heavy. And I want to mention that because the headband suspension system on this distributes that weight so well over the top of my head. Very, very comfortable to listen to.
Yes, they're very comfortable headphones.
Yeah, they are. Now, the cable I want to mention because it has a very interesting connector. So it has a banana jack connector on the headphone side, which is unusual, but I like it. It has a, you're definitely going to make sure you get the right side for one, and it has a nice look to it, really just kind of striking. It comes with 3 different cables in the box. You get one 4-pin XLR in 3 meter length, one 4.4 millimeter cable in 1.4 meter length, and one 3.5 millimeter cable in 3 meter length. Now, in the box, you also get a 6.35 millimeter adapter for that 3.5 millimeter cable. So obviously I've just been sticking with the shorter cable because I tend to listen at a desk. But if you're the kind of person that listens across the room or far away from your rig, those 3 meter cables really do come in handy.
Yeah.
Now it's going to set you back $26.99. So it's, it's a price that's higher than like an entry or mid-level headphone, but I feel that price is deserved when you get to the sound. The sound to me is just resolving and clear and detailed, and it has so many things that I love. The bass level is like a studio reference bass level, which I think is intended, but I think this is actually designed with engineers in mind, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not surprised given the serviceability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds phenomenal. It's right in my wheelhouse. It's something that I can listen to for hours and hours on end.
Now, would you describe it as in your range of neutrality?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not the newest headphone, but at CanJam, if you've never heard one before, or if it's been a while and you want to get reacquainted, absolutely listen to the Austrian Audio, the composer. We are no strangers to Sendy Audio around here. We've heard a number of their headphones and actually liked quite a few. And I'm happy that trend is continuing with this. This is the Sendy Audio Egret. Now, the Egret is an open back headphone with a 98 by 84 millimeter planar magnetic driver. It has a nanoscale composite diaphragm with EB evaporated deposition coated circuits. The cups are made from black walnut wood. I think it's a very lovely shade. I think they did an exceptional job on the cups.
Beautiful wood.
Yeah. And it has egret inspired metal mesh. Now, they say that it's inspired by the wings of an egret in flight, but I'm going to be honest, never seen an egret, never seen a photo of an egret, so I have no idea how accurate that is, but they are pretty.
They are beautiful. I actually looked up egret in flight.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing exactly what they're saying, but they are beautiful grills.
They always do exceptional grills. It has CNC machined aviation aluminum components and an anodized gunmetal finish, and I love the look of gunmetal, so that's always a nice touch for me. It has a lamb leather headband and hybrid angled ear pads. They are made with lamb leather and velour. They're quite comfortable, I'll be honest.
They are.
Now, here's something interesting. It has a triple composite cable made with Furukawa OFC, which is oxygen-free copper, silver-plated copper, and enameled gold-plated copper conductors. I don't think I've heard quite that combination before, so that's unique. It has a dual-braided mesh shielding with PVC jacket, and it comes terminated in 4.4 millimeter. They also include a 4.4 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter in the box, and then you also get a 3.5 millimeter to 1/4 inch. So pretty much most connections you're set. It comes with a leather carrying case. It's a case that we've seen before, but it is a case that I like quite a bit.
Too.
I love the rigidity to it, so it's great for traveling. 24 ohm impedance, 443 grams. So why do we like this? Well, in my opinion, they knocked it out of the park on the signature on this one. It's got like a nice studio sound.
It does.
But it's a fun studio, and I like it a lot.
So I first heard the egret at Podafest 2025, their winter show.
Yeah.
And made great first impressions. Now that I've had time to listen to it with a lot of my music, yeah, even better than the first impressions. So their flagship is, I think it's still the Peacock.
I believe it's still the Peacock.
And that has a more relaxed signature that I also love. This is definitely more neutral.
Yeah.
Like, this is a little bit more lively sounding than the more relaxed Peacock to my ears.
Yep.
I actually can't decide which I prefer because it's a kind of a mood thing. I'm glad that we have both now.
Right.
But that is a more neutral sound, beautiful extended bass, just a great balanced presentation. Again, a little more lively for sure than the Peacock in a way that I think a lot of people are going to find positive. I think that's probably going to have wider appeal than the Peacock. I think for many it will be the favorite of Sendy's headphones. Probably for you it is.
Oh, it definitely is for me.
Yeah, because I tend to prefer a more relaxed signature sometimes. So I don't know which one I prefer, but I do love the signature of that. That is easily one of my two favorite headphones from them, unquestionably.
The list of full-size headphones and accessories to discover this year doesn't stop there. Beyerdynamic will be on hand with their latest models, including the new DT1770 Pro Mark II and the DT1990 Pro Mark II. The HiFi team is looking forward to spending some time with the Yuli, the latest release from ETA headphones. Over at the American Music and Sound exhibit, you can find the latest from Fostex, including the TH910 and the TH919. Make sure to stop by and check out the Pro, a glass driver dynamic headphone at HIFIMAN. If you missed the HiFi for All HFA Dahlia at previous shows, be sure to put it on your audition list this year. Lily Audio will be joining the show floor as well, showcasing their Genesis 1. Those looking for ultra-premium performance should visit Spirit Torino to experience their flagship Valkyria. Synergistic Research will be featuring their Atmosphere series of cables. And finally, if you've been searching for a flagship class high-end portable headphone, don't miss the Solitaire T at the T+A exhibit.
This is the Astell&Kern A&N Ultima SP4000. This is Astell&Kern's latest flagship digital audio player. I am wildly in love with it. I'm going to explain why shortly. So I want to tell a quick story. I go to CanJam Shanghai 2025, and this had been announced, but it wasn't released yet at the time of the show. So I decide, because we got one early, to load it up with music, bring it to the show, just for my own personal use so I could audition IEMs and headphones with it.
Right.
I didn't think anybody would notice it because it looks so much like an SP3000 at first blush. I was so wrong. So within minutes of the show starting, I'm at an IEM manufacturer's exhibit, and some sharp-eyed headfire sees it and says, "Is that an SP4000?" I was like, oh, totally surprised. I was like, yeah, it is. And he said, "Can I try it?" So I pass it across the exhibit to him. He listens to it, and within minutes, there are like 6 or 7 other guys passing it around to each other, and it took me like an hour and a half to get it back from those dudes.
Yeah.
It was fun to watch, though. They were so enthusiastic about it. But my point of bringing that up is this played out several more times during that CanJam Shanghai weekend. People found out I had it. They wanted to hear it. So I spent a lot of time at that show letting people audition the SP4000. And to a person, every single person that gave me feedback about it, that heard it, loved it, as do I. I'll talk more about why in a minute. Let's talk about what's different about it. So inside the SP4000, you'll find the AKM AK4191, AK4499EX combo.
Yep.
We've seen that combo before. What we haven't seen until the SP4000 is 4 of each of them in what Astell&Kern calls a real quad DAC configuration. It's the only such, I think it's the only device using that configuration right now.
Yeah, I can't think of any others.
I can't think of any either. The body is stainless steel, made of 904L stainless steel. It's a high-end stainless steel used like in very expensive watches.
And it's beautiful.
It is gorgeous. And they've used it before.
Yeah.
But what they've done here is they've softened the corners.
I love that so much.
The edges. Yeah, I agree. It looks more liquid and it's more comfortable in the hand.
Yes.
There's a 6-inch 2K display, 2160 by 1080 resolution.
And it's beautiful.
It's also big.
Yeah.
That's a big display for a digital audio player. Storage, 256 gigs built in with micro SD card expansion, of course. Bluetooth with all the high-res codecs I'd expect. The next feature I just want to introduce more than just talk about.
Sure.
Astell&Kern enthusiasts are familiar with that screen.
Right.
They're less familiar with that screen.
Yeah.
The Astell&Kern SP4000 is the first Astell&Kern device to support full open Android OS. Open Android, guys. We've been asking for this for a long time from Astell&Kern. We finally got it, and they've done it right, as you'd expect from Astell&Kern. They are bypassing any sample rate conversion limitations that Android can impart, so they've done it right. So we're good there. 10 hours of runtime from a 6,780 milliamp hour lithium polymer battery.
It's a big battery.
It's a huge battery. It needs it.
Yeah, it does.
For all the features I'm about to describe, and most specifically, there is something with the SP4000 I think that is very important called high driving mode. So the SP4000 features twice as many op amps arranged in parallel compared to previous models, which would have half the op amps arranged in series. As I understand it, this gives it quite a bit more current drive. Probably why we need that big old battery. Now, as far as the battery life goes, by the way, I get you can watch it in high driving mode, that battery life dwindle.
Yeah.
But it's enough battery that I have no issues in my typical use cases. I haven't run out of battery yet, but I do have to charge it at the end of a day of use. The SP4000 also has something called Advanced DAR. That's their second generation digital audio remaster technology. It's a new 2-stage higher end version of digital audio remaster. I think that's important to it. ESA technology is something that they've incorporated that eliminates group delay or reduces group delay. They say eliminates it. The SP4000 incorporates a newly implemented LDO, low dropout regulator, that reduces noise by up to 97% compared to previous models. That's saying something, given that Astell&Kern players are pretty dead quiet in terms of self-noise.
Yeah.
I guess the SP4000 is dead quieter.
I guess so.
For the first time in Astell&Kern's lineup, the SP4000 employs a precision-engineered shield can made from 99.9% pure copper. Okay, there's a whole bunch of other improvements, but here's my point. They have put so much into this player that it is the biggest leap in a generation that they've had, in my opinion, and to my ears, and just based on the feedback, since like the AK240 a zillion years ago. What does it sound like? It sounds more like a desktop rig. Solidity, beautiful imaging, richness, resolution, all the things that I would expect from a really outstanding desktop rig in this. For anything that I would drive with a portable digital audio player, it's the best sounding digital audio player I've heard so far.
Yeah.
It's that good. It's a big deal. And even with some things I wouldn't normally drive with a portable player, like the Meze Audio Elite, drives it beautifully. I've been using it a lot with the SP4000. Tried the OG Susvara.
Really?
Unbelievably. Drives it. Wouldn't be my first choice for it, but the Susvara unveiled. Okay, we're talking. Utopia 2022, the ZMF Atrium. All right. Those are all things I don't usually drive a lot with a portable digital audio player. What do I usually use? IEMs. Even the most demanding IEMs should be no issue for the high driving mode of the SP4000. And with the really sensitive in-ears, like one of my references is a Visioneers VE10, very sensitive in-ear, I still use high driving mode with that, even though it's really sensitive. And it just sounds better in that mode. And of course, it's dead quiet. This is probably going to be immensely popular. I know it'll be immensely popular. CanJam, there'll probably be a lineup to hear it. I think it'll end up being the most popular, best-selling, flagship class, flagship price digital audio player we've seen to date. It is that good. This is the Astell&Kern AKHC5, a dongle DAC amp from Astell&Kern, which is always a very cool thing. This one's particularly cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to give my take on it shortly. Let's talk about what it is. So the AKHC5 is the first portable DAC amp with the AKM AK4499EX. Specifically inside, there's the AKM AK4191 EQ plus AK4499EX combo. That's AKM's flagship DAC configuration. The AKHC5 will decode PCM up to 384 kilohertz and DSD up to DSD 256. Output-wise, it'll output up to 2.5 volts RMS unbalanced and up to 5 volts RMS balanced. It's the first dongle with Astell&Kern's high driving mode technology that was introduced on the AN Ultima SP4000, which I still believe is the best sounding digital audio player I've heard to date. They describe that as a horizontal op-amp layout that delivers driving power on a completely different level from typical portable USB DACs. I think what they're referring to with the horizontal op-amp layout is the parallel op-amp configuration that the SP4000 has for increased current drive. It also has Astell&Kern's DAR technology, the digital audio remaster technology. They describe that as that it upsamples the input digital audio's sample rate using a high-precision algorithm, delivering playback quality that surpasses the limits of the original data. This results in more detailed expression and an expanded dynamic range, reproducing natural, lifelike sound that's closer to the original recording. So I think a lot of Astell&Kern fans are familiar with the DAR technology.
Yeah.
They're also familiar with this, 6 built-in DAC filters, so that should be no surprise. Headphone outputs 3.5 millimeter single-ended and 4.4 millimeter balanced. It has a 1.62-inch OLED display, which is actually very nice and bright.
Yes, it is.
150-step volume control, which is very nice.
It is.
For very fine volume control. I dig that. And the input is a USB-C input. It comes with 2 cables that are dual noise shielded cables, very high-quality cables. This is the USB-C to USB-C one, and it also comes with the USB-C to Lightning one.
And I'm glad they include that because some people like myself still haven't upgraded our old phones, still running on Lightning.
Yeah, you're using the Lightning cable.
Yeah.
This supports UAC 2.0 and 1.0. It weighs 1.62 ounces or 46 grams. No built-in battery, so you're drawing power from the device you plug it into. And it's $450 globally, $489 in the US. So it's premium priced dongle DAC amp, but I actually think this one is worth it.
Yes.
You've spent time with it. I've spent a lot of time with it. What do you think of it?
So the way I think about it is it's kind of like they tried to take the spirit of the AN Ultima SP4000 and bring that to your phone. It's not going to replace the SP4000 at all, but it does give me a wonderful, clean, detailed sound that I really appreciate. And another thing I appreciate, you mentioned that 150-step volume attenuator, because if you're listening with sensitive IEMs, you need that, especially when you're down low, because you want to have fine granular control. And speaking of sensitive IEMs, when you're listening to sensitive IEMs, this thing has a black background, and I love that so much.
And it's something we expect from Astell&Kern, and I'm glad they delivered it with the AKHC5.
Right.
All right, so my take on it, it's a distillation of the SP4000's technologies.
Yeah.
So like you said, it's not the SP4000, but it's the closest your phone's going to get to one.
Yeah.
So like it has the AK4191 EQ plus AK4499EX combo. The SP4000 has many more of them.
Yes.
Output power on the SP4000 is also significantly higher. It has its own big battery as well, of course. Right. But this still has great drive. I actually, like you, have used primarily IEMs with it.
Yep.
But just for a kick, before we started recording this, I tried driving the ZMF Tessidera.
Oh, yeah.
And it drives it.
Yeah.
So yeah, would it be my first choice to drive it? Actually, portably, I would use it. But yeah, it drove it well. So this is a distillation of the SP4000. It's the closest your phone's going to get to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. And I love how versatile it is. I love the quality of it and just how it feels.
Yeah.
You mentioned detailed, clean sound, but it also, like the SP4000, has like an organic sense to that sound.
Yes.
And that's and so yes, the Astell&Kern AKHC5, you'll definitely want to audition this at CanJam. This is such a fantastic little device.
Now, we have a few late-breaking announcements to share from Astell&Kern because at CanJam, they're going to be showing off some new gear that we didn't get in time for this preview video, but are very excited to talk about. So I want to see these in person. So first up is a limited edition A&E Ultima SP4000 Copper. Now, they've done copper in some of their flagship DAPs in the past, and people have talked about the differences between the copper and the stainless steel finishes. I definitely want to see them in person because I want to kind of put them head to head, and I want to see that copper. Now, Astell&Kern says that it's Astell&Kern's ultimate showcase of material mastery, precision engineering, and pure analog sound expression. The SP4000 copper is built from 99.98% pure copper, and they say the SP4000 copper delivers deep, authoritative bass, a rich and articulate mid-range, and treble that decays with natural ease, all presented as a seamless, emotionally engaging whole. Now, in the US, that's going to set us back $44.99, but apparently it's $4,100 globally, so we're getting hit with a little bit of a tax here, but that's fine. There's something else that's coming, and we knew nothing about this until just the other day. They're releasing what's called the PD20. Now, many headfires remember the PD10. It sounds like this might be an expansion of that PD platform. So they say that it's the first DAP to support personalized audio using a hearing test. And I've heard of DAPs that can use apps for hearing tests, but this is interesting because this comes with a set of included earbuds specifically for the hearing test. I know of nothing else in the market that is doing that.
I know of nothing else like that.
That is very intriguing, and I want to experience it in person to kind of just see what it's like. It has a triple amp architecture, so you could do Class A, Class AB, or hybrid Class A and AB modes. It has physical knobs up top, which they say allow fine-tuning of bass, mids, and treble. It looks really interesting because we've only seen photos.
Yeah.
I'm curious how this system is going to work, but it looks like it's one dial to control all three of those. So that's, has my curiosity.
Yeah, physical tone controls.
Yeah.
Super interest me.
I always appreciate that. And then they say that more details will be available at CanJam. So including price, we're going to find that out pretty much at the show. Now, there's one more thing that's on the line that they're going to be showing off, and I'm intrigued, and I think you are too. It's a collector's atelier case. So why are we intrigued? It's leather. So the photos look great. It's a premium male calf leather, and they say that it's sourced from Africa's Togo region. I'll be honest, I don't know that region specifically, but African leather, some of the leathers that come out of there are beautiful, so I definitely want to check it out.
Yeah, and I saw the picture of the leather on this one. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah, so that's going to run $240 globally. Here in the US, it's going to run $260. Again, we don't have any of these here for the preview video, but they will be at CanJam New York, and I am definitely stopping by to check them out. At CanJams, I feel like a number of headfires go straight for the flagship products, and there's nothing wrong with that because there's some incredible flagships out there. But there's also a lot of guys that maybe don't want to spend flagship money or just want something a little more mid-tier, but still kind of get that flagship performance.
Actually, for this one, I would say even if you're shopping for flagship DAPs, you can start here.
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
So this is the iBasso DX270. It's a mid-level player. It features a hybrid 20-bit R2R and 4-bit string DAC architecture with 344 high-precision resistors. So that's an 8-channel R2R architecture with dual R2R DACs per channel in a fully differential design.
So, yeah, I love R2R DACs.
Yeah, anybody that's an R2R fan, this is going to be one to check out. It features Qualcomm's Snapdragon 665 SoC, so it's very quick and snappy. I'm pretty much done with slow DAPs, and this does not give me slowness. I appreciate that to no end.
Yes.
I also appreciate that it comes with 128 gigabytes of storage built in, which is also expandable via micro SD. It has dual femtosecond AccuSilicon clocks, and it also has iBasso's FPGA Master 3.0. So basically what this is this is iBasso's audio system controller. It's the same controller found on their flagship DX340. I love seeing trickle-down features into more affordable items, something more in my budget, which this definitely is. And it also features 7.5 times more logic than the previous generation of their FPGA Master. It's running Android 13 and Mango OS, so you can swap between the two. If you want more of a purist experience, none of the Wi-Fi connectivity and streaming options, switch over to Mango OS. You're going to get better sonic performance out of that. But when you want to access things like Apple Music or third-party Android apps, switch over to Android 13 again because it's running on that 665 SoC. Very responsive. I appreciate that to no end. Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connectivity when you're running in Android mode. You don't get that on the Mango OS, but then they say that it also features lower SoC load, none of the interference from Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, and it also has lower EMI in that Mango OS operation. Outputs, you have 4.4 millimeter and 3.5 millimeter. It supports 12-volt DC external power input if you want, but you can also charge it via USB-C. It comes in gray or silver. It also includes this lovely protective case. I appreciate when those are included because I want to protect my investments.
Yeah.
And then price, it's only going to run you $12.99, which I think for the sound quality out of this and just the overall performance is definitely worth the price of admission.
I love well-implemented R2R DACs. I think, again, so it's mid-level priced, but even if you're shopping for flagship DAPs, I think you can start with the DX270. I have a feeling it'll satisfy so many flagship DAP shoppers.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
And it doesn't really matter what kind of headphones you're bringing as far as sonic preferences, because this is just a very transparent, very natural sounding system. No matter what I paired with it, they all sounded fantastic, from sensitive IEMs to moderately demanding headphones. It's just a great overall package, again, for $12.99.
This is the FIIO M27. We've been waiting quite some time for this. We've known that it's coming out because FIIO's told our community that it's coming out. This is the replacement for the FIIO M17, their flagship player. And what a worthy replacement. What a beautiful replacement. I love that the FIIO M17 was out for like a few years.
Yeah, it was.
They give their flagships a long life. I dig that. So they call the FIIO M27 a reference class compact desktop smart hi-fi player. Now, in the context of desktop, and we're going to get to that because it's kind of designed more like a desktop component. Yes, I can see why they call it compact. As portable digital audio players go, though, it's on the large side.
Right.
You've called it more...
I said it was more transportable than portable.
Yes, it's more transportable than portable. I think I agree with you on that. But again, beautifully executed, like a small desktop component inside dual ESS ES9039S Pro DACs. Those are like desktop DACs that are more common in desktop DACs. The amp section is, it's more of a desktop amp. Up to 5,000 milliwatts per channel output in its highest gain mode, which is insane. So 5 watts per channel output. And it's low noise. Yeah. So in the low gain settings, as low as under 2.9 microvolts of noise. That just means essentially no noise, practically speaking. And in the highest gain mode, less than 7.6 microvolts of noise. This thing is essentially dead silent. Qualcomm QCS 6490 processor. That just means it's really fast.
Right.
This thing is so fast. It's the most responsive DAP I think I've ever used. It boots up in seconds, and everything responds quickly to your touch. Beautifully executed. Qualcomm QCC 5181 Bluetooth chipset supporting Bluetooth 5.2 and 5.4. Supports pretty much every codec you'd want, including aptX HD, aptX Adaptive, LDAC, LHDC. It runs Android 13, which is nice. 8 gigs of memory, 256 gigs internal storage. You can expand that with dual micro SD expansion slots. I love that there are 2 of them.
Yep.
You can use 2 terabyte micro SD cards for up to 4 terabytes of additional storage. The headphone outputs also speak to more of a desktop design.
Right.
So, of course, there's 3.5 millimeter output, 4.4 millimeter for balanced, but there's also a 6.35 millimeter, a quarter-inch headphone output, which, kind of makes you think of more full-size headphones, over-ear headphones. Digital outputs also, USB Type-C, optical and coax, dual USB Type-C inputs for power and audio inputs, and 9,200 milliamp hour battery, big battery that's user replaceable.
Yes, that's a big deal.
That is a big deal. This one has an aluminum alloy chassis. There are 2 versions, an aluminum alloy version and a titanium alloy version. We opted for the aluminum alloy version. There's a fiberglass backplate with marble magma texture on both. It's quite nice. The aluminum alloy version we have weighs about 556 grams, and the titanium alloy version 630 grams. So these are not lightweight players.
Right.
But, again, desktop performance in this package, phenomenal. The leather case is actually nice, and it comes with it. They call it a heat-dissipating authentic leather case with built-in cooling gel/ice pack film for active heat dissipation. You can see it when you take the case off. And then there's a stainless steel hollow-out design for additional cooling and a tactile feel. It's actually a beautiful case for something that comes with it. I think it's a lovely case. Then it comes with a multifunctional cooling stand called the FIIO DK1 Plus, and the stand is packed with multiple ports with USB audio support. And they say the stand also has a built-in cooling fan, which it does.
Yep.
I haven't needed it. But we're in Michigan. Maybe if you're in Singapore, you might need it, but I haven't had any heating issues with it, overheating issues. Price for the aluminum version that we have, $1,799. For the titanium alloy version, $2,199.
Yeah, and in the world of flagship DAPs, that's actually very affordable.
That is a reasonably priced flagship for sure.
Yep.
This at CanJam is going to be immensely popular. It is so versatile with the output power that it has and that output versatility with the 5 gain settings and up to 5 watts per channel. I was at Podafest, the e-earphone show in Tokyo in December 2025. And this gentleman came up to me. I think it was the Modhouse Tungsten. Yeah. And he wanted to see how this would drive it because it is notoriously difficult to drive. In its high output mode, drove it beautifully.
Nice.
And he said, it was the best he's heard a DAP drive it.
Okay.
A portable DAP drive it. And then, of course, you can use any in-ear with it. There's not been an in-ear I've not been able to drive with it, like in terms of zero self-noise. It is so versatile. And for that reason, I think at CanJam, it's going to be a massive hit. Everybody's going to want to try this. And it sounds gorgeous, too. More of a reference class sound. It is a flagship player. I also use it as a small form factor desktop rig on that stand.
Yeah.
And it works beautifully for that. And for a couple of my desks, which, as you know, are tiny, it's very appreciated. FIIO M27 at CanJam. Do not miss it. Get in line, because people are going to be lining up to hear this one. This is the FIIO M33 R2R. Now you've had to walk me through FIIO's product naming convention because for whatever reason I've struggled with it.
That's true.
So let me see if I get this right. So FIIO M33 R2R means this is the first of FIIO's 3rd generation M series portable players.
That's correct.
Thank you. So this is the FIIO M33 R2R, portable HD lossless music player. It's FIIO's first R2R based portable digital audio player. Okay, I love their desktop R2R stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm super thrilled about this.
Yeah.
I was hoping they would do this. It has a self-developed, fully differential, complementary 24-bit R2R resistor array. And FIIO is doing such beautiful work with that R2R stuff. It has something they call tie-based multi-stage amplifiers. Is that titanium-based?
That is titanium.
Titanium-based multi-stage amplifier. Up to 1,100 milliwatts output from balanced running in FIIO's patented desktop mode. So pretty solid output.
Yep.
4.4 millimeter balanced output, 3.5 millimeter single-ended output. They do dual-duty headphone and line out. Android 13 OS, that's nice.
Yes.
Powered by a Snapdragon 680 processor. It's very snappy.
Yes.
No pun intended, but it is a very fast, responsive interface. 8 gigs memory, 128 gigs built-in storage, expandable via micro SD. Independent XMOS XU316 chip. A 5.5-inch 1080p display. It's actually a lovely display. It's a good-sized display, but because the bezels are so tight around all sides, it's actually a very compact size for that big display. Selectable OS and NOS modes, so oversampling and non-oversampling modes. Because it's an R2R DAC, they do this also with their desktop R2R DACs. It has 10-band PEQ, supports auto EQ. The battery is 4,400 milliamp hours, so you get up to 12.5 hours of playback. And there's 25-watt fast charging. I'll say, in using it, I feel like the battery goes a long time.
It does.
Yes. Dual USB inputs, USB audio and power. Coaxial and USB audio digital outputs. It weighs 258 grams, which is that's pretty lightweight.
It is.
Most of the players I've been using recently have been quite a bit heavier, so that's refreshing to carry something that's this light. It comes with blue, gray, or titanium gold finishes. Price, $599.99. Showing as $649.99 at some retailers. At either price, fantastic value. I have used the M33 R2R with several of my favorite IEMs. Drives them beautifully. My most sensitive IEMs, as you'd expect from FIIO, dead quiet. I've driven many of my favorite headphones with it as well, and it drives most of the headphones I listen to beautifully as well. And what's most important to me is all the things that I want from an R2R DAC and that R2R DAC enthusiasts are seeking, this gives me in a portable form factor. Again, FIIO's been doing such beautiful work with their R2R DACs for the desktop, and they've done such a beautiful job with this. So I have been waiting for an R2R implementation from FIIO portably. M33 R2R will be at CanJam. You will want to make sure to audition the FIIO M33 R2R. On the table in front of us, we have 2 FIIO components. I'm going to focus mostly on the one on the top, which is the FIIO Warmer R2R.
Yeah.
I love the FIIO Warmer R2R. They describe it, FIIO does, as a desktop R2R DAC and tube buffer designed to infuse digital music with an invitingly warm, organic, and analog sound. Everything about that description I love. And I want to talk about it. So it hits three things that I love.
Right.
Number one, R2R DACs. Not every DAC I love is an R2R DAC, but I do love the sound of a good R2R DAC. And we have a lot of R2R DAC enthusiasts in our community that would understand that. Tubes. Just look around. There's tubes everywhere here. And I've said a zillion times I'm a tube enthusiast because I am. And VU meters.
Yeah.
I love VU meters. Okay, of those three things, it's the least important of the three. But I mean, look at those. Anyways, we'll talk about that in a minute. So the DAC of the Warmer R2R uses custom fully differential R2R resistor array that uses 192 precision thin film resistors, 48 per channel because it's fully differential, with 0.1% accuracy and low temperature drift that they spec at 30 ppm. It has oversampling and non-oversampling modes. The non-oversampling mode, I think most people would associate with kind of a more pure, relaxed presentation. The oversampling mode, maybe better clarity and detail. I'm generalizing here, but I think R2R DAC enthusiasts are going to love that you can select. I love that you can select. 4 JJ Electronic E88cc tubes imported from Slovakia inside. The buffer stage, they say, is tuned to deliver a sweet organic tube flavor, giving music a delightful richness and fullness. Again, everything about that description I love. 2 extra large LED backlit VU meters.
Right.
Again, maybe not that important, but to me it is. Look at them. They're beautiful. Those are real VU meters, by the way, and they're backlit and they're huge. Love it. Some other specs I should mention. UAC 1.0 and 2.0 support.
Yeah, so that brings a lot of basically compatibility to the table. So you've got obvious compatibility with Mac and PC, but you also then have PlayStation, Sony PlayStation, I think Nintendo Switch, iOS, Android. You've got a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, so it's important to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Also, a 46-watt low-noise, low-ripple power supply. Minimalist vintage design, which they say matches the FIIO K15 and K17. I have it with the K17 there. Obviously, you can see it matches. And that's how I've been using it. Inputs on the Warmer R2R, USB, optical, and coax. And then outputs, dual XLR and RCA. Now, for those, and I think a lot of people that have K15s and K17s are going to want the Warmer. So I should mention that you need a very specific type of cable if you want to use it in balanced mode.
Right.
So I have that cable from Arctic Cables, and what it is you need female XLR on the outputs of the Warmer to plug into the outputs of the Warmer, and then 4.4 millimeter male, because that's the balanced input on the K15 and K17.
Right.
So, like I said, I have a nice Arctic Cables cable that's configured such, and I've been using it in balanced mode. Let's talk about the fact that I've been using it mostly with the K17. Why do I love the Warmer R2R? Because it is all the things that they described, right? Why do we love R2R DACs, the R2R DAC enthusiasts? Because of that more relaxed presentation, a more natural presentation, not, strident or biting or anything like that.
Yeah. Why
tubes? Harmonic richness, holographic soundstage, kind of airier soundstage. All of these things, true with the Warmer R2R. And I've compared it with the K17, running USB into both of them and then selecting input between the balanced in and digital in on the K17 so I can compare the DACs. I'm pretty much using just the Warmer R2R in this rig because it just sounds beautiful. I can't believe it's only $350.
Right.
It's so beautifully built and it sounds fantastic. It is no surprise to me then that it is so popular in the community already. And I think at CanJam, it is a must audition piece. And not just for R2R enthusiasts or tube enthusiasts, for anybody. It's fantastic. So make sure not to miss the Warmer R2R by FIIO.
So a lot of headfires may be looking at the screen thinking, that looks really familiar. And it might, because this is basically the big sibling to the Snow Sky Echo Mini. This is the Snow Sky Echo. Now, it shares a lot in common with that Echo Mini. So let's say the DAC, for example, is different in this. It has dual CS43198 DACs. The Echo Mini has dual CS43131s. This has up to 260 milliwatts of output power. It is a CNC'd 6 Series aluminum magnesium alloy chassis, which in my opinion is a lot nicer than the Echo Mini. That has an ABS and PC plastic chassis, which is nice, but this is just much nicer. It also is more substantial in the hands. The Echo Mini is 55 grams. This is 85 grams, so it feels more solid as well.
Yeah, it feels unquestionably more premium.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The screen is also much bigger. So the Echo Mini had a 1.99-inch display. This has a 2.3-inch 9 display, which might not sound like a lot, but in the hand, that makes a big difference. 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter headphone output. It has 8 gigabytes of built-in storage with an additional 256 gigabytes via micro SD. It does have Bluetooth support, which I'm going to come back to here in a moment. It also supports inline controls on the cables. So if you have an inline control, it is compatible with that. It also even supports ebook functionality, which I don't believe the Echo Mini did.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very, very neat to have. You get 14 hours of battery life, and it comes in black, blue, green, and orange. FIIO gave me an orange. I'm so happy because I love orange. It's my all-time favorite color. I love purple, but orange usually wins out. Now, so the Echo, compared to the Echo Mini, I kind of used it actually in the same way, because both of these products for me were products that I would keep in my pocket and connect wirelessly to a pair of headphones. Now, for this one, I actually went with FIIO's EH11 because even though that's a full-fledged FIIO product, it feels like a Snow Sky. They kind of have that same classic vibe.
Yeah.
And because it has the built-in wheels with the controls, I can control this from the headphone, and I could just keep this in my pocket for, bouncing around. The interface, to me, works best when you're listening in shuffle. So choose an album or choose a collection of albums and then just shuffle them and then use the headphones controls to actually swap between tracks, change volume. It's a great little setup, and it's $75 in the US. That is a great value for something fun and simple and kind of nostalgia, throwbacky.
Oh, I love the cassette motif, by the way, and I
Yeah.
love that FIIO does that. For anybody that's as old as me, there are a lot of memories with those cassette tapes.
Yeah, so if you checked out the Echo Mini and you wanted a little more, check out the Snow Sky Echo. Now, there's one more Snow Sky product that I would definitely recommend checking out at CanJam, which is this. This is the Snow Sky Disc. Now, you might be asking, why is it called a disc if it's not playing disc? Well, the album art's spinning kind of like a CD, which I definitely think is very, very cute.
I love it.
It's got a round display.
Yeah.
So what is the Snow Sky Disc? Well, FIIO says that it looks like a CD player, but it's actually a time machine. I can kind of get that. So inside, you have dual CS 43131 DACs, up to 280 milliwatts of output power. It has a minimalist pure audio operating system with 8 built-in EQ modes. So this is not Android. There's no apps, nothing like that, but it does support Wi-Fi connectivity. It has an aluminum alloy chassis with a round touchscreen, like I mentioned, and I do really like this because the touchscreen interface for a player this size, it's so much easier to navigate with a touch interface, and I really, really appreciate that. This one supports up to 2 terabytes of storage via micro SD. So compared to the Echo, you get a lot more storage expansion. 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter outputs as well. This does support USB DAC mode, which is nice. And it also has USB and digital coax outputs. So you can use this as a transport, which I definitely appreciate as well. Again, like I mentioned, it has wireless connectivity. So you've got Wi-Fi connectivity and Bluetooth 5.4 with LDAC, which is great. It has 12 hours of battery life, and this one comes in black, blue, and pink. Now, I want to mention that for this, I paired it primarily with IEMs. However, you can also run this with a number of more efficient headphones. It's not going to drive anything really demanding, 280 milliwatts of output power, but it will drive most of what you want to run when you're out and about.
Sure.
And it does it very well. It has a really simple interface, so I quite like that. You pull down from the top to pull down the menu, you can swipe back and forth. It's just really, really good and simple to use. It's pocket friendly, which I definitely appreciate because a lot of DAPs are chunky, and this you can just slip right in. So if you're using wired IEMs, or even if you're paired wirelessly to a headphone, it just goes right in your pocket, no problem at all. And then speaking of wireless, I found this is also great for exercise. So, when I'm running around, if I don't want to take my phone with me, I'll just pair it with my Apple Watch. But, sometimes I don't want to run Wi-Fi or the wireless connectivity on my watch. I can just go with a pair of wired IEMs and get a great workout with something small and light and simple like this. So when you think about it, it's $88 here in the US. It offers a lot for under $100, and it's a fun little package.
It is so incredibly charming.
Yes.
And I will say it, there literally is only one company in the world that I can think of that would ever make a product like that, and I love it, and that's FIIO.
Yeah, so definitely check it out when you're at CanJam. So in this audio hobby of ours, you hear the term Swiss Army amplifier kind of thrown around here and there. And I know you in the past have described a few different amps as reviewer amps.
Yeah.
And I think HiFi Audio actually had one of their amps in the past described that same way.
Yeah, I'm talking about amps that can drive just about anything anybody would want to drive with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what if you take one of those kinds of amplifiers and put an incredible DAC inside of it? And that's what HiFi Audio has done here with the iFi Audio iDSD Phantom. I really enjoy this thing.
Yeah, I think I want one. It does an awful lot, and there's so much going on with it. Yeah, and I think I want one.
Yeah, it does an awful lot because they describe it as a flagship reference class streaming DAC amp system. So that's a lot of duties right there. And they say, uniting a reference class DAC, ultra resolution streamer, and powerful headphone amp into one, the Phantom is a trinity of iFi innovation engineered for complete musical immersion. This thing does so many things and it does them well. I really, really enjoy it.
So do I.
Yeah. So inside, there are 4 Burr Brown DSD 1793 DACs in a hybrid multi-bit configuration. Supports PCM up to 768 and DSD 512, but get this, they say it features studio-grade upconversion so you can do DSD remastering up to DSD 2048, which to my mind is insane. Admittedly, I haven't spent a lot of time with that functionality, but all the listening that I've done through this has sounded wonderful.
Same here.
Part of that, I think, is due to the amplifier, because it is a pure Class A discrete amplifier, and I love these specs, because it does around 4.7 watts RMS, but over 7.7 watts max into 64 ohms via the balanced output.
I also want to mention, for those who use high impedance headphones, it'll output 564 milliwatts into a 600 ohm load, and that's with 18.4 volts. So if you're running something like a Sennheiser HD800S or HD800 or anything with higher impedance, it should be zero issue.
Yeah, absolutely. It also has real-time tube and solid-state mode switching, which I know I've seen you sitting at your desk flipping the switch back and forth.
Yes.
So I've seen you playing around with it. So there are 3 different modes. You have solid-state, tube, or tube plus. They describe solid-state as a discrete JFET design for lightning-fast, distortion-free precision, which is primarily where I've spent most of my listening. Then you have tube mode, which are NOS, hand-matched GE 5670 valves for warmth and liquid smoothness. And then there's Tube Plus. They say lowered loop gain for an enhanced second harmonic, adding body and presence. So again, I've seen you bouncing back and forth. So
yeah, mostly between the tube modes. But I do love the solid state mode as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been bouncing between Tube and Tube Plus. I tend to find myself a lot of time on Tube Plus, no big surprise.
Yeah.
I'm a Tube amp fan. So yeah, I'm enjoying the heck out of this thing.
Yep. Now, inputs, you get quite a few. So you have 4 USB inputs. You have coaxial, optical, AES, Ethernet, and BNC. For headphone outputs, again, there's a plethora of options. 3.5 millimeter, 2 6.35 millimeters, a 4.4 millimeter, and a 4-pin XLR. Now, one of those 6.35 millimeters is positive phase. One is inverted phase. So again, plenty of options. Lineouts, you have balanced XLR and single-ended RCA. So pretty standard there. And then it supports, like I said earlier, it's a streamer, so it supports a lot of different streaming platforms. Out of the box, you have support for Tidal, Spotify, Qobuz, Roon, AirPlay, DLNA, and Universal Plug and Play. It also features K2 HD, and I've been doing a little bit of reading on this because I've been playing around with it. It's actually quite fun. So it's a JVC Kenwood feature. It's the K2 HD technology restores the depth, nuance, and musicality of the original performance by reintroducing harmonic content lost during the production process. Now, I won't pretend that I understand everything that's going on inside of that when that's turned on, but it sounds nice.
Yes.
Like that a lot. It also features several of iFi Audio's iconic features, like their X Bass Pro, which lifts low frequencies without clouding the mid-range, their X Space Pro, which goes far beyond crossfeed, pushing the music outside your head without sacrificing soundstage, and something else that I appreciate, which is the built-in IE match, so it reduces the hiss, pops, and background noise experienced when listening with more sensitive IEMs, which means I can forget that what I'm listening to is a sensitive IEM, still pop it in, and have a nice quiet background.
Right.
That is definitely appreciated. It also features galvanically isolated inputs. It's compatible with the iFi Audio Control app, and it's only going to run you $44.99, which when you think about everything this does, I think that's a great price.
Yes, I enjoy this DAC amp, I guess you'd call it, a great deal. It has a unique aesthetic, first of all.
It definitely does.
Yeah, and it's compact, and I actually enjoy its aesthetic. At first, I tried to lift the top off the bottom. I thought it was two things.
It does kind of look like it.
Yeah. But sound-wise, it's so versatile. Just before we were shooting, I was listening to it with the ZMF Tessadera.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Then I wanted to try it right before we shot because I hadn't used it until just now with the Susvara Unveiled.
Yes.
In its high gain mode. I don't even think I needed to go to its highest gain mode. And it was driving it beautifully. And again, like you said, with IEMs, no issue. I'm enjoying the sound of this one. I was using it mostly in Tube and Tube Plus mode. No big surprise. But the versatility of this thing and just the plethora of things that we here at HeadFi HQ want to drive things with, it's a phenomenal thing to have around.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, like I said, I think I want one. And it'll be CanJam.
Yeah, so I imagine there's probably going to be a line for this at the show.
Yeah, I don't care what you want to audition with it in terms of headphones or IEMs.
Yeah.
Bring them and check this out at CanJam. This is the Evo Aria Evo 1 portable digital audio player. Ultra high-end portable digital audio player.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people in our community that are interested in the ultra high-end stuff are waiting for this one. At CanJam New York, you'll be able to hear it. So the Evo Aria Evo 1. So Evo Aria, I believe, was founded by Thomas Liang, former CEO of Cayenne.
Yep.
Cayenne. I mean, this is a company that's made so many products we love here, both portable and desktop. So that's kind of a big deal that he's involved with this player. It uses what they call triple analog architecture. It includes 2 new tube 6P1 tubes. So you can use it in a hybrid mode that includes the tubes, or I believe solid state entirely. On the DAC side, it has 2 AKM AK4191 EQs and 4 AKM AK4499 EX EQs. Now here's something impressive. It has the Qualcomm QCS 8550.
Yeah, I want to point that out because that's almost unheard of in the DAP space.
It's fast.
Yeah.
This is super responsive.
Yep.
You were saying when you handed it to me the first time, you were like, this thing has the specs of like a, what would you say? Like
so it's the specs of a flagship cell phone, basically.
Yeah, I think, we don't typically see that kind of, the QCS 8550 in a portable player. 16 gigs of memory, which is a lot for a player.
Yeah, and these days that's quite pricey by itself.
Yes, and then it's true. 512 gigs of storage. Fully balanced, fully differential, and fully discrete amplification circuitry.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love that it has fully discrete amp circuitry. Class A and Class AB amplification, that's selectable. I've been running it mostly Class A. Dual feedback architecture. So I believe you can choose between negative feedback and non-negative feedback. So turn off negative feedback. I've been using it almost entirely in non-negative feedback mode. I've been comparing them.
Yeah.
Both. And there hasn't been a circumstance yet or a device yet that I've used with it where I didn't prefer the non-NFB mode. Dual Muses 72320A volume control. So the volume is actually quite nice and precise. I'm not as familiar with that specific component. I've seen it referenced before, so that's cool. 10,000 milliamp hour battery.
Yeah, huge battery, but it's a big unit, and it can put out some juice.
Yes, it can. And then the charging is 45 watt power delivery 3.0, which is nice.
Great for a battery that big.
Yes. Titanium or copper finish. And I'll explain. I think both finishes are $6,799, $6,799.
I believe they're the same price. Yeah,
I believe so. And so this is quite expensive. Now, strangely, you know, the two, well, I guess it's not that strange, are shown, but it is because they're the same price, right? As sounding different, I believe. I think the sound signatures are different for either titanium or copper. We have the titanium model. I haven't heard the copper, but I have heard this one. Now, I will say we didn't have an instruction manual for this.
Right.
We would have probably benefited from it. There's a plethora of settings, most of which I understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I've used it again, mostly in Class A, mostly with non-NFB mode, and mostly with the tubes. So did I mention that it has 2 new tube 6P1 tubes? And I've been using it mostly in hybrid mode with the tubes.
That doesn't surprise me.
That doesn't surprise anybody who knows me. Here's what I'll say about it. I don't know what the output, the final output, like the highest output drive specification is, but it drove just about everything I plugged into it,
right,
beautifully. So I tried the Mistacraft Hex IEMs, drove them beautifully, no self noise. And then one of the headphones I don't often use with portable digital audio players, the Sennheiser HD800S, a headphone I still very much love that headphone. But I don't use it a lot with portable digital audio players. It can be very picky about source.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about the HD800S. It loved this player, like loved it. It was full sounding, like it was beautiful. Like I was driving it with a desktop rig. So I don't know what the output power is on this, the specs, but I can say it drives the HD800S beautifully, and other over-ear headphones I tried with it as well. Other IEMs I tried with it, but those are the 2 I was using right before we were shooting here.
Yeah.
Drives the heck out of the HD800S, which is a big deal for me. I was using the tubes with it, by the way, and then one of the higher gain settings and the higher power output settings. So this is the Evo Aria Evo 1. It will be at CanJam New York. You definitely have to check this out. Now, this might be the single smallest product in this whole CanJam preview video.
Yeah, it might.
I'm not talking about my phone. Obviously, that's not the smallest thing. But the thing that's attached to it. which I'm actually a lot more excited about than I thought I'd be. It's the Sennheiser BTD 700, which will be at CanJam.
Yeah.
So let's explain what it is. The Sennheiser BTD 700 is a tiny Bluetooth USB dongle. It's USB-C, but it comes with a stackable USB-A adapter. Here's what they say about it. Sennheiser says the BTD 700 Bluetooth USB dongle is a next-generation adapter designed to deliver high-definition, low-latency wireless audio. Featuring aptX lossless and Auracast technology, it transforms how you experience music, gaming, and calls. It uses Bluetooth 5.4, and it supports SBC, aptX, aptX adaptive, aptX lossless, and LC3. Now, that's why this is a big deal to me, because I am primarily an iPhone user.
Yeah.
And so every time we get an aptX-enabled wireless headphone in, and I want to listen to it with aptX, I have to pull out my Android phone, which I also have. But I am primarily an iPhone user. Okay, for those who don't know, if you're an Android user, iPhones don't have aptX.
Right.
And so now I do with the BTD 700, which I'm quite excited about. I want to talk really quickly about Auracast, because I mentioned that. So Auracast multi-streaming, that allows you to connect multiple headphones or speakers to a single source for shared listening. And this has it. There's also a game mode with the BTD 700 that gets you latency as low as 30 milliseconds. So you're a gamer.
I am.
That's low latency, correct? Yeah. Okay. Plug and play. Just plugged it in. It works. Driver-free operation, customization and updates available via the Sennheiser Dongle Control app. And it's $59.95.
Yeah.
So that's pretty darn cool. So it works with, of course, Sennheiser wireless headphones, like the Sennheiser Momentum 4 wireless. This cool one is
the 80th anniversary edition.
This is the 80th anniversary edition, which I think is very cool.
Yeah.
It makes me happy. I love the way it looks. And it works with that. But I wanted to try it with other headphones as well. So I got the Focal Batiste MG and was able to pair it with that easily. Happened very quickly with my iPhone, which was nice. Now I'm using aptX on my iPhone with the Batiste, which was nice. And what was also nice was I verified it using the app, the Focal app. Once I switched over, I could see that it was in aptX mode, which I thought was also very cool. So this is a simple product.
Yeah.
And it's going to be at CanJam. If you're an iPhone user especially, it's quite exciting. But you can also plug it into your computer. It's not just for phones. You can plug it into your computer, your tablet. It's very, very cool. BTD 700 by Sennheiser. Make sure to check it out.
This is a very specialized, highly specialized piece of equipment, but I feel like it's one that's going to fit into a lot of Headfire systems. So this is the X-Duo DP10, and the DP10 is a streaming lossless music player transport. Now I want to emphasize that last word. There is no DAC inside of this. This is designed to connect multiple audio sources to your own DAC. So you have to use an external DAC with this. But it can output up to PCM 32768 and DSD 512, depending on which connection you're using. It features an ultra-low phase noise jitter clock, and it has Bluetooth inputs and outputs, which is nice to see. So outputs, it supports SBC, aptX, aptX HD, and aptX Adaptive. And on the input side, it also adds support for AAC and LDAC. For digital outputs, you have pretty much everyone you're going to be looking for in a standard setup. So it has USB, optical, coax, AES, HDMI, and I2S. It can even be connected to an external display if you have, say, like an external touchscreen monitor. We don't have one here, but you can hook those up together and control it from that touchscreen interface as well. There's also an additional USB-C output for sending power, so if you wanted to charge a connected device, you can do that as well. It's running on Android 14. The processor is a quad-core 64-bit ARM Cortex-A55. It has 8 gigabytes of RAM, 64 gigabytes of built-in memory, and then you can expand that. So you have two options. It's expandable via an M2 SSD on the inside, and it also has support for microSD. And then on top of that, if you wanted to connect a USB drive or external hard drive, you can also do that as well. It supports network cloud disks and local area NAS drives. So you have gigabit Ethernet to connect hardwired. It also supports Wi-Fi 6 with 2.4 gigahertz and 5.8 gigahertz. You have a 5.5-inch 1080p or 1080 by 1920 touchscreen display on the front. It's a very nice screen. I find it very responsive. It has a very high pixel density to my eye. It looks really, really good. And it even supports controlling via the X-Duo Music app. Now, why do I say this is going to fit into a lot of Headfire systems? Well, first of all, a lot of us have DACs that may only have one or two inputs. A lot of us may want to use classic equipment that maybe might not even have modern USB, like, somebody that wants to have a classic Toslink input DAC, but it doesn't have USB input. This will give you connectability to run whatever you want to run, network storage, streaming services, and because it's running on Android, you can also run Android apps as well. It's highly flexible as far as getting any kind of source you want into your DAC. It also works great for, say, like a 2-channel system. So headfiers, some of us have a dedicated headfi listening rig for personal audio and then a dedicated 2-channel rig. Some people are, just all in one, but I like to have mine separated at home. I can still hook this up to my 2-channel system and control it with the app, control it with, my computer if I'm running Bluetooth. It's just a lot of functionality all in one package. So if you don't need a transport, it's not going to be for you. However, if you haven't tried using a transport before and seeing what it can add to your system, it's absolutely worth checking out.
I've found that a good dedicated transport can absolutely improve the performance and sound of my system.
Yeah.
And so I've been playing with them more lately because, Ethan has been encouraging me to use streamers and things like these.
Yeah.
And I love the form factor of the DP10. I love that you can use it with external displays. I love that it has its own display for the space challenged like me. And so I dig this product. And I love that when I turned on Roon, immediately saw it. It was showing as Roon tested, and I love that because I'm a big Roon user.
Yeah, so at CanJam, you have to check out the DP10. HiFiMan will be joining us at CanJam New York this year, and they're also one of our CanJam New York event sponsors, so thank you HiFiMan for helping make CanJam possible. Now, we all know about HiFiMan's incredible family of headphones, and by now most of us are familiar with their exceptional electronics, but there's something you should not overlook at their CanJam New York exhibit this year. Here's our take on the Golden Wave HiFiMan GA10 tube amplifier. So on the table right now is the Golden Wave HiFiMan GA10. It is a desktop tube amplifier, and the fact that tubes are involved explains why I really haven't seen this around the office, because you stole this pretty much the second it came in.
Yeah. Like I said a zillion times in other videos, I am a big tube amp enthusiast. I have been since I was, since a kid. I mean, since as long as I've been an audiophile. Now, unlike some of the members of our community who seem to have limitless budgets for like the highest end tube amps, and I'm sure those guys are shopping very carefully for the best value for their high end buck.
Right.
I don't tend to shop in that range. It's not usually my budget range. So I'm looking for more affordable stuff, more reasonably priced stuff that performs at a really high level. The Golden Wave HiFiMan GA10 absolutely fits the bill. We'll get to the sound signature in a second. Let's talk about what it is. Like you said, it's a desktop tube amp, obviously. Inside, 4 ECC83 or 12AX7 tubes and 4 6P14 or EL84 tubes. They call it a SEP architecture, SEPP architecture, which I believe stands for single-ended push-pull architecture.
I believe so.
Inputs, XLR and stereo RCA. Headphone outputs, 4-pin XLR and 4.4 millimeter, which is nice. And also, of course, 6.35 millimeter or quarter-inch. Power.
Yeah.
It's a tube amp. So high impedance headphone enthusiasts are going to be pretty happy because it outputs 3,000 milliwatts into 300 ohms.
Yep.
So rejoice, high impedance headphone fans. But still, even if you have a like a lower impedance headphone, 600 milliwatts into 32 ohms. So it has juice.
Yeah.
I've been able to drive every one of the current HiFiMan headphones with it without any issue at all. Beautifully driven. Like the Aria Unveiled is gorgeous through it. The Susvara Unveiled is gorgeous through it.
Yeah.
I guess if you're going to use like a Susvara first generation, which is pretty power hungry,
right?
You're going to get good sound out of it, but it's probably not going to be the beast you might be looking for. So just keep that in mind. But for all other, I also used it with the Meze Elite a lot.
Yeah.
Another beautiful pairing. Anyway, the headphone outputs impedance switch. There's an impedance switch on the front. It lets the user select the best impedance match. So 32 ohms or under 32 ohms, you'd use low. 32 ohms or over 32 ohms, you'd use high. That's what they're recommending, I believe. Shielded 120-watt transformer, audiophile grade components, given its HiFiMan and Golden Wave. No big shocker there. I'm not going to break those parts down right now.
Yeah.
It's larger than we expected it, by the way.
Oh, a lot larger.
So in the pictures, which is what we'd seen first, I think because the volume knob is so huge, we didn't realize that, so it makes the amp look smaller in photos. Nope, the volume knob is pretty huge.
It is.
And the amp is pretty largish, 16 pounds. Keep that in mind if you're shopping for your desk. Now let's talk about the sound signature. Here's in my notes, it says warm and transparent. It's still neutral, harmonically rich with crisp detail, solid bass extension. I love the sound of this amp. It is pretty much everything I want. Now, I'm not a tube roller,
Right.
so whatever the stock tubes are work beautiful for me because I'm not really a tube roller anymore. I used to be. Whatever the stock tubes are going to be are probably what I'm going to be listening to, and I love the way it sounds with those tubes. I've already said what headphones I've used it with so far. Beautifully done. So if you're a tube audio enthusiast especially, make sure to audition the GA10 at CanJam. And if you're just curious about what a great tube amp sounds like for a reasonable price, make sure to audition the GA10. That's the S.M.S.L. PL150. It's a CD player. And I'm so excited that we're seeing so many new CD players. I'm so happy that the age of CDs seems to be coming back.
Right.
Because I have a pretty sizable CD collection still at home.
You do?
But one thing in common with most of the new CD players we've been seeing is a top-loading type mechanism of some sort or another.
That's true.
And that's fine, but then you have to keep that area free. And it has to be on top of everything so that you can access the loading mechanism. The S.M.S.L. PL150 is a front-loading and specifically a slot-loading CD player,
right?
Which I love because then you can put it anywhere in the system. All right, let's talk about it again. It's a hi-fi CD player. It has a built-in headphone amp, which is very nice. I'll get to that in a second. Again, it uses original Philips slotted mechanical components. Very cool. It has a built-in CS43198 DAC. The headphone amp will output up to 120 milliwatts into 32 ohms. It has 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter outputs, which is very cool.
Yep.
That's something that new CD players have that old ones didn't.
Yeah.
Some of them have 4.4 millimeter outputs. That didn't exist back then. 75-step volume attenuator, which is very nice. I used it with various IEMs. In fact, right before we were shooting this, I plugged in the Limier's Maris. Sounded lovely, by the way. And that 75-step volume, lovely control. It supports full-size and mini CDs.
Yeah.
You have any mini CDs?
No, I sold off mine years ago.
Oh, you sold off all of them? I only have like a few.
Yeah, I've got my full-size CDs, but the minis are long gone.
I have a lot of full-size CDs. Now, on the front of the PL150 are the physical controls, which I like, the physical controls, and a small IPS display. On the rear, optical and coax digital outputs, and stereo RCA analog output. The PL150 is available in silver or black finishes. It comes with a wireless remote, and it's only $149.
Yeah, that's the biggest shock for me because that's a complete package basically for the price of a single component.
Yes, because you can use it alone. Like if you're a CD enthusiast, you can just have that on your desk.
Yeah, put it on your desk. You have a headphone system right there.
Right, which is lovely. But $149. So I am so happy to see a slot loading CD player with a built-in headphone amp that you can use standalone. I've also used it with its digital outs into other DACs and DAC amps, which is actually very cool as well. So you can just use it as essentially like a transport.
Right.
So I love that flexibility for $149 at CanJam. If you're a CD person, or even if you're not, check out the S.M.S.L. PL150. That's the Schiit Audio Asgard X. It has a very special place in my heart.
Yeah.
Not just because it sounds fantastic, which it does. We'll get to that shortly, but because it was announced right around the time, maybe at the exact same time that Schiit Audio was celebrating its 15th anniversary. Right. Which brings me to a story, a short story, I promise, that I have to tell. A story that takes us all the way back to literally day one of Schiit Audio, the day they announced the company. They put a piece out on the news wires. I happen to pick up on it. I call Schiit Audio immediately. I talked to Jason Stoddard, who by now all of you know who he is. He's an immense celebrity in our community, one of the founders of Schiit Audio. I talked to Jason, and I asked him a zillion questions about how on earth they're making affordable products in the U.S., because they were very affordably priced.
Right.
He answers my zillion questions. We talk about their products. I end up ordering right then and there the first Schiit Audio Asgard. And I think that would make me one of their first customers.
Probably.
I wonder if I was their first customer. We'll have to find that out. Anyway, he talks about this in his book, Shit Happened. So Jason Stoddard has an outstanding book called Shit Happened. If you're starting a business, it's a fantastic book to read. If you're just looking for any good book, Shit Happened is a fantastic book. But anyways, he talks about it in there, which I thought was pretty cool. So I guess I should get to the Schiit Audio Asgard X.
Yeah.
I still have that first Asgard, by the way. But the Schiit Audio Asgard X, I need to tell you about this, has come a long way. And here's what it is. The Schiit Audio Asgard X is a no-feedback, JFET input, discrete Class A amp. It outputs up to 3.4 watts into 16 ohms, and they say it's the first amp with Schiit Audio's Class A version of continuity. They call it Continuity A. And they say Continuity A means that both NPN and PNP devices are conducting on both positive and negative rails, something that push-pull Class A amps can't even claim. Fantastic amp, by the way. It has 6.35 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter outputs, and on the 4.4 millimeter output, it has Schiit Audio's Halo X. And here's what they say about it. Halo X is an extension of their Halo mixed mode feedback system introduced on Midgard. Now, that Midgard is their $220 dedicated headphone amp that, despite its affordability, happens to be one of my reference amps.
Right.
Love the Midgard. Anyway, they say of Halo X, this allows you to include the headphone driver in Asgard X's feedback loop without it having any feedback itself. Again, phenomenal amp. Now, the Asgard X starts at $399. It's available in black or silver finish, as most Schiit audio products are. And at $399, this amp is such an incredible value for how it performs, how it sounds. Beautifully musical, very resolving, powerful.
Yeah.
Again, up to 3.4 watts and a 16 ohms. But if you're not already married to your DAC, there is an optional mesh DAC module, or if you're looking to upgrade your DAC, fantastic DAC, their mesh DAC. And they say the mesh DAC, the mesh card combines the best of our own research and development with an excellent Delta Sigma output stage for incredible sound you won't get anywhere else. And it is a fantastic sounding DAC, resolving but musical, just like the amp. Now, with that mesh DAC module, you also get Forkbeard. And with Forkbeard, you get a 3-band parametric EQ, which I love having EQ. You get balance controls, loudness, and volume, as well as additional DAC features like non-oversampling mode and absolute phase switching. So it adds value, and that's $549 with mesh DAC and Forkbeard. What a fantastic system. So I'll say it again. I think getting them together makes the most sense unless you are absolutely married to your current DAC. But I still can't believe this many years later, I'm still thinking that same way I thought the first day I talked to Jason Stoddard. How do they make this stuff in the U.S. and make this stuff so affordable?
Right.
Fantastic product. At CanJam, you have to check out the Asgard X. Now, I've said before how the Schiit Audio Midgard, which is a headphone amplifier, actually it's the black component on the table right now. I've said before how it was one of the best value anythings in all of HiFi. Now, it's been out for a while.
Right.
So do I still feel the same? Yes, it is still one of the best value anythings in all of HiFi. Phenomenal headphone amplifier, and it's like $220.
Yep.
So what is it? It's a balanced headphone amp and preamp. It uses Schiit Audio's Halo topology. I'll say more about that in a second. It outputs up to 4.8 watts RMS into 32 ohms. It's designed and built in Schiit Audio's new Texas facilities. It's, again, $220. And some quotes from Jason Stoddard from Schiit Audio. Midgard is simply the best measuring, highest powered, discrete headphone amp we've ever made. But that's not all. Midgard's new Halo topology also offers the potential for higher performance where it matters, at your ears. So about Halo, he says it's a mixed mode feedback topology that incorporates your headphone driver into the feedback loop, offering the potential for better control at driver resonance and improved acoustic results. So all I'll say is it sounds phenomenal.
Right.
And it's dead quiet with my most sensitive in-ears, but has the drive to drive just about any headphone I'd want to drive with it. It is, as I've said before, it's one of those amps I'd call a reviewer's amp, and I love it. So the Midgard, to me, is still, to this day, a can't miss a CanJam. Now, also on the table, underneath the Midgard, is the Schiit Audio Mimir, which I also think is one of the best value anythings in all of HiFi.
Yeah.
And it's a DAC. Specifically, it's a Schiit Audio balanced mesh DAC. And of that mesh technology, the Schiit mesh technology, Schiit says, Schiit mesh is a unique combination of our time and frequency domain optimized digital filter and a standard Delta Sigma modulator. And we'll say a little bit more about that later. So the Mimir has USB-C input using Schiit's Unison 384 USB input that supports up to 32384. It has optical coax and AES inputs, stereo RCA and balanced XLR outputs. It comes in black or silver. As you can see, I couldn't choose just one. My Midgard is black. I chose the silver Mimir. I love the way they look as a mixed system, and I also wanted to show you guys both colors. I think they both look cool. Now, it starts at $299, which I cannot believe, given the performance, how it sounds. But there is a $349 version, which is what we have, and that is the Schiit Audio Mimir with Schiit Audio's Forkbeard technology. Now, I won't get into any details about Forkbeard here, other than to say it enables additional functionality on Mimir, which I'm going to talk about just now. But if you want to learn more about Forkbeard, make sure to check out Jason Stoddard's blog on HiFi, Shit Happened, and you can learn a lot about Forkbeard there on their website. Okay, so in this case, with the Mimir, Schiit Audio's Forkbeard turns it into not just a balanced mesh DAC, but a balanced mesh DAC, EQ, and preamp DAC. Specifically, you can adjust volume, change stereo balance, and apply parametric EQ using the Forkbeard app. EQ for me is actually quite important because depending on the headphone I listen to, there are some that I definitely want to EQ. I love having that option through Forkbeard. Their volume control uses Schiit's own algorithm for excellent performance down to very low volume levels. I can confirm that. They say you can connect Mimir straight into an amp and have a full digital preamp system as long as you're good with controlling it via Forkbeard, which I think is cool. Now, Forkbeard also gives you additional DAC controls, like absolute phase inversion, which is important for some people, some recordings. And then you can choose between mesh and NOS mode. So NOS mode is non-oversampling. If I had to choose one, I'm going with mesh because to my ears, it is more resolving, and imaging-wise, it's a bit more holographic. But the non-oversampling mode to my ears is a bit more relaxed. I think some people are going to describe it as more analog sounding. I don't know if that I would go with that, but I bet you people will say that about it, and I can see why. If I had to choose one again, I'd choose mesh. But since I have the Forkbeard option, I have both, and I love having both. And now you can choose it. So easy to do. Now, they say that Forkbeard capabilities may change over time. So make sure to pay attention to their announcements on HiFi, on their website, on their mailing list. And as a system now, I want to say, this is $349 for the Mimir.
Yep.
$220 for the amp. And it's one of my reference systems. It is so resolving, but so musical. I hate using just musical because it's such a generic term, but I think you guys know where I'm going. It's never strident, but it's extremely resolving. And it's one of my reference systems that just happens to be quite affordable. And it's small footprint. And as you know, I have one decent-sized desk and a lot of smaller desks. And this fits on any of them. And for that, I love it. So if you want to hear one of my reasonably priced reference systems at CanJam, you're looking at it. That's the Luxsin X9. It's a fully balanced desktop DAC and headphone amplifier. And I feel like it was made by engineers who are unquestionably die-hard headfiers.
Right.
So they have to be with the feature sets they put into this thing. They made it for headfires by headfires. Now, I want to mention that Luxsin and Eversolo, maker of premium streamers, very popular premium streamers, are two audio brands under the same parent company. And I feel like they brought to bear their experience making those Eversolo streamers when they made the Luxsin X9. No, it is not a streamer. But I feel like they took that experience of taking a bunch of features and making them easily accessible through a beautiful user interface. Like it's so elegantly done.
Right.
That does not feel like a first product.
No.
All right, let's talk about what's inside. So the Luxsin X9, again, a fully balanced desktop DAC and amp. The DAC side uses the flagship AKM 4499EX DAC that they say is stabilized by an OPA 1612 op amp, providing an ultra-stable reference voltage for highly accurate signal processing. Now, the next feature I think they've taken directly from, on the Eversolo side, their premium DMP A8 and DMP A10 streamers, and that's the fully balanced to R2R volume circuit.
Right.
I love it. So it is ultra precise. They say it's 0.1 dB accuracy. I believe it. Even at the quietest volumes with the most sensitive in-ears I have, perfect volume matching.
Yeah.
And then, of course, perfect volume matching all the way to the top as well. Here's a headphone nerdy feature. Real-time impedance check system. Luxsin's self-developed impedance detection system automatically measures the impedance of connected headphones and intelligently recommends the most suitable output gain setting. It's actually kind of fun to play with.
Yeah, it is.
You take different headphones, plug them in, or earphones, and you can watch it give you an impedance value, and then it adjusts the gain accordingly. Crossfeed and adjustable soundstage, a very important feature set for me. I've said this in many videos. Why? Because I listen to a lot of old stereo recordings, even some new ones, where the engineers thought left is left, right is right, and nothing should exist in between. For those hard panned recordings, like some old Beatles stereo recordings, I need crossfeed. Users can also adjust soundstage depth and width with both features implemented digitally, and it's very well executed. So I love that it has crossfeed and adjustable soundstage. It also has a 4-inch 1080p full-color touchscreen. Through that touchscreen, it's a lovely touchscreen, by the way.
Yeah.
You can access almost every option and adjustment. Now, obviously, what also helps with that is an app on your phone, which is very nice. But the user interface is so well done that you can access most of that through the touchscreen, which is also very cool. Now, this brings us to probably the single most headphone nerdy feature in the whole thing. The thing that's probably helping sell a lot of these to the HiFi community.
Yeah, I think
so.
And
it's called HPEQ. The The X9's unique HPEQ technology applies real-time hardware-level EQ adjustments based on each headphone's frequency response. This enables a sound signature closely aligned with the ideal Harman curve, providing an audio experience that resonates with a wide range of listener preferences. It also supports custom EQ profiles with one-click switching, backed by a growing database of over 2,500 headphone models.
Yep.
This is so cool. So I've played with several different headphones that are in the database, and yes, I can make them sound more Harman-like by choosing the options available within. This morning I was playing with the Focal Utopia 2022 with the Luxsin X9, and I had at least 2 options that made it sound more Harman-like, and then I adjusted to taste using the customization, which was very nice. And it's a growing database. I think this is what a lot of people are buying the X9 for, but thankfully also just because as a DAC and headphone amp, it just sounds wonderful.
Right.
So it also has a lot of output power.
Oh, yeah.
Up to 6,000 milliwatts. So it'll drive all kinds of headphones. They say in the specifications, output level of 4 to 15 volts RMS at 0 dBFS. So it has a lot of drive, but know that the self-noise is so non-existent, essentially, that even when I use my most sensitive IEMs, like I said earlier, with that R-to-R volume control, I get such precise, no noise volume. Anyway, I love the versatility of it as well, and it sounds wonderful. Super resolving, great drive.
Oh, yeah.
Now, for those of you going to put this in systems like a home theater system, I just want to quickly mention that it has XLR outputs, subwoofer output, Bluetooth, 12-volt triggering, HDMI ARC. And the price, $1,099, so $1,100. So I think that's very reasonably priced for everything they've done with this.
Yes,
what I also love that Luxsin's doing is they're communicating very proactively with the HiFi community. So on HiFi's forums, they're communicating with prospective customers and customers, taking suggestions and recommendations, feature set requests, and implementing almost every reasonable request I've seen, and some maybe less reasonable, and they're still putting them in through firmware updates regularly. That level of support, again, just screams headphone nerd engineers making a product for headphone nerds.
Right.
Beautifully done. At CanJam, make sure to ask for a demonstration of all the feature sets. You'll probably be able to figure it out yourself. It's so easy to use, and it sounds wonderful, and it's immensely popular, and you're going to understand why. That there's the Saros Audio Systems Europa, and it is as big as it looks.
Yeah, it is.
That is a big piece of kit. And what it is, the Europa is a balanced tube headphone amplifier and preamplifier designed for headphones from 16 to 600 ohms. It uses fully differential tube topology, and they say, unlike typical balanced amplifiers that convert to single-ended internally, the Europa maintains perfect signal balance from input to headphone drivers, eliminating noise while revealing spatial information that single-ended designs cannot deliver. It uses 5 premium vacuum tubes. I want to be clear, that is a tube amp through and through. Right. You can't see the tubes, given the design, they're totally enclosed, but it's a tube amp through and through. So inside you'll find 2 6H30P driver tubes, 2 6922 preamp tubes, and 1 6BW4 rectifier tube. So it's a tube rectified design. Again, tubes through and through. It has 5 Lundahl transformers, which a word comes to mind when I see that. Expensive.
Yeah.
Really expensive. 5 Lundahl transformers. They specify 1676 input, 1689 AMPP output. I believe AMPP stands for amorphous core push-pull, and 1683 power plus choke. It uses a Swiss Elma 24-position stepped attenuator. I love a good stepped attenuator. And VPG, Z-foil, and Vichy wire wound resistors, Mundorf capacitors, and Moon Audio Bronze Dragon signal wire. Everything on that list, for anybody that knows about that stuff, knows this is very high-end, very expensive stuff. The chassis is a black anodized aluminum chassis with a CNC finished front panel. Kind of an unassuming design, but well built. Headphone outputs, 4-pin XLR and 4.4 millimeter balanced, and a 6.35 millimeter for single-ended. And it has 16 ohms headphone output impedance. Inputs, 1 pair balanced XLR, 2 pair single-ended RCA. Preamp outputs, 1 pair balanced XLR, 1 pair single-ended RCA. It's handcrafted in North Carolina, and the price, $8,995. This is not an inexpensive amp.
No.
But if you know, again, about that list, that laundry list of super high-end components I called out there, that shouldn't surprise you. So now let's talk about it. First of all, you will not be using this with IEMs.
Right.
What you will be using it with is over-ear headphones, and I've used it with several, and it's a glorious thing. Now, I am a tube audio enthusiast, unquestionably.
Yep.
That tickles all my tube audio enthusiast nerve endings a lot. So I used it with several headphones. I'm going to focus on two, just in the interest of time. The HIFIMAN Susvara Unveiled. And I love the Unveiled. I'll use it with just about anything, solid state or tube, but with a beautiful tube amp. And this is one, right? You get a little more lushness along with that resolution, and I'll take that. And I love the Susvara Unveiled through the Europa. And then one of my favorite headphones when driven well is an old, kind of an old classic, the Sennheiser HD800S.
Mm-hmm.
When driven well, and usually when I say that, it means tube amps. With the Europa, it is so beautifully driven. Everything I love about the 800S is conveyed with this amp. Again, that holographic imaging, the sort of that fleshy, the meaty image objects, and just the beautiful harmonic richness that has it. And I've used it with several headphones. So, if you are at CanJam looking for just the high-end stuff, the top-grade tube amps and amplifiers, tube or solid state, you have to audition the Europa. It's an absolute can't miss at CanJam. Do not miss the Europa.
Anyone looking at the table right now might think we've kind of jumped back in time a little bit to like a retro future styling, and we sort of have a little bit. I love the look of this thing. I'll come back to looks in a minute. But this is the D&A Alpha Pro. Now, D&A is a newer company in our space. I think the Alpha Pro might actually be the first product they've released.
I think it is.
And it's an excellent first entrant. So D&A, the name stands for Digi&Aesth.
I've been pronouncing it Digi&Aesth.
Yeah, because it's short for digital and aesthetic.
Right.
I've just been calling it D&A.
Yeah, let's just stick with D&A.
It's a lot easier.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Alpha Pro is a desktop DAC amp combo. Now, the DAC inside is an ESS ES9039 MS Pro DAC, and that's paired with an XMOS XU316 chip. I love anytime a DAC incorporates an XMOS system. Fantastic. Supports PCM up to 32768, DSD512, and MQA. For the amplifier side, it is a 4-channel, fully discrete, fully balanced desktop amplifier capable of delivering up to 6 watts into 32 ohms. Now, when you look at the size of this, that's packing a very beefy, powerful amp into something that's very reasonably sized. It fits on my desk here at work, which actually is kind of surprising because a lot of things don't.
Yes, for everything it offers, it is quite compact.
Yeah, definitely is. Has Bluetooth 5.1. Now, one thing I also like is that the antennae are hidden, so it keeps that nice, clean look to it. And they support AAC, SBC, aptX HD, and LDAC, so a lot of modern codecs. Wired inputs, you've got USB, optical, coax, and RCA. Headphone outputs, you've got 6.35 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter, and 4-pin XLR right on the front. So pretty much most headphones you're going to have on your desk are going to be compatible, no adapters, which is nice. Now, here's a feature that I love. So it has preamp functionality, but that preamp functionality is a selectable output. So you can toggle with a button between line out and preamp mode. And I appreciate that to no end because I can have multiple devices connected, have a headphone plugged in, have active monitors hooked up here at the office, and just toggle between them. I don't have to worry about disconnecting my headphones to turn on the active monitors, for example. It makes it so simple, and I love that function anytime it's available.
I do too.
Yes, fantastic. Also inside of this are a lot of premium audio components and some premium audio design. So for example, it has isolated digital and analog PCBs. It has a PLL clock. It has 3 femtosecond grade oscillators, 3 of them. And it has an NJU 72315 stepped attenuator for the volume. Now you might be thinking, this is going to be an expensive package. It's actually very affordable. It's $699 for everything you're getting.
Right.
But I do want to come back, because I talked about it earlier, the aesthetics. So I can think of a couple audio components in the market right now that do a fantastic job of kind of capturing that 2001 A Space Odyssey or cyberpunky kind of look.
Right.
This is joining that list.
Yeah,
the styling is beautiful. I absolutely love the style so much.
Yeah, the first time I saw it was at Munich High-End 2025 at Shenzhen Audio's exhibit, where they had a whole bunch of stuff, but because of the meters jumping, this was the first thing I walked over to.
Yeah, those are responsive LEDs, by the way.
Very responsive LEDs, and I love that if you want, you can turn them off. I thought I would. Turns out I leave them on most of the time.
I leave them low brightness, but yes.
Yes, I think they're fun, and I love the way it looks. I also love the way it sounds. It's a resolving sounding DAC amp. I wouldn't call it like on the smoothed sounding side,
Right.
but
it's more detail focused.
Is more detail focused. Yep. But I love its presentation. I will say that I love the stepped attenuator because you have perfect balance throughout the volume range. I will say that with the very most sensitive IEMs, a little bit of a jump on that on the beginning of the volume.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's not like a big jump to to deafening levels or anything. No. It's still a quiet level, but it's a jump.
Yeah.
So, but that said, I love stepped attenuators, and I love that this has it. For $699, and all it offers for its unique aesthetic, which I really love more than I thought I would, I think the DNA Alpha Pro is something you definitely want to check out at CanJam. Now, in this office, I'm definitely more the tube guy.
Mm-hmm.
So anything you see around here that has tubes, I probably brought in or had sent in.
Right.
You surprised me, though, when this arrived, this stack, because it obviously involves tubes.
It does.
And yet you were the first to take it.
Yeah.
So you spent more time with it. I do want to talk about the sound. I've heard it as well. But why don't you tell us what it is since you spent more time with it?
Yeah, I saw the size and I thought I have to take this home. So this stack comes to us from Apos Audio. At the top of the stack, it has an amplifier that is the Apos X Community Gremlin Tube Amplifier. Now, we've talked about the Apos X Community program in previous segments in CanJam preview videos before, but it's a grassroots system that helps them develop products with community feedback, brings all that community feedback in to create polished products in the end. And this is, I believe, their first desktop tube amp from that system. It is a Class A fully balanced design. It has matched Ray tubes, 12 AU7 core tubes inside, and you can also pick up additional tubes at checkout if you want to do that. For power, you have 1250 milliwatts at 32 ohms, and for headphones, it's designed for headphones from 8 ohms to 600 ohms. So if you have a very low ohm headphone, this is not going to be the perfect match for it.
Right.
But if you're running something like the Sennheiser HD800S, that's right in that range. That's where you want to go, in my opinion. For headphone outputs, you have 4.4 millimeter and 4-pin XLR. For inputs on the rear, you have dual 3-pin XLR and 4.4 millimeter input. And it's only going to set you back $120, which in my opinion is an excellent value because not only do you get a very solid amplifier, it is a tube amp that you can roll. So if you pick up any 12AU7 tubes, whether they be, secondhand or new old stock or whatever, you can pick them up, and sometimes you can find some stellar deals that way. Pop them in there, roll the tubes, and you can get into the tube rolling without breaking the bank. Now that amplifier is currently sitting on top of a DAC. That is the Apos X Gishelli Merlin DAC, and I'm sure that name sounds familiar to a lot of headfires because Gishelli gets a lot of talk on the forums. We've actually heard them a couple of times at Axpona.
Like 2 or 3 different Axponas, and they are quite popular.
Very popular, and it's pretty easy to see why. So it obviously is a collaboration with Gishelli Labs. So the Merlin features the AKM AK4493 DAC. That supports PCM up to 32768 and DSD512. For digital inputs, you've got USB-C input and coax, so options there. For outputs, you've got dual XLR and dual RCA. Now, if you have your own amplifier and you're looking for a DAC, but you only have stereo RCA inputs, the Merlin is going to be able to be supported perfectly fine. That's only going to set you back $225. Now, to round out the whole system that we have here, we also have Apos Audio's 8-inch XLR connection cables. That's $85. And we also are using, on the middle between the two units, a stacker, which is $15. In my opinion, I would get the stacker just because it allows the system to take up far less real estate. And the cables are really nice because you're not going to have a lot of dangling cable in behind the system.
Right. So just to break down the price.
Yeah.
So you said $120 for the amp, which is actually pretty fantastic.
Yes.
$225 for the DAC, $15 for the stacker. So if you already have your own cables, that's $360.
Yeah.
And then if you don't, you want those cables, it's $445 if I did my math correctly. So in any case, no matter how you configure these things, it's affordable.
Yeah.
Now here's what I'll say if we can go to sound.
Sure.
So when I asked you how it sounded, because you heard it first, you actually quite liked it. You were pretty enthusiastic.
I was rather surprised, yeah.
Yes, you were. And then I think you loved the footprint, of course, because you have a tiny desk. But you seemed to enjoy the sound.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't surprised when I heard it because as tube amps go, the Gremlin is like a cleaner sounding tube amp.
Yeah.
Right? It's resolving. It's actually, I still can't believe it's only $120. I keep thinking that we have an error in our notes here. But it's a cleaner sounding tube amp. And it sounded to me like the kind of tube amp that you would gravitate to if you were going to listen to a tube amp. So that didn't surprise me at all. With the Sennheiser HD800s, it was so clean and resolving, and it still had just a beautiful sound.
Yeah.
But it was definitely on the cleaner side for a tube amp. And then the Merlin DAC together with it. Again, just a lovely setup for the price.
Yeah, all in all, totally clean all around, which is why it worked for me. I think at CanJam, people are going to be checking this out because whether you're on a budget or you're just looking for a really good full system that you can use somewhere else as like a second rig, this is an excellent stop. You have to audition it. This has to be one of the most low-profile attachable dongle DACs that I've come across. It's the Nepo Cocom 1. Now, if you look at this, it is just super, super thin. It is a magnetic portable hi-fi USB DAC and amplifier, and it has dual AKM AK4493 SEQ DACs inside. It puts out up to 500 milliwatts of power into 32 ohms. So for something this thin, that is a lot of power. It's deceptively small.
It is.
And it also has 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter outputs, so you have single-ended and balanced on the device. This is really cool. It supports 60-watt fast charging via power delivery, so you can have this connected to, let's say, your cell phone, plug a 60-watt charger into it, and you can charge and listen at the same time and get quick charging through this dongle. I love that. That is a endlessly, immensely useful feature.
Very quick charging.
Yeah. And that integrated cable, it can be adjusted to accommodate different cases, so you can just pop off a couple of screws here and make adjustments as needed. So if you have a thicker case, you're not going to be left out. It has an N52 grade neodymium magnet here on the back, and this little cutout, it has a magnetic attachment in the box that you can attach to your phone. So most devices aren't going to have a magnet in the exact spot that this needs. You're going to want to use those two together. It is 28 grams, and official specs say that it's 6.3 millimeters thick. Now, I do want to point out, they're not wrong, but that is at the thinnest point of the case. So at the headphone jacks where you have that 4.4 millimeter, that's going to come in at 8.25 millimeters. So it's a little thicker than the official numbers are, but they're not lying. This part is the 6.3 millimeters.
Yeah, but even at its thickest, it's still darn thin.
Super, super thin. It's basically barely bigger than the 4.4 millimeter connection. It has side buttons. You have a toggle switch, a volume rocker, and menu button. And via that menu button, you can access a number of settings, like 6 filter modes and 6 built-in EQ settings. Now, one of the things that I love is just the overall size, because something like this, when you have it attached to a phone, it's not going to add a lot of bulk. So you have the Nepo A100.
Yes, I do.
That's a great attachable, and I love that it's MagSafe.
Yes.
But it is quite a bit thicker. So when you have that on your device and it's sitting in your pocket, it does add a bit of depth. This is much, much thinner. So if somebody's wanting low profile, let's say you have a very thin bag or you have a little, limited amount of space, this is the kind of thing that you pop on there. It can drive a large number of headphones, and it does so actually quite quietly. I haven't used anything insanely sensitive with it, but pretty much all the in-ears that I listen to on a regular basis sound nice and quiet out of this. And because you have that 500 milliwatt maximum power, you can also push some more moderately demanding headphones.
Yes.
So, it's a very flexible device. You can attach it to your phone and go. I'm really excited by this thing.
Yeah, between that and the A100, I'm turning into a Nepo fanboy.
I can see why.
Yeah.
So definitely check it out at CanJam. This probably looks familiar to a lot of headfires because it's celebrating 10 years of Lotu's Paw Gold. This is the Lotu Paw Gold 10th anniversary. Now, the original Paw Gold came out back in 2014, and back then they described it as a personal audio workstation, and I love that description, and it's continuing with the anniversary edition. So inside of this, there is a TI PCM 1792 DAC that supports PCM up to 192 kilohertz and DSD 128. It has a TI LME 49600 headphone amplifier with 2 gain settings. And for headphone outputs, you're looking at a 3.5 millimeter output. You also have a 3.5 millimeter line out. This is single-ended through and through. Now, the limited edition 10th anniversary version has a CNC machined stainless steel chassis with a matte ceramic carbon PVD coating. I think it's very pretty and it feels quite durable. I like that quite a bit, and it's got some heft in the hand too. It has a 24 karat gold plated control disc, but that's still continuing that same Paw Gold Apollo Sun motif that they had on the original Paw Gold and kind of brought through the different versions. That's still here, but now it's 24 karat gold.
Iconic.
Yeah, absolutely. It has a 1.8-inch OLED display with a sapphire crystal on top. We appreciate that quite a bit. And it has full-size SD expansion. I appreciate that it's full-size because, first of all, they're readily available. I have so many full-size SD cards, and they come in larger capacities. This supports up to 2 terabytes, so a lot of storage. It has up to 12 hours of playback, so you get quite a bit of listening time. I mentioned the heft. It is pretty heavy. It's 440 grams, so it's not a lightweight player, but it feels solid and durable. And I appreciate that in something like this.
Yeah, it's compact for that weight.
It definitely is.
Dense.
The accessories that come with the 10th anniversary edition, you get a 10th anniversary leather edition case, which is kind of nice. Got a little 10 here on the back to commemorate 10 years. And you also get an ICS PGPL1 USB-C to 12-volt DC charging adapter. So you can charge via USB-C. Because of that adapter, you no longer have to carry around that thick wall wart that the original one came with. It's $1,800, and it is limited to only 800 units globally. Now, when I think about the Lotu, I think about the guys that love Lotu, and there's fanatics that are just diehard Lotu guys, because this delivers a pure music experience. No Wi-Fi connectivity, no apps, no streaming. This is just put your music on a card, put it in, play. And why is that so important? Because of the sound that we get from that. So there's no interference from wireless signals or anything like that. You get a wonderful sounding device. Now, I describe this personally as being incredibly neutral when I'm listening to it without any modifications whatsoever. And I mention modifications because they have this ATE PMEQ button on here, and it has a number of ways to basically tune to taste. So you have a really nice solid neutral foundation, and then you can adjust to take it to places that you want it to go. So for example, that ATE is what they call acoustic timbre embellisher. I love that name. And it can make things brighter. It can make them sweeter along those kind of lines. But you also have parametric EQ, the PEQ. Now they have plenty of presets like classic, pop, jazz, techno, and a number of other ones. And then you also have multiple user-defined EQs that you can set yourself. So another thing that I love about this is the startup time. I press the power button when it's fully turned off. I'm talking seconds, it's up and ready to go. Again, there's not this involved boot up sequence to get Android up and running. This is just a pure music player through and through. So if anybody's trying to get that classic throwback experience that we had, back in the early 2000s, just the classic, handheld all-in-one music device, this is going to give that to you. It's going to give it to you with incredible music. And it's going to sound great with a lot of different headphones. So I think you have to check it out.
Yeah, I always had great experiences with the Pog Gold. Now, as the founder of HiFi, one might hope that I actually love headphone audio.
Sure.
And I do, as you know, love headphone audio. But even the most diehard headphone enthusiast, and I consider myself among them, has to admit that loudspeakers image better than headphones.
Right.
Headphones are great for inner detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and they can image well, but loudspeakers image better. That is, take a recording, play it through a fantastic loudspeaker system, take that same recording, play it through a fantastic headphone system, the loudspeaker will win in terms of imaging pretty much every time.
Right.
Why? Headphones introduce a bit of a problem, if you will. The right ear only hears the right channel, left ear only hears the left channel. With loudspeakers, your left ear still hears the right channel, albeit a little delayed. The right ear still hears the left channel, albeit a little delayed. Those tiny little delays, measured in milliseconds typically, because the human hearing system is so sensitive, the brain is such an incredible thing.
Right.
All those little differences mean a great deal. And I'm simplifying this grossly. That's the reason, effectively, that headphones don't sound as natural imaging. And the more exaggerated the stereo, the more exaggerated the left is to the left, the right is to the right, then the less natural it'll be with headphones. This is my very long-winded way of introducing this phenomenal piece of gear on the table. It's an Italian masterpiece. It's called the Audma Maestro HPA-1. It was invented by a gentleman named Cesare Mattoli. So he's a genius as far as I'm concerned, because he's come closer to solving that problem than anybody I've come across yet. It's called ELIZA, the technology inside the Maestro HPA-1. It stands for what does it stand for again? Oh, Electronic Loudspeaker Imaging Simulating Amplifier. It's simple to use. I don't even know exactly what all it's doing, but clearly the timing, there's a lot going on in there.
Oh, yeah.
Because so many different solutions have come up to try to solve it, but yet nothing's done it as well as this that I've heard. All right. There's 3 knobs, effectively. You turn one to turn it on or off. The second knob is called ELIZA Stage. That adjusts the essentially the intensity of the effect. Then there's ELIZA Angle, which adjusts the angle of the placement of the virtual speakers relative to the listener. Simply put, turn it more, it will widen the image. Turn it less, and it'll not widen it as much.
Yeah.
But in any case, no matter how I adjust it, essentially, I get a more natural image with so far with pretty much every stereo recording I've used through it. And the more exaggerated the stereo, the more I need it.
Right.
And I would love to have that in my system full time, but there are 2 little problems with it.
Sure.
Number one, it's expensive.
Yeah, I think it's 9,600 US.
9,600 US.
Yep.
And then it's also bigger as a full rack size component
Yeah.
than is ideal for my desk. That said, it's so good that I've gladly made the space on I pushed things off my desk to use it. It's that good.
Right.
And it's not just Audeze, by the way. At CanJam Dallas 2024 and CanJam SoCal 2024, this was a huge hit.
It was.
Because it was at both of those CanJams, and everybody was talking about all the high-end guys were loving it. The guys from Water Cooler were loving it for it just as a headphone amplifier.
Yeah.
With or without Audeze.
Yeah, it's phenomenal as an amp.
Yes, and it's built to an extremely high standards internally. For example, audiophile grade components, Nichicon electrolytic capacitors, WEMA Red Series audio capacitors, Alps Alpine motorized potentiometers, dual mono power supply, custom built audio transformers inside that. It has VU meters.
Yes.
We love our VU meters.
We do.
There is a built-in DAC built around the AKM 4490 REQ DAC with AKM's Velvet Sound. Wonderful DAC for an internal included DAC. That said, I've been mostly using it with higher-end external DACs.
Right.
But it's nice to know that there's a DAC inside, and it's good. It is designed to drive any headphones over 6 ohms, dynamic headphones over 6 ohms. I used it with Susvara. Susvara Unveiled drives them beautifully. Used it with in-ears. Drives them beautifully. There are digital inputs. Like I said, there's a DAC, USB optical coax, analog inputs, stereo RCA balanced XLR, headphone outputs, 4-pin XLR, 6.35 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter balanced. Analog output, stereo RCA balanced XLR, because you can use it to pass through into your hi-fi system,
right?
Your loudspeaker system, and bypass the effects. Yeah, if you can't tell, and you know this already because you essentially live with me here at the office, I love this thing.
Right.
And I can understand completely why people were just going nuts about it at those 2 CanJams. It will be at CanJam again. And you absolutely cannot miss the Audema Maestro HPA1. I love this thing.
So, Jude, I think you know why I'm so excited about this, because this is an Audema amplifier that will finally fit on my small desk.
Yeah. I don't know who's more excited about it, you or me.
I am definitely excited, and I know you are as well.
I know.
So this is the Audema Brioso PHP A1. I'm just going to call it the Brioso because that's so much easier. Now, the Brioso is a portable DAC and headphone amplifier, but because it comes from Audema, that means it is also equipped with their Audeze technology. Now, that stands for Electronic Loudspeaker Imaging Simulating Amplifier. Now, we'll talk more about that in a second here, but I also want to mention inside is the DAC. That's an AKM AK4499 EX EQ and AK4191 EQ DAC combo, and that's also paired with AKM's Velvet Sound. It supports PCM up to 32768 and DSD 256. Now, on the top, you have a number of controls here. So you have controls for turning on and off the Audeze circuit, setting the stage, setting the angle. You also have bass adjustments. You have a digital input of USB Type-C, which is really nice. That's going to be for the DAC. And for the charging, there's 2 separate inputs there. Analog inputs, you have 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter. And for headphone outputs, you again have 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter. Now for power, this delivers a lot of juice. So per channel, at 32 ohms up to 2 watts, at 64 ohms up to 4 watts, and then at 150 ohms up to 2.7 watts. Again, that's per channel. It has multiple adjustable gain toggles, so you have 0, 8, 16, and 24 dB gains. And they say that it can be used with all dynamic headphones with an impedance of 6 ohms and above. Weight, it's only 240 grams, which makes it very pocketable, very portable for any kind of portable rig. Pair it with your phone, pair it with a laptop. Now, we don't know final price. This is still a pre-production unit, so it's not 100% finished, and the pricing has not yet been announced. But it is going to be at CanJam.
It is, and I am so excited about this one because their large desktop HPA1 Maestro amplifier is one of my reference amplifiers, like high reference amplifiers.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And the Audeze circuit is so critically important to me, and to be able to take it with me now anywhere.
Yeah.
And it has all the capabilities in terms of the adjustments and everything else, plus the bass. So the adjustable bass boost, which is actually nice to also have on the go. That's a huge deal for me.
Oh, yeah.
Because the HPA1 Maestro is huge.
Gigantic, yeah.
That is not.
Yes.
So to me, the Brioso at CanJam is going to be a huge hit. I would not be surprised if there's a lineup to hear it.
I can almost guarantee there will be.
Make sure not to miss it.
At HIFIMAN Munich 2025, Qobuz introduced Qobuz Connect, and now I finally had a chance to kind of get hands-on with Qobuz Connect. dive into it, really get to experience it. And I picked up on a couple of key improvements that I really think a lot of headfires will be interested in. So first of all, this is free for any Qobuz subscriber out there. And if you're not a subscriber, definitely check it out. They have a free trial to kind of get used to it a little bit. But Qobuz Connect, it's coming to a lot of products. It's already out for a number of DACs and streamers. And it's basically available as a software or firmware update for a lot of those products. Now, here in the office, I got to experience it through the DCS Lena network DAC. Now, one of the first improvements that I experienced from Qobuz is improved audio quality. And part of that is because of the way Qobuz Connect works. So instead of running from a Qobuz server to your device and then from your device straight to the DAC that way, this actually takes out the middleman. The computer's not involved. So it goes straight from Qobuz's servers to your device. So in our case, again, the DCS Lena DAC. Now, Qobuz says that it delivers bit-perfect audio, streaming up to 24-bit 192 kilohertz directly from the servers to your device. Again, it's on a number of devices already and still rolling out to more as well. Now, for me, what I really experienced was I wasn't getting any of the downsampling or compression that you get from wireless connectivity via Bluetooth or AirPlay, because again, I'm running straight from the servers through the Ethernet connection into the DCS Lena network DAC. I also found that it had a streamlined experience overall. So before, in order to run Qobuz through the DCS Lena network DAC, I had to use their Mosaic app, which, fully functional, definitely works well. But now I don't even need that as part of the equation. I can run everything from the Qobuz app directly. So I found that to be a bit more user-friendly. I found it to be faster as far as response times go. And I also found it a bit seamless for switching devices because, again, it's the same interface across everything that I'm using. And that also comes to something else that I noticed was cross-platform synchronization seems to be a lot better with Qobuz Connect. So you can control, for example, your mobile device from a desktop, and you can also control your desktop from that mobile device. Now, this isn't as much on the streaming side of things, but if you're running Qobuz locally to a USB DAC, say you're across the room and you have a 2-channel system set up with a little, home theater PC, you can now control that from your phone directly to the PC app into your speaker system. Very nice integration, great to have. And the best pro to me is that really it's free. So if you have a DAC or a streamer that you think might support or could eventually support Qobuz Connect, definitely check out the list of supported products on their website. That product list is growing pretty much daily at this point.
It is.
And like I said, with the DCS Lena network DAC, as soon as I saw that firmware update was out, I downloaded it, hooked it up, and I just went to town. I started listening to my favorite records and, music collections straight through I say records, but obviously I mean digital. And just kind of getting into my music library again. And it just really helped me kind of recapture that flame. It was great.
I agree. I think every one of the HeadFi team, I think we're all Qobuz users.
Yeah, I think we all are.
We all are. And so for Qobuz users, Qobuz Connect is a huge advance. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it is. Now, I also do want to mention at CanJam, you will be able to pick up free trials for Qobuz. If you're not currently a subscriber, definitely stop by. Ask them about Qobuz Connect because they can go into even more detail about everything it does. I just wanted to talk about a few of the features that really stood out to me. But yeah, Qobuz Connect, definitely check it out at CanJam.
The Chord Electronics M-Scaler has been out for years now. I remember when it first came out. I mean, that was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And despite its age, to this day, when paired with like the Chord Hugo TT2 DAC or the Chord Dave DAC, it's still one of my high standards, if not my highest standard for DACs, period. Like when I'm looking for something to pair with the Sennheiser HE1, I usually go for the M-Scaler with the Dave. That's the regard I hold this thing in. Okay. I cannot tell you then how excited I am that at CanJam New York I found out they're going to be showing the successor.
Yeah.
I've known about this, but I haven't heard it yet. It's called the Chord Electronics Quartet M-Scaler. It's 8 years in development, and I can vouch for that because I've known Rob a long time now. And over those years, when I'd run into him at various shows around the world, he would give me progress updates as he was building what would become the Quartet M-Scaler. So 8 years in development. They describe it as a highly advanced 2-box FPGA-based upscaler with 5 times the computing power of the partnering Dave DAC. There's a spec that I'm going to read here. I'm not clear on what it means. It says 5x 200T FPGAs with over 2 million lines of bespoke code. I understand that last part. That's a lot of lines of code. It has a dedicated external power supply with Chord Electronics' most sophisticated RF filtering so far to eliminate noise from the power supply. And it's a true 2-box solution now. It uses, or it has, something called true lossless EQ customization. It's a bespoke 108-bit, 705.6 or 768 kilohertz lossless EQ technology with 10-band shelf adjustment without the phase distortion, they say, typical of conventional equalizers. So I'm looking forward to playing with that as well because I have no issue using EQs. They say the quartet redefines what is possible with transient timing reconstruction for unparalleled transparency, realism, and fidelity. What they're describing there are the reasons I'm using the M-scaler in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Like the difference between using the Dave alone, which is a fantastic DAC, or the Dave with the M-scaler, to me is a big deal. I have a hard time believing that this thing is such a big improvement, but Rob swears up and down that this is a substantial improvement. It's like hard for me to believe, but yet I totally believe him. And I cannot wait to hear it at CanJam New York. For those of you who are shopping for flagship class DACs, the Chord Electronics Quartet M-Scaler at CanJam New York is a very big deal, and you will have to race me to that line to hear it. Now, on the table in front of us is a desktop system that I'd say is quite cute.
You can call it that.
Yeah, pun fully intended, because the component on the top, the smaller one, is the Chord Electronics Cutest.
Right.
It's a small form factor desktop DAC. Now, a lot of headfires might already be familiar with the Cutest. It's been out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it is essentially, as I see it anyway, the desktop version of the Chord Electronics Hugo 2.
I see it the same way, but it's a lot less expensive than the Hugo 2.
It is, in fact, a lot less expensive. The Hugo 2, to this day,
Mm-hmm.
all these years later, remains my reference portable DAC amp.
Right.
Love it. So I love the Cutest too. So let's talk about it. Like the Hugo 2, the Cutest has 49,152 taps, a 10-element pulse array design. It decodes PCM up to 32768 and DSD 512, selectable output levels, 1 volt, 2 volt, and 3 volt, and 4 selectable filters. If you love Chord Electronics DACs, you're going to love the Cutest. And if you have a Hugo 2, or if you've heard it and you love it, but you don't need the portability, get the Chord Electronics DAC sound with the Cutest and save some money, because it's $1,625, which is a lot less expensive than a Hugo 2.
Right.
It is the Cutest, part of the Hugo range. It uses precision machined aluminum housing, polycarbonate buttons, glass viewing portal. So like other Chord Electronics pieces, it's beautifully built.
Yep.
But it's a lot less expensive than that Hugo 2. So if you don't need that, again, the Cutest. Now, that's not really what I want to talk most about today, though.
Right.
At CanJam, make sure to audition it. But what I really want to talk about is what's underneath it, which is the bigger component underneath, which is still very compact, and that's the Chord Electronics Alto.
Mm-hmm.
And the Alto, as Chord describes it, is a meticulously designed headphone and near-field monitor amplifier, because it drives not just headphones, but speakers.
Yeah.
Because it's for professional audio use. I love that they're making a studio piece now.
Right.
Headfires actually are increasingly using a lot of gear made for studios.
There's a good amount of overlap because a lot of studios use higher impedance headphones, and a lot of headfires listen to higher impedance headphones. So even though this is designed for the pro world, headfires are going to like it, I think.
Yeah, we'll get to the headphone versatility in a minute.
Yep.
So the Chord Electronics Alto uses Chord's Ultima technology, which is fully balanced and employs dual feed-forward error correction. As far as inputs go, it has XLR and RCA inputs. As far as output goes, I mean, we're going to get to the headphone ones in a second, but it has loudspeaker outputs, like we mentioned earlier. It'll drive 25 watts into 8 ohms and 50 watts into 4 ohms, so it has some juice for that.
It does.
On the headphone side, it has some juice as well. It also has flexibility with a 3.5 millimeter output, 4.4 millimeter output, and two 6.35 millimeter outputs. I do believe that makes it the first Chord Electronics piece that I can recall with a 4.4 millimeter output.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think I am too, and I'm just very happy to see that.
Yeah.
It's about time. So it will output up to 2,250 milliwatts into 100 ohms, so it has some juice there too.
It does.
Now, I've tried it with higher impedance headphones. Drives them beautifully. It's a very punchy, resolving headphone amp.
Mm-hmm.
Tried it with lower impedance headphones or lower than 100, like Sony MDR M1, Sony MDR MV1, their open monitor. I believe those are both lower impedance than 100, and drove those beautifully as well. Now, I wouldn't make it my first choice at all for like ultra-sensitive IEMs,
Right.
because that's not also a very typical pro audio use case.
Mm-hmm.
But for those headfires who aren't typically using IEMs very much and are using mostly headphones, the punchy resolving sound of that Alto, I think, is going to go over big. So make sure to audition that at CanJam. It's $4,320, so it's premium priced.
It is.
Headphone amp, but it performs like one. Beautiful piece. So you did the product notes for the video. Brian did the product notes for the video for the Topping DX5 II.
Yeah.
How many times before we started shooting this did I ask you to verify the price?
Oh, several.
Because I didn't believe him. I didn't believe what he had down. $299.
Yep.
Honestly, the Topping DX5 II is going to be the best value just about anything that you're going to find at CanJam.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm selling my soul to be able to get that for $299. Anyway, let's talk about what it is. The Topping DX5 II is a balanced desktop DAC and headphone amplifier. On the DAC side, it has dual ESS 9039 Q2M DAC chips that supports PCM up to 32768 and native DSD512. Supports MQA decoding, so it's a nice DAC.
Right.
But that amp.
Yes.
The amp section, balanced headphone amplifier, outputs up to 7,600 milliwatts per channel at 16 ohms. And even into a high impedance of like 300 ohms, I think it's still outputting up to almost a watt.
Right.
It's a beast of a headphone amp. And it's also refined.
Yes.
I'll talk more about that in a second. 2-inch full-color screen with Topping's Aurora user interface with 9 selectable themes. I'm very partial to VU meters when available, and I love the physical-looking VU meter.
Yeah.
Bluetooth 5.1 supports SBC, AAC, aptX HD, aptX Adaptive, and LDAC. This is very important to me and to you, so I'm glad it has all that. I like the antenna in the back, too. 10-band high-precision parametric equalizer via Topping's desktop software available on all inputs. Inputs include USB, coax, optical, and Bluetooth. Outputs, single-ended RCA, balanced 3-pin XLR, 6.35mm, 4.4mm, and 4-pin XLR. Super versatile.
Oh, very.
Like crazy versatile.
Yeah, when this was first announced, I believe it was at HIFIMAN Munich 2025, the impressions that were coming out of that show, there was a real buzz about this, and having been able to spend time with it, it's very easy to see
Oh my gosh,
why.
so easy to understand.
Yeah.
So the headphone amp is so versatile. I was driving, I tried the Susvara Unveiled.
Yep.
The HiFiMan Susvara Unveiled. Drove it easily,
Yeah.
as you can imagine.
Not surprised.
Given the specs I just rattled off. But the refinement is wonderful. So I tried a reasonably sensitive IEM, and I went with the 64 Audio Velour to start. Still one of my favorite IEMs. Plugged it in, low gain mode, not high gain mode, and ran a digital track with all bits set to 0 because I didn't want it to mute. I wanted to make sure that I'm hearing the amp, that it wasn't muting. And it was dead quiet. And what I also love about that, even with a sensitive IEM, there's so much volume control at the bottom even, where you can get a lot of range and precise control even with a sensitive IEM.
Yeah.
Then, of course, you can crank it up and get the drive and high gain for harder to drive headphones. What a value.
Yeah.
And it sounds great. It's, frankly, at $299, it's a masterpiece at that price. So at CanJam, I don't care what headphone or IEM you have, plug it in to the Topping DX5 II and just tell them I'll take one.
Now, we've talked about Topping's DX5 II in a couple of CanJam preview videos now. If you haven't checked it out yet, you definitely should. It's been on my desk since it arrived, and I've fallen in love with that thing. It's incredible what you get for $300, but if there's any kind of limitation to it, I think it's held back specifically by the fact that they were trying to achieve a specific budget. There are limitations that you're going to place on product because you want to keep it under a certain dollar amount. Well, what if Topping doesn't have to do that? That's what this is. This is the Topping DX9 Discrete. Now, the DX9 Discrete is the second generation of their flagship desktop DAC amp. There was the DX9 previously. This is the Discrete. Inside is a self-developed 16-element PSRM 1-bit DAC architecture. They say it supports PCM up to 768 kilohertz and DSD512. And here's an interesting spec. So they say that it has 131 dB of dynamic range and 131 dB signal-to-noise ratio, which is, as a spec, kind of insane. I love that. It has a third-generation XMOS XU316 processor inside, and the amplifier is a 6-channel discrete NFCA headphone amplifier that delivers more than 7 watts per channel into 32 ohms. That's also nuts. So it has a fully balanced hybrid relay volume control on the front, very nice volume control. For inputs, they're pretty standard. You're looking at USB, Bluetooth, optical coax, AES, and I2S, and that Bluetooth is Bluetooth 5.1, so you get SBC and AAC, of course, aptX, aptX HD, aptX Adaptive, and LDAC. It has line and pre outputs via XLR and RCA, and it has headphone outputs. You get 6.35mm for single-ended and 4.4mm and 4-pin XLR for balanced. They also throw in a 1/4-inch adapter in the box if you need it. It has a 10-band high-precision parametric equalizer, which is really nice. That also has software control, so if you're connected to like a Mac or a PC, you can control it there as well. It has headphone crossfeed, which I know you're a big fan of. So there's multiple crossfeed modes inside of this. First, it's convolution-based crossfeed models HRTF and room acoustics. But if you want something a little simpler, it has a BS2B-based simplified mode as well. That has a CNC aluminum body, beautiful chassis, with a glass top and ambient lighting. Now, we both love the look of this. The DX5 tube, it's pretty basic. It's kind of plain. This is stunning. This is a striking look, and I love it. It also comes with two 2.0-inch displays on the front. They're color displays. Right now, I believe we have it set up for VU meters, if I'm not mistaken. I had to check the monitor there. And then it comes in a black or silver finish. It's lovely. It also comes with a remote control. So anybody who wants to use it as more of like a entertainment center kind of setup, you have that as well. And price, it's a lot more expensive than the DX5 too because they're not held back by trying to maintain a budget on this one. This one is $1,299, but it's worth it.
Yeah, so $1,299, $1,299 is a reasonable price.
It is.
And certainly for everything you get.
Yes.
But for topping, that is premium pricing.
That is very premium for topping.
I think most people are used to more budget-friendly gear from topping. This, though, okay, when you think of their budget-friendly gear, phenomenal engineering that they bring to bear. And like you mentioned or are suggesting, when they can sort of cut loose with a bigger budget for something like this, man. So, okay, so I haven't had a chance to bench test it, but I've seen their AP measurements of it, their audio precision measurements of it. Spectacular measurements. I can't remember what the noise level was in terms of microvolts, but it was extremely low. Extremely low. And so, for something that can output over 7 watts into 32 ohms, driving pretty much just about anything that I'd want to drive with a headphone amp, I wanted to know in its low gain mode how it would do with something like a Visioneer's VE10, a sensitive in-ear.
Okay.
And it drove it beautifully.
Nice.
So even at the lowest volume level, you could hear a little music coming through, but not noise.
All right.
And I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Because I'm listening to music anyway, and it's at an extremely low level. So, but the noise, no noise. And that to me is stunning for something that can, in high gain mode, put 7 watts, over 7 watts into 32 ohms. Now, as far as its DAC goes, a self-developed 16-element PSRM 1-bit DAC architecture. I'm not so familiar with what that is, what it means. Their 6-channel discrete NFCA headphone amplifier. I love that they have a discrete headphone amplifier.
Yes.
So the sound of this, and something I love about the DX9 discrete, is it is extremely resolving without being clinical. And for me, a lot of the times, that is what I'm looking for. Something that is musical sounding, yet, like insanely resolving.
Right.
This is fantastic. I can't believe at its price of $1,299, everything that it offers. And like you said, it's beautiful as well. I love the clear top. I love the clear top. But everything I've driven with it, headphones, no issues, and drives them beautifully. This is a wonderful product that at CanJam, the DX9 Discrete is going to be immensely popular. I think a lot of people are going to be so fantastically impressed by it. I know I have been, and I love living with it. Dominating the table in front of us, and I might add that it's dominating that table quite thoroughly, is the Wu Audio WA33 second generation. It's a thing of beauty. The moment it arrived, I think every neuron in my tube audio enthusiast brain fired at once.
Yeah.
I was so excited. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway, let's talk about what it is. The Wu Audio WA33 second generation is a fully balanced push-pull Class A tube amplifier. It outputs up to 10 watts per channel at 32 ohms. It's a lot of power. Now, there's a special feature that takes advantage of that power. We're going to get to that feature in just a minute. It's transformer coupled, stock tubes, 4 6C45 tubes for driver, 4 2A3 tubes for power. I remember a zillion years ago on HeadFi's forums, there was a guy who referred to the 2A3 as the tube of the gods.
Oh, yeah.
I can see that. 1 5U 4G tube for the rectifier, so it's a tube rectified design. Self-biasing with compatible tubes. Uses the TKD 4-channel balanced potentiometer for volume. Point-to-point wiring. We haven't peeked inside. I don't think we're going to peek inside.
Probably not.
But if we did, I bet you it's just as beautiful and neatly laid out on the inside as it is on the outside. It's Wu Audio. I expect no less. Inputs, 2 pairs of XLR, 1 pair of RCA. Outputs for headphones, 4-pin XLR, 4.4 millimeter and 6.35 millimeter. And then there's a special output for another headphone. And this is the special feature I was alluding to earlier. It's a 4-pin XLR for true ribbon headphones without an interface. So you'll see on the table we have the RAAL 1995 Imanes, which I consider One of the best headphones mankind has ever created.
Yep.
It's a beautiful thing also. Tremendous resolution. It's one of the most resolving headphones I've ever heard. And it's layered, detailed, just a beautiful thing. And now you can plug it directly into the WA33 second generation without having an additional interface. So we have it right now sitting on top of the RAAL 1995 current drive interface, which you typically need to put between your amplifier and the headphone.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're just using it as a headphone stand because it's not plugged in, because we're plugged directly in to the Woo. And that is incredible. How does it sound with the Audeze? Beautiful.
Yeah.
All the things I love about the Audeze, all the things that just made me say the things I just said about the Audeze. And it's super lush, beautiful bass, harmonic richness, imaging. Oh my gosh. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. I actually haven't heard the Audeze sound better in my experience on any other amp.
Okay, I've heard the Audeze through several like top flight rigs.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the top, if not the top, that I've heard. It's incredible. Okay, well, what if you don't have an Audeze? Well, if you do have an Audeze, that's a huge selling point.
Yep.
If you don't have an Audeze, you can plug any number of other headphones into it, and it is still a stunning tube amp with a lot of power. So I mean, the other of the headphones I've tried, I mean, just before we were sitting down to record this, I had the Meze Audio Elites plugged into it.
Right.
Not the hardest to drive headphone out there, but it was in low gain mode.
Yeah.
To drive those, that's how much power this thing has, and it sounded gorgeous because that's already like a beautiful, rich headphone, and just coupled with the WA33 second generation, just superb. Because I love the Elite. So yes, this is an incredible amp. It's $9,999.
Right.
But there is an Elite edition of the amp for $16,999. It has upgraded transformers, internal wiring, and potentiometer. It has Mundorf capacitors, Cardis RCAs, and a 24-karat gold-plated plaque. Apparently, I'm guessing to celebrate the special edition nature of it, the Elite edition nature of it. I haven't heard that one yet. I hope I can hear it someday. But I know this will be at CanJam, and I know that you have to hear it. If you're a tube audio enthusiast, it's mandatory.
Yeah.
It's mandatory. You have to. And if you're not, and you want to hear why I'm so enthusiastic about great tube amps, hello. Make sure to catch it at CanJam.
That's not all Woo Audio will have at their CanJam New York exhibit. In addition to their full lineup of tube amplifiers, they'll also be showing an all-new solid-state amp called the WA12 Zircon. The WA12 Zircon features a Class A, fully balanced, zero-feedback design with 8 current power amplifiers per channel. Woo Audio says that the Zircon has been engineered to deliver the same house sound of their vacuum tube amps. The WA12 Zircon sports several headphone outputs on the front of its billet aluminum chassis, and Woo Audio says it can drive every dynamic, planar, and ribbon headphone on the market today. On top of that, they say IEM lovers will be impressed by the Zircon's ultra-low noise floor. That's quite the bold claim, and I'm very much looking forward to trying the WA12 Zircon for myself at CanJam New York 2026. So Jude, longtime CanJam goers are no strangers to Ferrum, and on the table right now I have the Ferrum Wandala and the Ferrum Hypsos. Now I brought them out because there was a firmware update for these that brought some really cool quality of life improvements, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But for anybody who's not currently familiar with this stack, I do want to mention what the Wandala and Hypsos are. Now the Wandala is a desktop DAC, it's a fully balanced DAC and preamp. It's based around the ESS ES9038 Pro DAC. It has 7 filter settings, digital and analog volume control. For inputs, you have USB-C, optical coaxial, HDMI ARC, I2S, and AES. For outputs, you have XLR and RCA, and here in the US, it runs you about $2,800. Now, beneath that is the Hypsos, and the Hypsos is a linear switching hybrid power supply, and Ferrum says that the benefits of that include low ripple and noise, as well as fast transient response and high efficiency.
So essentially, they're trying to give you the benefits of both types.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And it also features what they call sweet spot tuning. They say that enables the possibility to fine-tune the output voltage for the best sound. The voltage level can be safely adjusted on the fly to allow easy comparison testing, and here in the US, that'll run you about $1,200. Now again, a number of headfires have already experienced this system in the past, paired with a number of different amplifiers, but because of that firmware improvement, I think a lot of headfires want to check this out because, again, it's bringing quality of life improvements to the table. So firmware 2.0 was first shown at High-End Munich 2025, and it brings a number of things, including what they call Ferrum streaming control technology. I'll come back to that in a second. Improved volume control, improved user experience, support for more devices when connected via that I2S input, and you can also set input favorites. And best of all, it's free for any current Ferrum Wandala owners. Now, I want to talk about that Ferrum streaming control technology because to me, that's where the biggest quality of life that I experienced using this system comes into play. So what Ferrum says is, with our Ferrum streaming control technology, you'll be able to control your streaming music right from Wandala's touchscreen and its remote control. A quick look on Wandala's screen will tell you title and track information and give you the ability to play, pause, and skip your beloved songs. So what this does for you is it puts information that you would normally have to get from the computer screen on the front of your DAC. So for example, when I'm working on this preview video, I was putting together our show notes and I was able to have the track information at my side. I didn't need to swap over to a different program to see what I was currently listening to. And that just really nice quality of life improvement in my opinion. It also receives currently playing data. So you get a track bar across the screen that'll show you how far through the track you are. You get current track name, you get track artist, you get streaming information about the file that you're playing back. It's really, really nice. And then Ferrum also says, Ferrum streaming control technology puts the control over your music right where it belongs on Wandala and its remote control. So I know a number of headfires have already seen this system before. If you haven't, or if it's been a while, definitely check it out. And if you have seen it recently, check out that new firmware because that's going to be bringing stuff to the table they've never seen. Before we wrap things up, there are a few more brands and products in the world of audio electronics that you won't want to miss. Dana Cables will be there with their full lineup of interconnects, including the Nirvana. Audeze Headphones will be showing 11 Audios products, including the Formula S, the Sagra 2, and the Powerman, just to name a few. Fosse Audio has been making waves with their recent releases, and you can try the new GR70 for yourself at their exhibit. If you're looking for world-class amplification, don't miss the Headamp CFA3 at Headamp. J-Cali, a name that's new to me, will have their J-Cali Critical AP6 portable DAC amp on hand for you to try. You'll also be able to find the iconic and powerful Model 465 amplifier from the Masters at Mascobo at their exhibit. Noble Audio continues to expand their electronic lineup, so be sure to check out the Scepter USB-C Bluetooth adapter at CanJam New York. Paltoff Audio, another name new to me, will be showing their HPA 100 headphone amplifier. Upscale Audio always brings a fantastic variety of high-end tube amps, and this year is no exception with the Felix Audio Envy and the Pathos In-Pole Ear. Finally, if you are curious about the latest from Violectric, stop by the American Music and Sound exhibit to hear the new HPA V324. So I have a bit of a history of enjoying iBasso's IEMs, and I'm happy to say that's not changing. This is the iBasso epitome, and it is really cool. So hold on to your pants because it is a flagship 20-driver hybrid IEM. 20 drivers per side. That is nuts.
That's a lot.
So inside of each earpiece, you have one dual Sonian low-frequency BA, two dual Sonian mid-BAs, two dual Sonian mid-high BAs, one dual Knowles high-frequency BA, and four dual Sonian ESTs. All of that is managed by a 5-way crossover. Again, that's crazy to me.
It is.
They're housed within a 3D printed shell, and they say that it's a hypoallergenic medical-grade resin. And to describe the faceplate, they use the words gradient flickering effect. I think that's a really, really cool look. So to me, it has like automotive chameleon paint.
Yeah.
I love how
I
these
think it's a
turned
gorgeous
out.
IEM.
I think they're beautiful. It's a 17 ohm impedance IEM, and it comes with two cases instead of the typical one. So we have the one round metal case that we see here on the table. It also comes with a yellow magnetic closure case, so it's kind of a pop-top magnetic case. Now, the stock cable that comes with it is a 5-in monocrystal copper cable. It's connected with 2-pin connectors terminated in, optionally, 3.5mm, 4.4mm, or USB-C. Those are swappable, so you can change them as you need to. It comes with all those connections.
And the USB-C tip is actually quite small.
Very
So it's essentially a little mini, tiny USB-C deck.
It's also a right angle, which I appreciate for things like phones.
Yes.
And then it comes in a 1.2 meter length. Now, what's interesting is they also include a new alloy cable. Now, in iBasso's words, they say, before the launch of Epitome, a new alloy was created that consists of a special silver-plated wire, which offers excellent sound performance. And that cable does sound nice with these IEMs. They also go on to say that since it has not undergone full durability testing, iBasso decided to offer it as a complimentary gift along with the standard cable. Now, because I tend to stick to standard cables usually when an IEM comes with multiple options, I stuck with the standard cable on this primarily. But again, like I said, that optional cable does sound quite nice together.
Actually, I like the way it looks and feels too.
It does look quite nice as well. Yeah. Now, the price, it's going to run $34.99 here in the US. And for the sound you're getting out of this, I think that's a very reasonable price.
Yeah, I really enjoy these.
Yeah, I do too.
So when I heard 20 drivers or read 20 drivers per side, I was concerned.
Yeah.
Had I not known that and then listened to them, I would have never have guessed that there were that many drivers because it all comes together beautifully.
Yeah, they integrate them so well.
Yeah. Now, to my ears, you tell me, I think they're not bass emphasized to me. Like the bass to me is on the more neutral side.
To borrow a phrase they're on the upper end of what I consider neutral, but they're right there.
Which for me is neutral.
Yeah.
But anyway, so these sound like a neutral presentation on the bass to me.
Yes.
There's some richness, in the mids.
Yes.
But it's a very articulate sounding IEM.
Yeah. I want to call it technical, but I don't want to say that in the bad ways. This is technical in just detailing and resolving.
It's a very resolving IEM without sounding bright at all to me.
Yeah.
So it's not bright to me.
And it does a really nice job presenting things in space too. Good soundstage.
Beautiful soundstage.
Yeah.
So this IEM I really enjoy. iBasso, obviously they're going for a flagship IEM here.
They are.
They've done a beautiful job. So I'm going to be curious to see how this is received at CanJam because I think it's going to be a hit.
Yeah, it definitely will be.
This is the Symphonium Audio Zenith, or Zenith, depending on how you pronounce it. And I'm smiling because I love this IEM. I first heard it at CanJam Dubai. Told Felix straight up, the best thing I've heard from Symphonium Audio, and I love what they've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the funny thing. We wanted details. We asked Felix for details so that when we're sitting here recording, the CanJam New York preview segment for the Symphonium Audio Zenith, that we could actually say what's in it, what the price is. They've told us nothing.
Yeah, I get the impression, though, that they're trying to keep that card close to their chest, maybe revealing those details closer to launch.
Yeah, I guess they're trying not to maybe have any preconceived notions or anything like that.
Could be.
I don't know, but they're being enigmatic. Here's what I'll tell you about it. So all I can tell you about is what I love about it. So I heard it again at CanJam Dubai, and the one thing I noticed is if you think of like Symphonium Audio, their IEMs tend to have like personalities. The Crimson, for example, has quite a bit of treble energy.
Yeah, and it's my favorite in their lineup.
Yeah, not a surprise. Brian likes a lot of treble. I like the Crimson, but it's a lot of treble for my taste, like within my range. And then I think it's the Titan that has that bombastic bass. I think that's the model that has the big bombastic bass. This doesn't have this like super distinct anything. It's just what's so distinct about it is that it is just overall fantastic. It's balanced. It's their most neutral IEM I've heard to date. And it's going to be one of my high references. It is that good. The bass has some emphasis, but well within my range of neutrality.
Right.
Very detailed, too. The mid-range is super, super resolving, detailed, beautiful. And the treble, it has good energy and is very resolving and airy. And then the sound staging is beautiful. Honestly, this is going to be one of my references. And we don't know the price. We don't know what's in it. And that's what I can tell you. Just based on what I'm hearing, I'm going to guess this is going to not be inexpensive.
I would assume not, yeah.
But I have no idea. So at CanJam New York, and it doesn't matter if it, even if it comes in lower than I'm kind of guessing, I'll be thrilled. And if it comes in really high, I'm not going to be surprised. It's that good. So at CanJam New York, don't miss it. This is the Symphonium Audio Zenith. And yeah, fantastic IEM. What a wonderful collaboration IEM this is.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Volk Audio and Astell&Kern Stella. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. So Volk Audio released an IEM, their first IEM, called the A12.
Right.
And I thought maybe when we first heard they're going to do a collaboration that maybe this would be voiced like the A12, but with some slight changes.
Yeah.
Completely different IEM from the A12.
Yes.
Completely. We'll get to the sound shortly. So let's talk about it. The Volk Audio and Astell&Kern Stella is a 12-driver quad brid IEM. And on each side, for lows, there's one Volk M9R 9mm dynamic subwoofer, 2 Sonian balanced armatures. For the mids, 3 Sonian balanced armatures. And for the highs, 2 Volk MP2 planar drivers and 4 Sonian EST drivers. And that's all in a 6-way crossover configuration. The shell is an aerospace-grade 6061 T6 aluminum shell, anodized black satin finish. It's simple and elegant.
Yeah.
On that black side. The faceplate, though.
That's what I love.
The faceplate uses sapphire crystal glass or sapphire crystal, which essentially should be scratch-proof.
Yeah.
And that's surrounded by a polished stainless steel faceplate frame. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
And I love sapphire crystal. I love that they use that. That's so cool. The cable is a 23.7 gauge 4-core cable, and that's a 5N LCOFC copper, 4N silver, and 24 karat gold conductor combination, and a 12-strand Litz Type 4S geometry. It uses 6061T6 black anodized aluminum hardware with 316 stainless steel polished accents, 2-pin connector on the earpiece side, 4.4 millimeter balanced termination on the plug side.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have the leather carrying case here, but I expect it's going to be gorgeous.
Well, yeah, it's coming from Astell&Kern, and they select some really nice leathers.
Yes, they do. So I'm expecting that to be gorgeous. Price, $3,900.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it. I think this is a flagship class IEM. I'm really digging this one. Okay, so again, I want to mention. So Jack Vang from Volk Audio, on his first IEM, the A12, worked with a 5-time Grammy Award-winning engineer named Michael Graves.
Yeah.
I met Michael in Singapore, CanJam Singapore, and what a gentleman. Just this kind soul.
Yeah.
And obviously very talented five-time Grammy Award-winning engineer. So, okay, the A12. Well, let's talk about what they say about this one first. So,
Right.
So they say new acoustic architectures and driver assemblies were created specifically for Stella to achieve the precision and tonal balance defined in its target response. I don't know what its target response is. I can tell you, though, it's very different than the A12s.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I don't know about you. I prefer the Stella to the A12.
Hands down.
I enjoy the A12. It's a more like a vocal forward design, like a sound, to my ears. But very enjoyable to me. But this is more neutrally tuned.
Yes.
And it has beautiful bass.
It's got some bass impact. Yeah.
It's got some yeah. So if there's something low,
Mm-hmm.
it hits hard.
It does.
But I don't find it overblown at all. I know for you prefer less bass than I do.
I make a small tweak in the EQ, but it's not a lot, and I really, really enjoy the final product.
I make no tweak. I take that impact and enjoy the heck out of it.
Yeah.
The mids are super clean and reference class
Yes.
mids. The highs are gorgeous, soaring. Yeah, I enjoy the heck out of these a lot. The
Yeah.
imaging is beautiful. Frankly, again, I prefer these to the A12. I do enjoy the A12, but this is more my jam.
Mm-hmm.
What a wonderful IEM. I think it's going to be a huge hit at CanJam. I think I can see lines forming for this already. So make sure at CanJam to check out the Volk Audio and Astell&Kern Stella. Great job, guys. What a wonderful IEM. Now, this is a collaboration IEM between Astell&Kern and 64 Audio.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Zeo, and I'm so here for the Zeo. I love the Zeo. So another fantastic collaboration IEM with Astell&Kern, and I love the Zeo. So I need to talk about the Zeo on a couple different fronts.
Right.
The basics, of course, what it is, but also the platform it's built on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll explain. So let's talk about the basics. It's a 10-driver hybrid IEM, and on each side there are 2 dynamics for lows and an isobaric arrangement, specifically a cone-to-magnet isobaric arrangement. 6 balanced armatures for mids, 1 balanced armature for high mids, and 1 TIA balanced armature for highs, all of that in a 4-way passive crossover design. Now, if that all sounds familiar, that's because the Zeo is effectively built on the 64 Audio Velour platform.
Right.
And for me, that's an entirely positive, beautiful thing, because since its release, the Velour has been one of my reference IEMs. I actually prefer the Zeo for sound, but also for the way it looks, which we'll get to in just a second, but for the sound as well. All right, we'll get back to that. So the looks, so beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
So the body made of 904L stainless steel. This is a very high-grade stainless steel. I believe if you bought a stainless steel Rolex watch today, it's probably 904L stainless steel.
Yeah, and it's the same stainless steel found in the AN Ultima SP4000 as well.
Ah, yes. One of our reference players here.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things they do with the 904L, though, on the Zeo is they DLC code it.
Yeah.
I'm a huge DLC fan. DLC stands for diamond-like carbon.
Mm-hmm.
It is an inordinately durable coating.
Right.
There are hobbies that I participate in, for example, I like to go to the range sometimes and shoot targets. And some of the pistols that I shoot use DLC coating.
Mm-hmm.
For high wear areas, I've just never seen a coating so durable. I don't even know that there is a more durable coating that you can use in that application than DLC.
Right.
And on the Zeo, they use a glossy DLC. I have to imagine it is also incredibly durable. It's also incredibly beautiful. I love that 2-layer faceplate and the angles and everything. I actually think the Zeo is probably one of the most beautiful looking IEMs out there right now.
Yeah.
I love the way it looks. All right. It also has a 64 Audio Apex system, like other 64 Audio IEMs, like the Velour.
Yeah.
And like the Velour, it comes with an M15 installed, but it has the other Apex modules as well. I happen to think the M15 is the best sounding module on it. I'll get to that in a second. But now Philip from 64 Audio at CanJam SoCal 2025 told me a little detail I didn't know about.
Yeah.
Which is that the M15 module on the ZEO, specifically, just the M15 module, is also made of 904L stainless steel and is DLC coated.
I wonder if they needed to use that steel to specifically get that DLC coating.
Yeah, because I don't know that DLC would work with the other alloy they're using on the other.
I don't either.
On the other Apex modules, but so just that one. The rest of the Apex modules are standard Apex modules.
Right.
But that M15 is special, stainless steel, DLC coated. All right. The cable is a 4-core cross-braided silver-plated UPOCC copper-Litz cable with a 2-pin connection on the ear side and 4.4 millimeter termination.
Mm-hmm.
I think this cable looks and feels and is constructed like a high-end aftermarket cable.
Oh, it definitely does.
I love that about it. I think most ZEO owners will probably keep that cable in place. Leather carrying case, simple, elegant, and then handcrafted in the USA, $3,000. It's a little more expensive than a velour.
It is.
I'm going to say it. Totally worth it.
It is.
There's the build, the appearance. I love the way the velour looks, that striking color of the velour, but these are just like kind of next level elegance. Right. These are pretty bougie.
They are.
Yeah, I love them. But the sound, more importantly. So I love the velour sound. Again, one of my references since its release has been out for a while. This tightens it up. Didn't know that I wanted that from the velour. It makes the bass more controlled, more textured, and I didn't know I wanted that. But also not just the bass. The balance is still all there that I love, but presence region, upper mids, treble, all of it is just more refined.
Right.
The ZEO is now one of my references. It'll probably replace the velour because they're close, familial in sound. And if you want to hear one of my high reference IEMs right now at CanJam, make sure you hear the Astell&Kern 64 Audio ZEO. Fantastic IEM. This is the Meze Audio Astro. It's a flagship single dynamic driver IEM from Meze Audio. I knew it was coming, but until we got this one, this is the first I've heard it.
Right.
And I was wondering before I heard it, like, where's this going to come in terms of value? Because they released the Meze Audio Alba, and that's like $160.
Yeah.
And punches way above its price. This is $899 or €899, and this also punches above its price. So I'm happy. I'm happy with these a lot. So let's talk about it. On each side, there's a 10 millimeter dynamic driver. It uses a multi-layer composite diaphragm. And they say that the diaphragm dome features over 80 ultra-thin layers of gold, bonded to a titanium layer that is mounted on a peak base, like PEEK, which I believe is polyether ether ketone.
Right.
It uses a CNC machined titanium housing. It's machined from a single block of titanium. And they use a multi-stage electroplating process for a smooth satin finish. The impedance is 32 ohms. The cable, which is gorgeous, is a premium balanced cable. CNC anodized aluminum hardware, gold-plated 4.4 millimeter termination, and this wonderfully integrated 4.4 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter. It was attached when we got it, and it's so well integrated that at first I thought it was a cable terminated in 3.5. No, it's 4.4 with the adapter to 3.5. And I love the hardware on it. This Y-split that almost looks like a wishbone is just so beautiful and sculpted. And by the way, the design of this with the titanium earpieces is one of the most simple, elegant designs Meze has done. You know, here's a company that is known for its aesthetic beauty, and this is like so simple and elegant.
Yeah, kind of understated.
Very understated.
Yeah.
It comes with 2 carry cases, a zip-up carry case. We're showing them on this little table here, and then a pouch, like a snap pouch. And again, price is $899 or €899. Okay, so they say that the Meze Audio Astro was created for listeners who demand true high-end performance without crossing into flagship pricing territory. At $899, they've not crossed into flagship pricing territory, so that's a good thing. The philosophy, they say, one driver delivering a visceral, full-bodied sound that rivals the layering, imaging, and resolution typically associated with multi-driver designs. I think they've succeeded beautifully with that. Because as I've said before, if you can accomplish your sonic goals with one driver, it's a beautiful thing. Because there are some advantages that come with it, like in terms of phase, coherence, things like that. And they've done it with this. So now I'm going to compare it to the Alba, because the Alba, even though it's so much less expensive, punches above its weight. And that I hear is like a more flat, neutral tuning to my ears. This has a rich neutral tuning. The driver sounds like it's more resolving and faster, like significantly. And there's a richness to the tuning versus the Alba. It's frankly, the tuning of this is kind of right where my preference is, like centered down my preference.
Mm-hmm.
The bass, like they said, is rich and impactful. The mids are also rich without being thick.
Yeah.
So they're clean, rich mids. And then the treble is smoother than the Alba, for example,
mm-hmm.
but still more detailed. Honestly, kind of right down the middle of my preferences again. And the imaging is beautiful, which is something that if you execute a well-designed single driver design, you can take advantage of that for imaging, and it images beautifully. So to me, strong value even at the price. Well short of flagship pricing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm excited about these, and they'll be at CanJam. This is the Meze Audio Astro. As far as I'm concerned, if you're listening to IEMs and checking out IEMs at CanJam, this is an absolute can't miss. This is Campfire Audio's Andromeda 10. I'm smiling because I love this IEM.
Yeah.
So it was launched, the Andromeda 10 was launched at CanJam SoCal 2025 to celebrate 10 years of Campfire Audio.
Right.
I still can't believe how fast 10 years goes by. The Andromeda family of IEMs is perhaps maybe the most important line of products that Campfire Audio has done. I mean, it's the one that I think a lot of people think of when they think of Campfire Audio.
Mm-hmm.
They've had several Andromeda models. This one's my favorite, the Andromeda 10. So let's talk about it. So the Andromeda 10 is a 10-driver, all-balanced armature design. So on each side, there are 4 drivers for lows, 4 drivers for mids, and 2 for highs. It features Campfire Audio's TAEC, which is their tuned acoustic expansion chamber. And then it introduces Campfire Audio's NEMC mid-driver circuit. They say this new circuit design is engineered to reduce and eliminate unwanted noise and resonance that can be present in balanced armature technology. I'm not familiar with the specifics there, but I'll say the mids on these Andromeda 10s so clean.
Yes.
All right. CNC'd aluminum housing in what they describe as a classic rich Andromeda green finish.
Yeah, we love that green.
I love this shade of green. It's different than the other Andromeda greens, but it's richer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm there for it. I love this shade of green. Stainless steel nozzle and hardware. They say it's Campfire Audio's first IEM to feature 2-pin connectors, which I think IEM cable enthusiasts are going to be quite happy with.
Yeah, Campfire Audio owners have been asking for that for a while, and Campfire Audio actually finally listened to them.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me, though, if people don't end up swapping cables anyway, because it comes with a very nice cable.
Yeah.
They call it the Time Link cable. It's a silver-plated and pure copper conductor cable with swappable terminations, 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter, and very cool USB-C DAC.
Yep.
All right. Accessories. Comes with a green leather case in a really cool shade of green.
Yes.
And a 10-year commemorative pin, which is nice. Price $1,799.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I love the Andromeda 10. Now, of the sound, here's how they describe it. Our largest balanced armature array yet delivers incredible detail, resolution, soundstage speed, and accuracy while maintaining rich note weight, impact, and a subtle touch of warmth.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I agree with that description. Would you?
Oh, absolutely.
Because we both really dig this IEM.
Yep.
What does it sound like? It reminds me actually of like going back to first gen Andromeda, but informed by 10 years of experience making many IEMs since, and maybe improvements in technology since. It's like Andromeda, but for today.
Mm-hmm.
And I will describe its sound signature, because we both really enjoy this one, as on the more neutral side.
Right.
The bass, for example, to my ears is a perceived neutral bass that's well extended.
Yeah, it's right where I want it.
It's right where you want
Yep.
it. And when you say that, we don't often agree on like how much we love something.
Yeah.
But in this case, we do. The mids, as I mentioned earlier, very clean and detailed.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's an air. So it's like,
yes.
It's like, it reminds me of the original Andromeda. It doesn't sound exactly like the original Andromeda, don't get me wrong. But it reminds me of the original Andromeda with air and just more resolution and sound staging. It's a beautiful IEM. And at CanJam, the Andromeda 10 will be there, and you don't want to miss it. So earlier in the headphone portion of this preview video, we mentioned a headphone from DUNU called the Vault that we couldn't even talk about, really.
Right.
Like there was so little we could say about it.
Yep.
And now we have an IEM that we can say so little about as well. This is the DUNU Noctua.
Mm-hmm.
It will be at CanJam New York. It's an upcoming flagship IEM, just
Right.
as the Vault is an upcoming flagship headphone. This is an upcoming flagship IEM with 4 different types of drivers on each side. Like the Vault, still in active development, and a prototype will be on display at CanJam New York, expected to launch spring of 2026. 4 different types of drivers. Now, okay, I'm going to say this. First of all, I like the way these look.
Yeah.
There's kind of like, I don't know why it makes me think of like an old automotive sort of design, but I love the way they look, and they're not small.
No, they're big.
They're kind of a bigger bodied IEM.
Mm-hmm.
4 different types of drivers. DUNU, what you have going on in here. All right, let's talk about the sound. Now, maybe they're subject to change because we don't know how close to final voicing these are.
Right.
But I'm going to say it. I really enjoy these.
They were fun.
Yeah, the bass, the bass is not overemphasized.
No.
But has like low bass emphasis. So there's that thump when it's there, when the low bass is there. And then I find them to be overall on the more neutral side, with some nice sparkle. These are, to my ears, these are reference sounding IEMs.
Right.
So I like where DUNU is going with these. I don't know how much they are or they aren't going to change. I don't know what you're going to hear at CanJam New York if you're going to hear what I'm hearing. But whatever I'm hearing, I really like. That's about as much as we can say about the DUNU Noctua. But what you got going on in there, DUNU, we're curious. But make sure to check out the DUNU Noctua at CanJam New York.
I have the distinct impression that the folks in the water cooler thread are going to be lining up to check out this cable.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So this is Eletech's Elegy to Lucia. It's a really, really nice cable.
I've been mispronouncing it. I've been pronouncing it Elegy to Lucia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you're right.
I can see that, but I think it's Lucia.
Yeah.
It is part of Eletech's Sacramento series, and it's a 23-gauge, 8-wire cable. Now, the list of materials here is pretty complicated. So, in 4 of the wires, you have gold, silver, platinum, palladium alloy, OCC copper A, with SPC and copper shielding, and in the other 4 wires, you have gold, silver, platinum alloy, gold graphene copper, and OCC copper B. It also features multi-sized stranding design, which is something that Eletech has done in a couple of cables, more of their high-end stuff. It is dual-phase purification, which is DPP treated, and Eletech says that each material undergoes an initial distillation followed by a secondary refinement, eliminating residual impurities and retaining only the purest elements. It also has a duostrata high dispersion geometry, which Eletech says duostrata features an intricate interplay of alternating strand gauges, thick, thin, thick in one wire, thin, thick, thin in the paired wire. Now, admittedly, some of that goes over my head. This next part doesn't. They say that expands the perceived soundstage, sharpens imaging, and deepens background darkness. That part I definitely understand. It has FlexiMax insulation, and it also features bespoke connectors and a Y-split from Eletech. These connectors are gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
I absolutely love them.
Yes.
So the split here, and it's a hand-applied Japanese enamel with gemstone detailing. They wanted to pull out all the stops and make something just stunning, and they achieved it.
The enameling is beautiful.
Yeah, I love the look so much. It has 2-pin connectors and 4.4 millimeter termination. Now, it's limited to only 88 pieces. So again, I think the water cooler thread folks, they're going to want to check this out sooner than later because they're not going to stick around.
I wouldn't be surprised if all 88 went to water cooler people.
I wouldn't be surprised either. And the price is going to run $64.99. Now, I want to mention there's an option on this that we have. So it can come with Eletech's Versa connectors, which are the swappable terminations on the earphone side. So you can go between a couple of different options. It's also toolless, which I appreciate. And that's made with titanium alloy hardware. I absolutely love the look. So if you're interested in that, definitely contact Eletech directly. And we have it paired right here with the Canper CP622B Ti. So when this came in, I thought, that looks like a really special cable because we didn't know the details when it first arrived. So I would reach for a very special IEM. And that Canper CP622B Ti works with this cable so well.
It is such a beautiful pairing.
Yeah, I absolutely love these together. So again, it's limited to only 88, which means anybody who's interested, you're going to want to line up really early because they might be gone by the time you get there.
This is the Faith Audio Labs E1000.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is a pre-production unit because we got contacted from this new company, Faith Audio Labs. They asked us if we wanted to hear their IEM. Now, I get very excited when this happens, but I also know to kind of have a measured excitement.
Right.
A lot of times with newer companies, we get disappointed, like with the very first thing they release.
Mm-hmm.
It happens from time to time that we get something that we listen to from a new company, and we totally dig it.
Yeah.
And in this case, we both totally dig it. So Thank you, Faith Audio Labs, for contacting us because we dig it. And they'll be at CanJam.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they're starting off with a bang here. So they say the Faith Audio Labs E1000, which again, this is a pre-production unit, is the founding flagship. So I'm not sure if that means they're going to start with this and then move down line.
I know of one other that's coming down the road. We'll talk about that actually briefly in a moment.
Okay, gotcha. So they say that the Faith Audio Labs E1000 introduces the concept of passive desktop speakers into IEM design. Specifically, there's a single 10.2 millimeter full-range dynamic driver on each side, and that driver is inside an acoustic chamber. It's a double-sided titanium-coated diaphragm that they use magnetron sputtering process on.
Yeah, and there's an interesting detail about that is they say that it has more than 80 layers of titanium coating. And when you think about it, it's a 10.2 millimeter diaphragm. That's kind of crazy when you have 80 layers of titanium. I want to see like a cross-section of that.
I would like to see the driver myself,
Yeah.
but I don't think they'd appreciate if I took these apart to
Probably
get to it. But double-sided titanium coated, does that mean that both sides are coated?
Yeah.
I think that's what it means. Tesla magnetic system. They say it's a patented design with dual neodymium magnets that generate a 9,000 Gauss magnetic field and a triple-layer magnetic guidance system. All of that in these titanium alloy shells, which are actually quite lovely, kind of industrial looking.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah, I like that design. And the cable is a 4-core oxygen-free copper, 1.5 meters long. So the sound, let's get to the sound. So the sound for me, which we actually both dig,
Right.
is I perceive, starting with the bass, I perceive the bass as more what I would describe as perceived neutral.
Yeah, the bass is pretty much square where I want it.
Perceived flat. Yes, and I thought you'd like that. But the extension's there.
Yeah, it is.
And so it hits nice and low,
Yes.
but it is not emphasized. The mids are clean. I consider them quite neutral as well.
Yep.
And then there's some shimmer in the highs.
Yep.
I'm reminded when I listen to these of a sort of more neutral version bass-wise of something like Sennheiser IE900. I'm not saying they sound exactly like the Sennheiser IE900 with less bass.
Right.
I'm just saying it reminds me. There are characteristics of it that remind me of that. Maybe it's not a coincidence that they're both single driver dynamic IEMs.
Yeah, having heard both, I can definitely see that connection.
Right. But it images beautifully.
Yep.
This is a lovely IEM. I can't believe it's their first. Now, as I understand it, there's experience on the team.
Okay.
That's all I can really say. Yeah. So though it's their first IEM under Faith Audio Labs, I think there's experience here in making these. But I'm very excited that they will be at CanJam showing the E1000.
Yep.
You definitely want to listen to these.
And they'll also be showing off something in addition to the E1000. The model number is called the U1000. Now, I don't have specific details on that IEM, but I do know that a prototype version will be shown at CanJam, so headfiers will be able to hear both the E1000 and the future U1000 side by side. When I think of Dekoni Audio, I immediately think of their premium aftermarket headphone ear pads. That's where they got their start, and that's just the earliest memory I have. However, they've grown quite a bit since then. They've branched out into headphone accessories. They've even branched out into full-size headphones, and now they're branching more and more into the IEM space, and I'm so happy to see it. So one of the things that they're introducing for IEM lovers is this. Now, this is Dekoni Audio's ensemble cable, and you might be thinking, that doesn't look like it's for an IEM. It's not. This is the Focal Utopia version with the LEMO connectors. We don't have the IEM cable here, but the concept is exactly the same. So when you buy a Dekoni Audio ensemble cable, it's a system. You get two parts. You get the post-split connector, and then the main body of the cable. And they come apart very easily with just a twist. And the reason why that's fantastic to me is, first of all, you can replace just one part if it happens to get damaged, but also it allows swapping cables between different headphone types. So you have a full-size headphone and an IEM cable. You can keep just one main core and swap out the connectors, which is a lot more convenient in certain setups, especially when your connections are behind the device.
And more economical.
Absolutely. Yeah. It definitely saves you quite a bit of money. So the ensemble cable starts at $79.99 for the full system, but if you just want to pick up the post-split, it's $39.99 for their silver braided cable version, and then $64.99 for the PCU HD copper version. Again, this is a full-size headphone, but the concept is exactly the same, and I love that. So what are you connecting your cables to? Well, a lot of us are connecting them to portable DAC amps. And for me, I connected to my Moondrop Dawn Pro, and I'm using the Dekoni Audio Mag DAC on the back of my phone here. So it's a magnetic DAC amp holder. And like I said, the Dawn Pro is sitting in here. I just keep this little tail cable connected at all times, slop it into the holder when I'm not using it, and then just plug it into the phone when I need to listen to it. And then when it's off, I can just toss it in my bag and they all stay together. So it basically gives me a very quick phone DAP kind of setup. And I will also point out, I did use this with the Astell&Kern AKHC5 dongle DAC, and I thought that worked very well because it had that kind of the dial knob that works on the bottom. I will say it's a lot easier to use the devices that don't have displays if you need to change settings, but it will still work for devices that do have a display. So just keep that in mind if you're thinking about this. So that's going to set you back $39.99.
DAC not included.
DAC not included. No. But then what about the guys that are listening to their IEMs and don't need cables? Well, we don't have it here, but Dekoni Audio also has new ear tips for the AirPods Pro 3. And people might be thinking, well, you know, they already come with ear tips, of course, but these are memory foam ear tips. There are a lot of headfires out there that prefer memory foam for that really, you know, the full foam seal. I'm more of a silicone guy when it comes to tips, but for the guys that are really into memory foam, this is the way to go. It's $24.99, I believe. Definitely check it out at CanJam. It's so nice that they're expanding into the realm of IEMs more and more and more, giving us more options.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key takeaways here is we think of Dekoni, we think of ear pads.
We do.
For over-ear headphones.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we have to now start thinking about Dekoni across all accessories.
Yeah.
Yeah, for not just headphones, but IEMs and more.
Yeah, absolutely. So IEM lovers, definitely stop by and check out all of Dekoni Audio's gear at CanJam. So Noble Audio is bringing the Prestige back to the stage because this is the Noble Audio Focus Prestige Encore. And for those that have heard the Prestige before, I believe it used to be their flagship, and this is taking those reins once again. So the Focus Prestige Encore is a 4-driver tribrid true wireless system. It has one 8mm dynamic driver, 2 Knowles balanced armature drivers, and one 6mm planar driver. So if you're thinking about the original Prestige, this is going to sound different because that planar driver was not there before. They've kind of pulled out a little magic and now it's suddenly here. Speaking of other changes from the Focus Prestige, this has active noise cancellation. This has a new chipset. It's based on Qualcomm's QCC3091, and they say that that delivers better sound tuning and more stable signal, and I will always take more stable signal anytime true wireless is involved because stability is king. It has a wireless charging case now, which is appreciated. They've changed the metal nozzles, so they're new metal nozzles with a 3 venting hole structure. It has a smaller housing, and they say it's more comfortable, and I agree, it is. And they also say that it has a more consistent wood color. Now, admittedly, I didn't see a lot of Prestiges side by side to really compare, but I'm definitely going to take their word for it. And This is a beautiful color. I love what they did. Connection-wise, you're looking at a Bluetooth 5.4 connection, and codecs, you're going to have SBC, AAC, aptX, aptX Adaptive, aptX Lossless, and LDAC. So a lot of modern codecs there for most portable devices on the go. It features multi-pairing and multi-connection. I also love that. And it supports Bluetooth Low Energy. Now, battery life, this is another place that it's improved. We have up to 7 hours with ANC or 10 hours of runtime without, and the charging case has 2.5 times full charge. So when you're thinking about without ANC, you get a maximum runtime of 35 hours, which is plenty in, without needing to stop back at the charging station and juice up. You will also get 2 hours of playback with about 10 minutes for a quick charge. You also get EQ functionality via the Noble Audio Focus app, and you and I were both playing around with the EQ settings. Obviously, we're going to have our own preferences. I actually ended up doing a custom EQ setting for this one, and once I popped in my custom, I like this quite a bit. It's $699 USD, so it's a little more expensive than the original Focus Prestige. However, I think it's worth it. So the addition of ANC is already a benefit. It also has transparency mode, and you can turn off both. I've mainly been listening to it with the ANC turned on. I'm not noticing any difference between swapping back and forth ANC on or off, and that's appreciated. It also does have touch controls. I want to mention that, so you can pause and play without messing with your phone. But sonically, once I had to bring down the bass a little bit, probably no surprise to a lot of people out there. However, once I did that, oh, this is lovely. There's a lot of great detail going on, a lot of resolution and clarity, bring out a little bit of just that bass presence, and I was very much enjoying this. This is something that I could pop into my ears, go out and about, and enjoy on the road. I'm actually curious to try it on a plane because the ANC here canceled out all the fan noise that we have inside the office, so I'm impressed.
Yes, I am too. So I would say, from the default signature, you actually took bass out?
Yeah, the default standard, I actually took out a little bass, like the 250 hertz down range.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so we have a difference in bass preference. I enjoyed the default. These are unquestionably reference, as true wireless goes, absolutely reference true wireless.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, these are fantastic. So at CanJam, I would definitely make sure to audition these, even if you didn't know that you were interested in wireless, because it's so convenient to get that kind of sound in true wireless. In 2024, Noble Audio released what we both agreed was the best IEM they've ever made.
Yep.
It was the Noble Audio Chronicle. They only made like 118 of them.
Yeah, very exclusive.
Very exclusive. They were to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Noble.
Yep.
This was one of the IEMs that's kind of rare for us. We fully agreed on it.
Yes.
Like, this was one of the IEMs we both loved immensely. Well, this IEM, the reason I'm talking about the Chronicles, because I want to talk about this one, which is the Kronos. This is the Noble Audio Kronos. This will be at CanJam. The Chronicles are gone, people.
Yeah.
But the Kronos is here, and it will be at CanJam. And they say the Kronos is inspired by the limited edition Chronicle that commemorated Noble Audio's 10th anniversary. Kronos marks a bold new chapter in the evolution of the flagship line.
I think that phrase, inspired by, is underselling what this is.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
It sounds like the Chronicle.
Yes.
They even say the same internal components as the Chronicle. I'm going to say it sounds like a Chronicle.
Yep.
Looks different, but it sounds like a Chronicle, which is a fantastic thing.
Oh, yeah.
So let's talk about what it is for those not familiar with the Chronicle. It is a 9-driver quad-bridge IEM. So on each side, 2 dynamic drivers for the lows, and that's one 10-millimeter dynamic driver and one 7-millimeter dynamic driver. 4 balanced armatures, 2 Knowles balanced armatures for mids, 2 Knowles balanced armatures for the highs, 2 Sonian ESTs, electrostatic tweeters, for the ultra highs, 1 dual membrane bone conduction driver. And all of that is tied together seamlessly with a 6-way crossover. We'll get to the sound in a second because I absolutely have to talk about it. Machined titanium shell is gorgeous.
Stunning.
Yeah, so the Chronicle had a very unique shell. It was like, I think it was entirely made of a...
That was drool-inducing,
Yeah, that was like all titanium Damascus. This has titanium Damascus faceplates. But it uses this machined titanium shell. I've seen a sneak preview of your photographs of these, which we're probably showing now. The facets on the inside are incredible.
The machining is so nice.
It's so beautiful. There's not a bad angle on these. Those facets are so precisely and beautifully and sharply cut.
Yeah.
I love them. I love the way these look too. So these are still stunning looking to me. Hand assembled and matched. The cable is also gorgeous. It's a 4N pure silver cable. That's 4 nines pure silver. And then silver plated 6N OCC copper. So that's 6 nines Ono continuous cast copper. And palladium plated 4N pure silver.
Yeah.
2 pin connectors on the earpiece side, and then 4.4 millimeter termination, and these are $4,500. So these are less expensive by a margin,
significantly,
than I remember the Chronicle being. And you're getting Chronicle sound.
Yes.
I'll say it again. This is the best sounding IEM. So these and the Chronicle, they sound the same to me, are the best sounding Noble IEMs I've heard. I think they're fantastic flagship IEMs. So what's the signature like? These are definitely for me on the neutral side. These are like neutral reference flagship monitors to my ears.
Yeah.
But there's a catch, and it's a nice catch. It's that the treble is on the higher side of my preferences.
Not mine.
Not yours. But it's in a way that for me is a very good thing.
Yeah.
It's this beautiful articulation in air, beautiful balance, the image is gorgeous.
Yep.
It might have something to do with that. It might have something to do with any number of things, but this is such a beautiful sounding IEM.
Yes, it is.
And it's flagship class all the way. So they're giving Chronicle sound in the Kronos for $4,500 at CanJam. Hello.
Yeah.
You do not want to miss these. This is an IEM again that Brian and I both love, that we both agree on. Doesn't happen to this degree very often. But we are 100% in agreement on this one. We love this. This is the Kronos. It sounds like a Chronicle from Noble Audio.
Technics will be joining us at CanJam New York this year, and they're also one of our CanJam New York event sponsors, so thank you Technics for helping make CanJam possible. This year, Technics is celebrating their 60th anniversary, and they've learned a lot over the past 6 decades. At CanJam New York, come congratulate them on their Diamond Jubilee, and while you're there, do not miss their best offerings, including this, the EAH AZ100. This is an IEM that I've had a chance to try at a couple of different CanJams, but not really spend a whole lot of extended time listening to it. And now that I have, I am very happy with this little piece. So I want to talk about it. This is the Technics EAH AZ100. Now they call the EAH AZ100 a reference class hi-fi true wireless earbud system. And it definitely is that. So inside of this is a 10 millimeter dynamic driver that they call a magnetic fluid driver. It has an ultra thin free edge drive structure with an aluminum diaphragm, and they say that's paired with an acoustic control chamber and a custom harmonizer to achieve their target signature, which in their quote is an expansive soundstage with natural, mid-range, and powerful bass. And I would say that definitely applies here. I'll get back to sound here in a moment. Bluetooth connectivity, so you get Bluetooth 5.3 with support for SBC, AAC, LC3, and LDAC. You have adaptive noise cancellation built in, and this is an excellent integration of noise cancellation to a product. You can tell it wasn't one that was just like an off-the-shelf solution. They actually spent a lot of time developing it. It has multi-point connectivity for up to 3 devices, which is nice. And it also has their voice focus AI, which is best described as like an outgoing voice noise reduction system designed to reduce the background noise when you're speaking. It has spatial audio optimization for Dolby Atmos and Dolby head tracking. I admittedly don't really use the Dolby head tracking much, but the Dolby Atmos, I do use that regularly. And it has an IPX4 water resistance rating. Now, they also have the Technics Audio Connect app, which I want to mention because that's going to be kind of the main brains of the system here. And inside of it, you can do things like customize the ANC settings or select from one of their different presets or even custom EQ settings. And again, I'm going to come back to that here in a minute. It has up to 10 hours of listening time on a single charge. And then with the charging case, you get up to 28 hours and 90 minutes of play with a 15-minute quick charge. And then also this charging case does support Qi wireless charging, which is nice. It comes in silver, black, champagne gold, or midnight blue. So you have 4 color options. And price, you're looking at $299.99. So it's pretty much towards the upper end of what I would consider standard market pricing. You're not in the flagship territory, but it's also not entry level as far as price goes, but you do get a lot of features and sound quality for that price.
Yeah, in the HiFi world, that's like actually super affordable.
That's pretty reasonable, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, they describe it as delivering high-level clarity for natural and realistic sound, full yet articulate bass that extends to very low frequencies, creating a sense of timing, presence, and dynamics, and true high resolution for detail and clarity. That's a really good description. Out of the box, I think it sounds excellent.
So do I.
You don't need to apply EQ to get great sound out of this, but that's where I want to come back to that EQ, because this is one of those situations where every single EQ that's in their app is usable and sounds good. There are times where I'll be playing with different apps and I might think, I kind of feel like they just threw that EQ in there just because it doesn't really sound great. I don't know who's going to like that. Every single one of them is usable. And then I tended to favor what's called treble plus, no surprise whatsoever. So it gives a little bit of a bump to the mid-range and a lot of bump to the treble, and I am very happy. So it's excellent because the default signature to me is, I would call it, I'd say neutral with a low-end bump. And a lot of headfires are looking for that specifically. I tend to like my tilt the opposite direction.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. I also want to mention there's a couple of underrated features on here that I don't see mentioned a lot, and I definitely want to call them out. So first of all, these have ear detection, which is a feature that I love on true wireless IEMs. Anytime it's available as an option, I am going to use it, because if I'm talking to somebody, sometimes the fastest way to just communicate is pop one of my earbuds out, and I wanted to pause the music. I love that, and it's here, and I'm so happy about it. Another underrated feature is the overall size of the case. This thing is tiny. So there are some smaller true wireless earphone cases out there. This is definitely on the small side. Love that about it. And then another underrated feature, and this might just be me, but I love that I can customize the app itself. So on their homepage, you can actually change which of the 4 features you want to be shown on the main page of the app. So I've tweaked mine around to kind of get it exactly where I want it and just pop the app open, change the setting I want to change, and I'm done. So nice, so user-friendly. Again, for $300 US, this delivers such a complete package that sounds great, functions great, and I think offers a lot for headfires.
It's so affordable and sounds so good that I was at one of the recent CanJams. I think I was sitting at their exhibit when I heard it, and literally got on my phone and ordered a pair right then and there.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I think a lot of headfires are going to end up doing that, because when you try this at CanJam, you're going to see why we're so happy about it.
All right, this is a very cool collaboration IEM.
Yeah, it is.
This is the Fat Freak and Effect Audio Grand Maestro Anniversary Founders Edition.
Yeah, probably the longest IEM name in the world.
It is probably the longest IEM name in the world. So, again, a collaboration obviously between Fat Freak and Effect Audio. Yep. And as you'd expect in a collaboration between Fat Freak and Effect Audio, again, it's a very cool IEM.
Yeah.
It's excellent, actually. So this is a 14-driver Tribrid IEM that they say uses second-generation Tribrid technology. On each side, 2 dynamic drivers in an isobaric configuration, I think the previous anniversary edition had one dynamic driver.
Correct. Yeah, the standard anniversary. The Founders has the dual.
Okay, the standard has. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. 8 balanced armatures on each side, 4 EST drivers with something they call ResoFlow, which is a custom Fat Freak waveguide system for improved driver integration and phase coherence, and all that in a 4-way crossover design. They say new bass Canon V2.0 Plus. That's probably referring to the isobaric drivers, the dual dynamics. Designed for bass heads, live performers, and studio professionals who crave maximum low-end authority. They're known for their low-end authority.
They are.
And especially the Grand Maestro, the Maestro series, which even if you look at their lineup description is described as V-shaped, but I love the tuning of it. We're going to get to that in a second. Titanium chassis. It's an elegant titanium chassis. It's actually quite lovely.
It is.
Vocal boost switch. Okay, I tend to use it with the vocal boost switch on.
I bounce back and forth, but I think I lean a little more towards vocal boost.
Yes, same here. Includes 4 sets of NOAA modules, champagne gold superstage modules, champagne gold control modules, silver reference modules, and black power modules. So the colors might be a little different than what people are used to.
They are.
But if you're familiar with those modules and a Fat Freak fan, there's nothing about those you won't understand. Ascendium flagship grade cable. Very beautiful cable.
Very.
This must be due to the collaboration with Effect Audio.
Yeah.
It is a UPOCC cable. That's ultra pure Ono continuous cast cable. Materials include palladium-plated silver, palladium silver alloy, gold-plated gold-silver alloy, gold-plated silver, and pure silver with Effect Audio central solid core. Again, it's a gorgeous cable. And again, working with Effect Audio, I'd expect no less. Includes a full set of Connex connectors and Pentacon OFC oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter termination.
Right.
So it's a nice plug. Comes with adjustable bass impedance adapter. Founders Edition leather carrying case, which we don't have handy at the moment.
Right.
Limited to 200 units globally.
Very limited, yeah.
Very limited. The price.
Yes.
$8,599.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a premium priced flagship class IEM. The Founders Edition delivers deeper, faster, and more controlled low-end impact, they say, delivering a truly end-game level bass experience that brings a sensation of live performance to your ears. Now, I will say this. I've mentioned it before. With some of the earlier models of Fat Freak, like the bass was simply too much for me. This is still, obviously, unabashedly, a bass-emphasized IEM.
It definitely is.
But for some reason, it works for me, especially with the Superstage modules.
I do like the Superstage modules. It does some really cool stuff with the soundstage.
It does. It's a nice wide soundstage.
Yes.
And that's, to me, for as bassy as it is, I thoroughly enjoy these, and so do many others. Like when we go to CanJam at the Fat Freak exhibit, a lot of people are enjoying the living daylights out of the Fat Freak IEMs.
Right.
This I do too. This is quite refined sounding, so I'm not sure exactly the changes they made, but the treble sounds more refined to me than maybe I've heard. We don't have any of the other models here currently to compare to, but just going from memory, there's just a refinement to it. It's beautifully executed.
Yeah, from memory, this is probably the most enjoyment I've gotten out of all of their IEMs.
I think I agree with you on that for sure. So this is, again, the Fat Freak Effect Audio Grandmeister Anniversary Founders Edition, longest named IEM that we're aware of, and it will be at CanJam. You will want to make sure to audition this. It is so good.
Now, that Fat Freak will not be the only collaboration that you'll find at Effect Audio's CanJam New York exhibit, because they have a collaboration with Elysian Acoustic Labs called the Annihilator Prime. Now, the Annihilator Prime is so new, we don't have it here yet, but we have some information, so I want to let you know it will be there because it sounds really interesting.
I am dying to hear it.
Yeah. So it's a 9-driver tri-braid design with one 9.2 millimeter LSR dynamic driver, 4 balanced armatures, and 4 electrostatic drivers. Now get this, it has a titanium shell, yes, hello, and it's crowned with sapphire glass.
Double hello.
Yeah, exactly. We both love titanium and sapphire. I want to see this in person.
Yeah, same here.
It is only limited to 100 globally, so there's not going to be very many, and the price is $42.99. Again, I want to see this in person. But when I think of Effect Audio, I think of cables first and foremost. And they also are going to have a new cable at CanJam New York called the Aries 10. Now, Effect Audio says that the Aries series, they're the cables that put them on the map. So this is a limited edition release commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Aries series. It is the first 10-wire configuration in Effect Audio's history, which I think is very interesting. And for materials, you're looking at copper gold alloy and pure copper. They say adding refinement, texture, and captivating mid-range presence on top of solid copper foundation. So this is going to run $8.99. It's an ongoing cable. As I understand it, it's going to be remaining in the family. So I want to celebrate 10 years with the Aries, and I want to check that out at CanJam New York. Elysian Acoustic Labs is a name that I did not know before CanJam Singapore 2022. But, oh man, in the time since, have they made quite a name for themselves in our community?
They have. They definitely have.
They definitely have. And pretty much everybody out there, I'm sure by this point, knows of the Annihilator 2023. Well, I'm excited to say that at CanJam New York, they will be introducing the Annihilator 2026. Now, this is so new, we do not have it here yet, but I have a couple of specs that I want to mention because I know a lot of headfires will be checking it out. So the Annihilator 2026 is a 7-driver tribrid design with 1 dynamic driver, 4 balanced armature drivers, and 2 electrostatic drivers. Now, they say that the original Foster driver from the Annihilator 2023 has been swapped out with a newly engineered 9.2mm LSR dynamic driver, and they say that that delivers improved bass response. They also say that it will come with a custom-tuned effect audio cable, and it's going to run $32.99. Now, at the moment, that's all I know about this, but I do know that you're a big fan of the Annihilator 2023, so I bet you're looking forward to hearing this.
I am. So the bass is definitely one of the defining characteristics of the Annihilator 2023, and I'm a huge fan of that IEM.
Mm-hmm.
Now the treble is the other big defining characteristic, so I'm curious to see how they're refining, retuning the 2026 version.
Right.
But specifically, when they're pointing out that they're replacing the bass driver, yes, I'm curious to know what this means for the bass, that defining characteristic. So, yes, I'm dying to hear this at CanJam New York.
Yeah, and that's not the only IEM that they're going to have at CanJam New York, so let's take a look at this.
Now, ever since I first heard an Elysian Acoustic Labs IEM, which was the Diva back at CanJam Singapore 2022, you were with me at that one.
I was.
I've been a huge fan of the company and several of their IEMs as I discovered more of their IEMs, as they released more of their IEMs, the Diva, the Annihilator, love the Annihilator, the Pilgrims, Pilgrim Noir.
Yeah.
I like the Pilgrim Noir more, you like the Pilgrim more. And then this is the Apostle, the Elysian Acoustic Labs Apostle. And this is the one I want to focus on today. Fantastic IEM. This one's $1,800, so it's not inexpensive.
Right.
Yet I think it's probably one of the best values in Elysian's lineup. And I'll explain that in a minute. So when I first heard it was prototype form, Lee let me hear it at one of the shows. I don't even remember which show it was anymore. And I even said to him the first thing, he said, "What do you think?" I said, "Reminds me of the Annihilator." And he started laughing. He said, "Well, it's kind of an Annihilator Junior."
Yeah.
And even in the notes, it says the same tribrid technology as our flagship Annihilator 2023. And then I got them side by side. And then there were definitely differences, which I'm going to go over in a second, but let's talk about what's in them first. So this is a 5-driver tribrid IEM, the Apostle. On each side, 1 9.2mm LSR dynamic driver. LSR is liquid silicone rubber. 1 Knowles balanced armature, 1 Sonian balanced armature, 2 Sonian ESTs, the electrostatic tweeters. And I'll say it, Elysian is one of the, they're one of the best at getting magic out of those ESTs to my ears.
Right.
4-way crossover. The shell is what they call dark stone forge aluminum alloy shell with stainless steel accents. It's a understatedly beautiful shell, in my opinion.
It is, yeah.
It's aluminum, but it kind of looks like dark titanium to me.
It does.
Flamberge cable.
I love that name.
Okay, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. My French friends are probably like, ugh. But anyways, Flamberge cable. 19-gauge copper, hybrid silver and gold-plated copper. Pentacon connection on the ear side, which is what you find on the Elysian IEMs. OFC, oxygen-free copper, 4.4mm termination. Comes with Divinus ear tips.
Yep.
I think I'm pronouncing that right. And again, $1,800. All right, now let's talk about the comparison and why I think it's such a good value. So I get it side by side, listening to them side by side. Annihilator 2023 and this. And the one thing I'll say is it's a safer tuning. And it has some things in common with the Annihilator. So yes, they sound of a family. But the Annihilator, which again I've described as a rich sounding IEM that's somehow still defined by its treble.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the most treble resolving IEMs I've ever heard. The Apostle has a safer treble tuning, but still a tremendous amount of detail in the treble, which again, Elysian's so good at getting. You know, Lee's told me some of what they do with those Sonian ESTs, but I don't think I'm supposed to discuss details, but let's just say they're really good at getting the detail out of those ESTs and beautiful sound out of them. And then the bass is also safer.
Right.
Overall, it's a more balanced tuning. I think it's going to have a broader appeal than the Annihilator 2023. I still love the Annihilator 2023, but I love the Apostle as well. So as much as they have in common, I would say they're definitely different. And I think it's different in a way that's going to have broader appeal.
Right.
So given the chance to audition the Apostle from Elysian Acoustic Labs, make sure to do so.
Unique Melody and Music Tech are two names that we often see at CanJam, and they're coming together to create something that I think is rather interesting.
Yeah, so do I.
So this is the Unique Melody MusicTech Pentara. Now the Pentara is a 13-driver quad-bridge IEM. Inside there are 2 dynamic drivers. One is 10 millimeters, one 7 millimeters. 4 of Unique Melody's Black Label balanced armatures. 4 EST drivers, and get this, 3 bone conduction drivers, specifically 2 Sonium bone conduction drivers and 1 of Unique Melody's Freak Shift bone conduction drivers.
And that's spelled FREQ shift, not FREAK shift.
Right? But I can definitely get my freak onto this, I think. It also has a 7-way pure acoustic crossover. Now, I want to mention that this is a pre-production unit. However, it's production voiced, and it's pretty far along. The production version will have a titanium chassis. It will also have, like this one does, a switch on the front of this really, really cool looking faceplate. That switch will switch between 2 different tunings. Now, as I understand it, one of those tunings was voiced by Unique Melody. The other was voiced by MusicTech, and if I'm not mistaken, specifically Leo from MusicTech's team. We'll come back to the specific voicing here in a little bit, but it has a PW audio cable with it, and I think it's a great combination together. It is an 8-gauge 2-wire design. It features PW Audio's shielding plus shielding. Now, I did find it to be a little bit on the girthier side. It's a bit of a kind of a stiff cable. However, like I said, the 2 together, I think works very well.
I do too. It is an 8-gauge cable, though.
It is exactly. Yeah. It's an 8-gauge cable. Now, going back to the Sonics, I spent pretty much all of my time listening in what I think is Unique Melody's tuning, and I found that to be a very neutral focused sound signature. And tell me if you disagree here, but I didn't find too much emphasis in the low end, but I did find it kind of gave a little more emphasis maybe to the sub bass specifically. Is kind of where I heard a little bit of boost, but not a ton. It's very nicely done. I thought it's a great sound signature.
I agree completely. So I also hear it as a neutrally tuned IEM. Like you, I find the bass impactful, unquestionably. Gives it a richness because the mids are clean to my ears.
Yeah.
And it gives it a richness. So there's enough there. I don't know that enough that I would call it bass emphasized per se.
Yeah.
The treble though is beautiful as well.
Yes, it is.
It on the one hand, it's on the smooth side.
It is, yeah.
But it's quite articulate.
Exactly.
And so overall, I would say it's still a neutral smooth signature with beautiful articulation in the treble.
Yep.
And the imaging is gorgeous. Now the switch to me is I'm not gonna lie. When I flip the switch whilst it's on my ears, I can hear the subtle change, right? And like maybe one is a little richer than the other.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one now though. And one is a little richer than the other. But the thing about it is it's so subtle to my ears. I want to know if people at CanJam that audition it will feel the same. So please let me know at CanJam, because you can easily make the switch while it's in your ears.
Very easily.
And I can hear it again when I do the switch directly. But if you handed them to me and said, guess which switch position it's in without looking, I don't know that I'd be able to reliably do that.
I think I'd have a hard time too.
Yeah, so at CanJam, make sure to audition the Pentara. When you're talking about Unique Melody and MusicTech and a collaboration, that's really exciting. These are 2 companies I'd love to see a collaboration from, and the Pentara sounds like the IEM I'd want to hear from that collaboration. It's a beautiful IEM. Now, this beautiful aftermarket IEM cable I'm holding here is the Flash Acoustics Venom. So this is now the flagship of Flash Acoustics line. And Flash Acoustics is quickly becoming more popular in our community. It doesn't surprise me. The principles behind Flash Acoustics are extremely well regarded, fantastic reputation, even within the specific aftermarket cable community.
Right.
Now, the Venom, now the flagship, replaces, as the flagship, the Ultron. And I think the Ultron stays in the lineup, but this is now the flagship. Yeah. And the Ultron I'd been using for a while.
Yes.
Loved it so much, I ended up picking up the Thanos, which was under the Ultron. Been using those with some of my favorite IEMs. And now this. So in a previous preview video, we showed an exploded view of the Ultron.
Yeah.
Just to show how complex that design is, which you can actually see as you look at the cable in person.
Yes.
We don't have an exploded view of the Venom, but if you look at this Ultron exploded view, you can kind of see probably a very similar construction with this, with some improvements. So the Venom is a 21.7 gauge cable. On the positive conductor side, gold-plated silver gold alloy, palladium-plated silver gold alloy, silver gold platinum alloy, and 7N SCOCC copper.
That's a crazy amount of material.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And then on the negative conductor side, palladium-plated 5N OCC silver and non-plated 5N OCC silver. This also, like I think the Ultron did, features Flash Acoustics X-Cross design.
Yeah.
And then this has a new feature, a new design with the Venom called AEC, or Anti-Electromagnetic Complex, designed to offer superior anti-static and interference-resistant properties. So I'm not sure exactly how that works, but again, there are some improvements. You can already tell if you've seen the Ultron, there are differences in materials and
Yep.
construction. So this I've been enjoying. This is one of my favorite IEMs right now. This is the Visioneers VE10. Just as I've been enjoying the Ultron and Thanos, I'm very much enjoying the performance with the VE10s. Wonderful upgrade.
Yeah.
If you're a cable enthusiast, if you love cable rolling, or you're just curious about it at CanJam, definitely do not miss the flagship Venom from Flash Acoustics.
This is an IEM that I think is going to take quite a bit of explaining for headfires to really fully understand. It's quite involved, so let's go ahead and start getting into the weeds. This is Finals Tonality. It is a true wireless IEM, and they describe it as the first earphone with personalized timbre. We're going to come back to that here in a little bit. They say it's a new ecosystem that integrates hardware, software, a cloud server, and an application, so it's quite involved. Now, if we're talking about traditional IEM specs, it is a single dynamic driver system. On each side is a 10mm ultra-low distortion F-core driver. F-core is, of course, Final's patented proprietary driver technology. They say that it takes inspiration from the flagship A10000's diamond diaphragm in this IEM specifically. And they also say that every F-core for tonality unit is measured using professional-grade audio precision APX517B in combination with a Gross 43 AC system inside a specially designed quiet room. So they're going very serious about development and testing and matching for these drivers.
Yeah, I think it requires precision to do what they're doing with this.
It definitely does. It features Bluetooth 6.0, so you get codecs like SBC, AAC, and LDAC. It has 2 active noise canceling modes, so you get one for sound quality priority and one for noise reduction priority. Depending on what kind of environment you're in, you may want one or the other. It's nice to have options. It has an ambient sound mode, and I want to mention that since I first took delivery of this, they've already improved the ambient mode, which is great to see because they are continuing to work and refine the firmware, and I love to see that, kind of after-sale support. It has 9 hours of playback, up to 9 hours, and the charging case holds up to an additional 18 hours, so you get a total of up to 27 hours of listening time, and it does support wireless charging on the charging case, which is also quite nice. Now, I want to talk about the Tonality app because that's where you're going to be doing a lot of the communication between yourself and the IEM. So feature-wise, you're looking at it has a 10-band equalizer in the app, which is nice to have, a multi-point connectivity setting, so if you want to have multiple devices connection, you have that as well, and a low latency mode as well. It is also compatible with voice assistants like Siri and Google Assistant and potentially any others you want to program into the connection. And in the US, it runs you $329. Now, I need to come back to that app because they feature in the app settings for what they call DTAS, or Digital Twin Audio Simulation. So the way that I can best describe this is, think of it, they call it digital twin. It's like a virtual version of yourself rendered in 3D space, primarily focusing on your ears for the most part. It is a physical scan of your ears to create what they call an acoustic avatar. Again, that's basically you in the electronic space. The Tonality Companion app communicates with the server, sending your scan data to the server to process your personal DTAS configuration. Now, there are multiple DTAS settings and options in that app. The first is called DTAS General, which I would describe as basically, well, it is a culmination of many different scans over several years of research, creating what they consider to be a general average profile. Mine's actually in there as well. I took part in that. And it's not really personalized for you specifically, but it's based on all the data they've gathered over the years. Then they have the DTAS Personalized. That's where it's taking your personal acoustic avatar and creating a more natural timbre based on your ear shape and structure. And then they also have a guest mode, which basically allows anybody that you want to try the IEMs to do a simple scan for themselves, but it doesn't save it to the IEMs. Your information is still saved in there because it does delete your data from the server after about a month. Now, when I'm listening to the DTAS General profile, which is, again, the one that's just kind of based on an average of a lot of different samples, I find that as kind of like a warm neutralist signature with laid back vocals, and it sounds nice, but it's not truly the most natural timbre I've ever heard. Now, for a true wireless system, when I switch to the DTAS Personalized, this is probably the most natural timbre I've heard yet to date. And to me, the signature overall is more of an airy reference signature when I turn into that personalized mode. It has more vocal presence, more upper end energy, and a tighter low end. Now, I want to mention specifically because they're talking about personalized timbre. This is not for preference. So this is mostly just to get the kind of natural timbral presentation to the sound that you're listening to. Then if you want more bass, if if you want more treble, if you want a little more mid-range, you can do that in that 10-band equalizer to customize to taste. It's basically setting a solid foundation for you for that natural timbre, and then you tweak from there as needed.
Gotcha.
And around the house, I got to say, this has become my single most listened to IEM when I'm doing anything. So if I'm, let's say, listening to audiobooks or YouTube, just kind of sitting back and chilling. Let's say I'm walking around the kitchen and cooking, or let's say that I'm doing dishes, or let's say I'm running up and down the stairs doing laundry. I have a very natural timbral presentation, so no matter what I'm listening to, it sounds very natural and realistic. I adore audiobooks and YouTube through this because it just sounds so nice compared to all my other true wireless IEMs. It used to be the AirPods Pro 3 was my go-to for pretty much everything around the house. I've switched to this almost exclusively. It's fantastic.
FIIO's been working on this for a long time.
They really
They
have.
put a lot of work into this tonality, the technology, the DTAS technology. So I'm very excited that it is now kind of getting out there more with tonality.
Yeah, and I think a lot of headfires really need to experience it for themselves. So at CanJam, stop by, ask for a demo. Let the people there show you how to use the tonality, and if you can even do the ear scan, even better. So when you get the chance at CanJam, you have to check out the final tonality.
This is the TheAudio Monarch Mark IV. Now, I don't have experience with every TheAudio IEM, but most of the ones I've heard have been phenomenal values for what you pay. And this one, I would say this is one of those. So this is the TheAudio Monarch Mark IV. It will be at CanJam, and you should listen to it. So let's talk about what it is. The Monarch Mark IV is a 10-driver tribrid IEM. On each side, it has 2 of TheAudio's impact squared 8mm dynamic drivers. Then it has 6 balanced armature drivers and 2 Sonian electrostatic tweeters. And that's using a 4-way crossover. The shell is made of T6 aircraft-grade aluminum, aluminum alloy. And then there's an adjustable tuning switch.
Yeah.
This is important. Actually, you know what? I want to come back to that.
Okay.
Let's finish. Let's talk about the finishes. So multiple finishes are available. There's what they call Stella Shot and Kaleido Glow.
Yep.
Stella Shot and Kaleido Glow. I mean, those are names. We have the Stella Shot here.
Yeah.
But I'm curious about this Kaleido Glow now. So anyways, numerous custom designs to choose from on their store for an additional cost.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Kaleido Glow?
It's got like a cool kind of hexel pattern to it.
Okay, I'll have to look for that. And then there's a modular cable system that's made of ultra-pure, oxygen-free copper and silver-plated oxygen-free copper wires that have 4.4mm and 3.5mm terminations. Now, it's starting at $1,149.
Yeah.
So what are the price? Is it the finish differences?
Yeah, pretty much just the finish.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So now let's get back to the adjustable tuning switch. There is a standard mode, and there is a rumble mode.
Yes.
The standard mode they describe thusly. In standard tuning mode, the Mark IV goes back to its roots by bringing back a studio-neutral tonal balance. Now, of rumble mode, they say, rumble adds an additional 3 dB to the entire sub-bass shelf, increasing both the sub-bass and low-mid power. Accurate description.
Yes.
Unquestionably. All right. Which mode did you prefer?
Oh, come on, you know.
Brian definitely preferred standard mode.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say this now. I'm literally 50-50 on these. Because when I listen to standard mode, even though they're saying what they're changing, and I believe them, of course, is the entire sub-bass shelf and then sub-bass and low mids.
Yeah.
It has an effect on its tonal balance to me that with standard mode sounds sparklier.
Yep.
Like it's just sparklier. And it sounds like they're saying a studio neutral tonal balance. Totally agree. With sparkle. Beautiful sound.
Yep.
And it's definitely in my neutral definition.
Right.
And range. Almost like one of those ones that's kind of right down the middle of that. In rumble mode, it's on the heavier, richer side of my neutral range, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Now, even if they're not changing the treble, that tonal balance shift kind of smooths the sense of sparkle that standard mode had.
Sure.
But it's in a way that I also enjoy.
Yeah.
I know that you prefer the standard mode. You know,
I do.
Just given our taste differences. Yeah.
I will say, since they call it rumble mode, I actually expected a big change. 3 dB is nice. That's the right kind of difference you want to have.
Yeah,
between the two signatures.
To me, it's a pretty substantial change because it's 3 dB across a pretty.
It's pretty broad.
Yeah, it's pretty broad, and so it's over a pretty big frequency range.
Yeah.
But so I'm literally split between the two, like 50-50. But yeah, I want you guys to check it out at CanJam. because I'm going to be very curious to know what that feedback's going to be like in the impressions thread.
Yeah.
Maybe we can have some discussions about it at CanJam. So let's stop and talk about it. But you definitely don't want to miss the Monarch Mark IV.
TruthEar is one of those companies where I have some experience, but I haven't heard their entire line.
Yeah, neither
So, yeah. So I can't really say if they have like a family sound signature,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
but I can tell you that I like this.
Same here.
Yeah. So this is the TruthEar Pure. Now, the TruthEar Pure is a 4-driver hybrid IEM with a dynamic driver, and that is a silicone suspension composite driver with a liquid crystal dome diaphragm. That's matched with 3 balanced armatures, all controlled by a 3-frequency crossover. Now, in the box, you get 7 pair of ear tips. You get 3 pair of large diameter ear tips, different sizes. You get 3 pair of small diameter ear tips and 1 pair of foam ear tips. In the box, you also get a standard cable, which is oxygen-free silver-plated copper, terminated in 2-pin on the headphone side and 3.5 millimeter on the device side. Now, all of this package comes together at about $90 US.
Yeah.
It's a very affordable package, and I'm really impressed with what they're doing, especially given that price point.
Yeah, super compelling at the price.
Yeah. So listening to the TruthEar Pure, to me, it has a vocal-focused upper mid-forward signature, and I found in my listening impressions that they were more focused in the female vocal range than, say, the male vocal range, but I listen to a lot of female vocal music, so that worked very well for me.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. For the low end, I found that it had good low-end detail and texture, but it wasn't too emphasized. I think that dynamic driver is doing a really great job doing a lot of the heavy lifting down low, and it does a phenomenal job. It has a smooth upper treble that I still find detailed, but it's a little bit of area, but I would not call it like rolled off smooth.
No.
So you get a lot of detail without being bright and shouty in your face, and I really appreciate that. All of this for $90, you're getting a complete package, and like I said, I'm really impressed with the TruthEar Pure.
Yeah, I am too. I didn't spend as much time with it as you.
Yeah.
But I had a chance to listen to it. I used whatever tips you had on there, which I'm guessing would be the large
Large diameter, yep.
And so for me, I love the balance,
Mm-hmm.
and I love the fact that this is $90 with that level of resolution and performance.
Yeah.
Okay, so Headfires I think a lot of us are always going to love the flagship stuff.
Exactly.
I'm one of them. But I feel like more of the excitement in the space right now is happening on the more affordable side.
Yeah, there's
That's
a
where-
lot down.
Yeah, so much
budget-friendly.
excitement on the affordable side, and the TruthEar Pure to me is an exceptional candidate at $90.
Yep.
It's one of those exciting IEMs that you have to hear at CanJam. This is the Forte Ears Mephisto.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the second IEM from Forte Ears. Their first one launched at CanJam SoCal 2024 with much fanfare. That was probably one of the most talked about new product launches at CanJam SoCal 2024.
Yeah, and it's still getting a lot of talk because that IEM actually went on to win one of the Water Cooler's 2024 IEMs of the Year awards.
It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, I mean,
I love the Forte Ears Macbeth. But anyways, so let's talk about the Mephisto. First of all, it's $2,899, which
Yes.
means it's substantially less expensive than the flagship Macbeth.
yeah, still expensive, but not $4,000.
Correct. And let's talk about what's inside. 7-driver tri-bird IEM with 2 7.8 millimeter LCP dynamic drivers in a horizontally opposed configuration for the lows.
Mm-hmm.
LCP stands for liquid crystal polymer. There are 4 balanced armatures for the mids, 1 nano diaphragm planar named Aria for the tweeter, for the highs.
Yep.
Aria is a custom tweeter developed in-house. It's a custom-engineered nano diaphragm planar magnetic tweeter.
Yeah, which
Very
I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, and a nice treble extension, by the way. 4-way crossover they call FCR, Forte Circuitry Relay System.
Mhm.
It's a type of 4-way crossover. 3D printed resin chassis with cast silver faceplate.
Yeah, it's a beautiful faceplate.
It is so beautiful.
Yes.
So, okay, I think the Macbeth faceplate is also gorgeous. Which one do you think? Which do you prefer?
They're both lovely. Mephisto wins, in my opinion.
I'm torn. I love them both. So this comes with a custom Elitech cable, 25 gauge, 4-wire configuration. Conductors, silver-plated copper, and copper blend.
Yeah.
Now, did I mention the price, $28.99? The optional Temptation upgrade cable is $28.99.
Yep.
So same price as the IEM. It's a bespoke triple alloy configuration cable with gold, silver, and copper conductors.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the standard
Yes.
cable. So this, again, $28.99 with this cable, or you can spend $28.99 and get the Temptation upgrade in addition. All right. Comes with new Elitech Baroque stage ear tips.
Yeah, I haven't done a head-to-head to compare the listening impressions between the two, but I can tell you there is a size difference between the Baroque stage and the Baroque ear tips. So if you're a Baroque owner, when you're auditioning the Mephisto, definitely ask them about sizing because you might end up with a different size.
Yeah, so since the Elitech Baroque ear tip release,
Mhm.
they've been my favorite ear tips.
Yeah.
Overall. I use them more than any other right now. So I love that they come with it. They've solved so many fit problems for me with IEMs. So
Yeah.
fantastic that they come with Baroques. All right. now the sound signature. It has a familial sound. When I hear it and I listen to the Macbeth, I can hear that they're relatives.
Yeah, of course.
But they're different.
Yes.
So this, I think, was optimized from a tuning standpoint for electronic and pop music.
Yeah, and that's something a lot of headfires listening to, myself included.
Yeah, me too. But I listen to a lot of other. I listen to, and this is good across all genres I've listened to it with.
Yeah.
And I find sometimes when you say things like that, it can be perceptually limiting. Like you'll think that, no, I've listened to it across all genres. I listen to just about everything. I don't listen to Two Van Throat singing. I don't much care for Two Van Throat singing. But I mean, if you do, great. But for all the genres I listen to, fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a mild U-shaped signature.
Yes.
So whereas the Macbeth can sometimes be on the bright side for me, but in a good way, like a sparkly bright. I described it as something that that when it does it, I like it.
Yes.
This doesn't do that. I find the treble to be smoother. I don't really hear that with these. The bass with these is more impactful in the mix. And so, again, a mild U-shaped signature. And it stages beautifully. The Macbeth also stages beautifully. I think some people who listen to the Mephisto and then listen to the Macbeth may prefer the Mephisto depending on their tastes.
Oh, I'm sure there will be some.
And though this is less expensive, I still consider this kind of a flagship class earphone.
Yeah.
So I think it's fantastic. So make sure to listen to both at Forte Ears exhibit. I think this is a beautiful addition to the family. Well, a family of one previously. But what a complementary pair of models to have to start with for first two models from Forte Ears. Fantastic, this Mephisto. We've been to a lot of CanJams.
Sure.
We've talked before about that rare occurrence where we go to a CanJam, we see a company we've never even heard of, sit down, listen to their stuff, and get blown away.
Right. Yep.
Positively.
Yeah.
Happened to me at CanJam Hong Kong 2025 with this. This is the Hercules Audio Moses. I'd never even heard of Hercules Audio before CanJam Hong Kong 2025.
Yep.
So, of course, I'd never heard of the Moses.
Well, I think that launched there at that show.
Oh, did it?
I think so.
Okay, so there must have been some hullabaloo in the Hong Kong community before the show because there was a line to listen to them. And so I waited in line to listen to them. Anyway, let's talk about what they are. It's a 9-driver tri-brid IEM. On each side, 1 dynamic for bass, 4 balanced armatures for mid to highs, 4 electrostatic drivers, the ESTs, for ultra highs. And they're beautifully implemented, by the way.
They definitely are.
The sound signature to my ears is on the richer side of my preference, but I love them. And I like a richer tonality than you do in general.
Yep.
But even you, when you heard them, you were very impressed, and especially at low listening levels, which is something I noticed too at the show. So I still remember what you said to me because you were like, because you and I both listen quiet at lower volume levels. And when I listen at lower volume levels with this, and I noticed this at CanJam Hong Kong 2025, you still feel like you're getting the full everything.
Yeah, I agree.
From the music.
Yeah.
It's probably an equal loudness contour thing and how they're tuned.
Maybe, yeah.
Now you turn it up, and then the richness really comes in, probably a little bit more than your preference.
Yeah, a little more.
But you still enjoyed them?
Yeah.
Okay, they image beautifully.
Yes, they do.
All right, so for me, they're still within my preference range, but on the richer side of my preference range. I will say this. They're so good that if you're looking for a richer toned IEM, these are probably going to be among my reference, if not my reference, richer toned IEM right now.
Yeah.
That's how much I love these. Let's talk very quickly. I just want to go through these notes about how they're packaged because they're beautifully built.
Yes, they are.
The machining on the chassis is gorgeous.
It is. Yep.
That was actually the first thing I noticed about them before I put them in my ears. I was like, all right, they're $4,200. So I should mention they're $4,200, so they're expensive.
Yes.
And I remember thinking, I'd never heard of you, but you're charging $4,200 for IEMs. Man, I was very skeptical. But when I saw how they were built, I was somewhat encouraged because they are meticulously crafted.
Yes.
So the CNC machining that goes into these is insane. Just the whole chassis, but then that grill on the faceplate, that tiny little grill, that detail, that's all CNC machined. And then just the rest of the chassis, the titanium chassis. We both love titanium. And then the cable is beautiful.
Yeah.
They're actually the Scepter headphone cable. That's actually an aftermarket cable sold separately if you want to get them separately. It's a 22 gauge 5N Ono continuous cast pure silver cable. All right, with the fixtures on it, beautifully machined again. When I heard this, I decided this is probably going to score very well with MDAX.
Oh, I bet.
So that's Head Acoustics multi-dimensional audio quality score metric. It's kind of a virtual panel, if you will. I ran it through MDAX. I think it has the best overall score that we've seen from an IEM so far.
Really?
Yeah. So mean opinion score overall, let's start with its overall score, 4.9 out of 5.
Dang, nice.
We've seen that before, but when you look at the individual metrics, I think this score is higher. So mean opinion score timbre, 4.9 out of 5. So timbre includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things. Mean opinion score immersiveness, 4.6 out of 5, among the highest we've seen. Mean opinion score distortion, 4.4 out of 5. Again, very
It's
high.
all high, yeah.
Yeah. So, again, overall score, 4.9 out of 5. I am not surprised.
Yeah.
The Hercules Audio Moses, again, for me, I think is going to be one of my references, if not my reference, for richer sounding IEMs and a CanJam. If that's the kind of sound signature you look for, even if you don't, and especially if you listen at lower listening levels,
right,
you must hear the Hercules Audio Moses. Hercules Audio, no doubt, has another hit on its hands with the Hercules Audio Noah.
Yep.
This is a lot less expensive than their flagship.
Right.
And I mentioned the two in the same breath because, as I've said before, the Moses, which is a lot more expensive, isn't merely, its frequency response isn't merely an inspiration for the Noah. I have no doubt it's actually the frequency response target for the Noah. And so it comes closer to the Moses than it should. It's $380.
Right.
The Moses is most certainly not $380. It's a flagship, and it is flagship priced. To be clear, you're getting a better IEM, a more resolving IEM. I'm going to get to that in a minute. Let's talk about what this is. The Hercules Audio Noah is a 4-driver hybrid design. On each side, one 9mm solid silicone dynamic driver, two Knowles balanced armatures for mids, one Knowles balanced armature for highs, and a 3-way crossover design. All metal aluminum alloy housing for the price of $380. It's actually beautifully constructed.
Yeah, it is.
Hercules Audio Noah cable. It's called the ARC.
Yeah, it's aptly named.
Aptly. So the cable is Noah's Ark. It's a 22-gauge design, 4-wire design, silver-plated copper alloy, silver-plated foil-wrapped copper alloy with oil-immersed treatment, and Pentacon ear connections. And again, all of this for $380. And it captures the spirit of the Moses for $380. Now, what doesn't it capture? The resolution.
Sure.
Just the overall presentation of the Moses is better. There's a reason that even amongst those who love the highest end IEMs, the Moses is up there. But these, if you just can't make that stretch for $380,
right?
This is the closest you'll get for anywhere near that price.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the best values right now in IEMs, in HiFi, and at CanJam. It's going to unquestionably be a huge hit, and deservedly so.
This is an IEM from Apos Audio. It's called the Apos X Community Rock Lobster. But before I dive into this, I need to talk about something else first. So I mentioned Apos X, and in Apos's words, Apos X is the next generation of grassroots products. It bridges designers, manufacturers, and the community to turn ideas and feedback into unique creations. By involving the community at every stage and supporting designers, Apos X ensures that the products reflect the desires and creativity of their users. So what Apos Audio does, they come up with an idea, they think, that could work. They take that idea, put it out in the world. They let the audience in their community know, hey, we're thinking about this. What do you think? Take the feedback. They gather in information like, oh, we like that, maybe change that. Start developing the product physically. So they get with designers and engineers, even some community reviewers, spend a little bit of time coming up with the core, send it back out. Get some feedback, bring all that information in. If there's any kind of tweaks that need to be made, they adjust, they polish, they refine, and they end up with some fantastic products in the end. This is one of those. Again, this is the Apos X Community Rock Lobster. Now, this is a single dynamic driver IEM. Inside is a 10mm LCP diaphragm driver. That's a liquid crystal polymer diaphragm. The shell, it has a black lobster tail faceplate, and they say that the lobster tail faceplate is cool and muted, easy to wear on the subway or in the office without attracting attention. I agree. It is a nice, subtle faceplate, and it does have that lobster inspiration.
I like it.
They continue to say, but when you pop them out of your ears, that's when the spotlight hits and they become bold, fiery, and impossible to ignore. With a color like that, it's definitely a bold, fiery color. It definitely reminds me of a cooked lobster. I like that quite a bit. It's a 32 ohm in-ear, and the cable is a 2-pin terminated in-ear on the earphone side, and you can choose between a fixed 3.5mm or 4.4mm cable. Now, the first 200 people that pick this up, I don't know how many are left by the time you're watching this, but if there are those 200 spaces still reserving or still left, you get both cables. If not, it's going to cost you $60 for one of the two cables or $70 for both. I'm just going to spend the extra $10 and get both because then I'm covered for any device I connect it to.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to talk about sound and pay attention because a lot of you are going to be very interested by this. Now, in Apos Audio's words, they say that it offers natural mids with clarity and space and deep digging bass and sparkling treble. Now, a lot of you just kind of perked up at a number of those phrases. Well, when I listened to this, I agree they're accurate, but I immediately thought this offers excellent value for the dollar. So when you're thinking $60 these days, you know, there's a lot of IEMs in that price range. This one's going to be a standout. So to me, it sounds like what I think a lot of headfires are going to describe as audiophile fun. And I agree. It's a fun sounding piece. It has nice texture, detail, and resolution pretty much throughout the entire frequency band. And I do want to say that I did find the low end enthusiastic, but not overly enthusiastic. Really, it's one of those things you can walk into CanJam, give it a listen, drop $60, walk out, stoked.
Like a lovely overall balance.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's going to be a line for this at CanJam. Get in line, give it a listen. So this is the Let's Shore DX1. It's a single dynamic driver IEM from Let's Shore, and they're doing some really interesting things with this. So first of all, it's an 11mm aluminum magnesium alloy nanoparticle coated driver, which I think is interesting. Something else interesting about this driver, it was designed completely in-house from the ground up by Let's Shore. Now, one of the things they've done with that driver, they've incorporated what they call a diamond pattern topology onto the driver. I can't think of anything in the IEM world that's similar, and they've incorporated that diamond out on the outside as well aesthetically because they have this faceplate here. It has a champagne gold diamond pattern faceplate surround, which I think is quite beautiful. It catches light very well. It's very striking in the ear.
Agree.
And that's mated with a electroplated stainless steel shell with a high gloss finish. The IEM itself has a 30 ohm impedance and it's paired with a 256 core silver plated monocrystalline copper cable. It is terminated on the ear side in 2-pin, and you can select between 3.5mm or 4.4mm.
Which I think most people go for the 4.4.
Yeah, I think 4.4 is pretty much going to win out most of the time. It also comes with a nice included carrying case, which we have down here on the table. I think it's really cool because a lot of those metal-on-metal cases can be difficult to open. This just pops right open, and because it's rubber, you get a nice seal as well, so you get some water resistance on top of that. Here's the crazy part, though. It's only $159. Now, why is that crazy? Well, when I was listening to this, the IEM that came to mind immediately was actually much more expensive. It's the Let's Shore Mystic 8, which comes in just under $1,000. So that should tell you something. I'm listening to a $160 IEM thinking of about a $1,000 IEM. That's a pretty good gap right there. Yeah. I think part of that might be due to the fact that they've incorporated into this piece a 5 kilohertz notch filter, and they say that reduces excess energy and resonances around 5 kilohertz to minimize distortion. I didn't notice any distortion while I was listening. Now, Let's Shore describes this as a relaxed and dynamic sound experience, and I'm going to agree mostly. So definitely on the dynamic sound side, it has a low end that I consider emphasized and forward, but it's not going to be one of those ones that steals the show, punches you in the face. It's a fun signature on the low end for me. Now, for the mids and the highs, I actually find these more of a neutral sound signature and the emphasis on the low end. So on the upper end, they do call it relaxed, but I wouldn't call this laid back. There's still a really nice amount of detail and air in the treble. And I think overall, everything is nicely incorporated all the way throughout the sound signature. To me, it's not relaxed. It's just wonderful, comfortable listening. You can call it relaxed if you want, I guess. But again, I keep comparing it to this, $1,000 IEM in my head. Now, if you've listened to the Mystic 8, say you want less treble detail, you don't want as much resolution in your signature, you want something more comfortable, or you want a little more low end, or you simply want a less empty wallet. This is a fantastic place to start at CanJam because it's $160. The Let's Shore DX1 has to be heard.
Yeah, they always offer such strong value.
Oh, they definitely do.
This is the 64 Audio Velour, and this is one of my reference IEMs. I've talked about it before, and it will be at CanJam SoCal. So much is it one of my reference IEMs that I just noticed I have aftermarket cables on it.
Oh, that's true.
When we have aftermarket cables come through here to test, one of the first IEMs I grab is one of my references, which is the Velour. So the Velour is a 10-driver hybrid IEM on each side, 2 custom 9mm dynamic drivers, and those 2 drivers are in a cone-to-magnet isobaric driver configuration. It also has 8 balanced armatures, and all of that's in a 4-way crossover design. And one of the things that I love about the Velour, there's so much to love about it, but the bass. So textured, so detailed, and so impactful that bass is because of that isobaric configuration. I love that about it. and I love the entire balance of it. Now, the thing about that also is you can tune that bass. You can have more, you can have less. I choose the M15 module. There are Apex modules that it comes with, and you can tune the bass with those. The velour I also want to mention is, I believe, also the basis for another beautiful IEM that you want to check out at CanJam SoCal, a collaboration between 64 Audio and Astell&Kern called the XIO.
Right.
Stunning IEM as well. So make sure at CanJam SoCal to check out the velour and the XIO if you want to hear just reference IEMs for me. This is the Starry Audio Yozora. We know Starry Audio is from Hong Kong. That's literally all we know about them.
Yeah.
Kind of an enigmatic company. But for a company we know so little about, they happen to make, we've heard 2 IEMs from them that we love.
Right.
So we don't know much about the company, but they make great IEMs. This is the Yozora. This is, I believe, their new flagship. It's the 3rd installment in Starry Audio's Celestial series that includes a model called the Yoru, which we have not heard, and the Syzygy, which I have spent a lot of time with and I love. I'll say more about that shortly. This is an 8-driver hybrid IEM, the Yozora. On each side, 2 dynamic drivers for lows, and specifically, it uses Aroma Audio's patented 9.2 millimeter dual coil dynamic drivers, which I think is pretty darn cool.
I think that is very cool.
And then there are 6 balanced armatures on each side, 4 for mid-range, 2 for highs, and that's in a 3-way crossover. Now, they say about it, Yozora represents an expansive and immersive listening experience, taking inspiration from the boundless beauty of the night sky. Doesn't really describe the sound to my, from what I can see, but
but its name means night sky, so
is that what it means?
I get where they're going.
Oh, that's what it means?
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'll talk about the sound shortly. 3D printed shell, which I think is quite lovely. The faceplate is, I think, quite elegant.
It is very elegant,
It's like sparkly yet understated. 12.5 ohm impedance. The cable is from Rolling Force. It's called the Rolling Force Choco cable. It's actually quite lovely.
And a great name.
And a great name, because is it brown?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm colorblind. So 22.2 gauge cable, Litz 4N and 5N oxygen-free copper in a 4-braid structure. Price, $2,169. So that would make it its most Starry Audio's most expensive IEM. So it is their flagship. Now, they also say about the Yozora is meticulously tuned to deliver powerful, detailed low frequencies without overshadowing other ranges, which I think is fair. Compared to Yoru and Syzygy, Yozora's tuning is more character-driven with improved dynamics, richer textures, and an enhanced sense of immersion. So, haven't heard, again, the Yoru, but have spent much time with the Syzygy. The Syzygy is one of my favorite IEMs, period, especially at its price. It's premium price, but not flagship priced. Love that IEM. It's more neutrally tuned to my ears. This is not as neutral as the Syzygy. I see what they mean by character-driven, maybe, because it has a more distinct character. I would say maybe not quite V-shaped or U-shaped, but kind of makes me think of those phrases, in that the bass is certainly rich.
Yes.
And so are the lower mids to my ears. And then, whereas the Syzygy's treble to my ears is detailed smooth, this is detailed sparkly.
Yeah.
And that's probably something you love about it. And I think a lot of people are going to love that. It does lend maybe the textures they're talking about, especially in the treble. Beautiful sound. The imaging.
Yeah.
The Syzygy images beautifully.
It does.
This image is maybe wider, more immersive. So I think their description is fair. This, for a company that, again, we know so little about, is a fantastic IEM. So is the Syzygy. I need to learn more about this company, but the Yozora from Starry Audio at CanJam is a can't-miss IEM. You'll definitely want to check out the Yozora. This is the Starry Audio Syzygy. Now, we've already said we don't really know a whole lot about the team at Starry Audio.
Right.
Who are these mysterious people making these beautiful IEMs? We don't know, but I love the Syzygy, like, a lot. We're going to get to it. So, the Starry Audio Syzygy is a 7-driver tribrid IEM. On each side, one 9.2 millimeter dynamic driver for lows, 4 balanced armatures in a 2 mids, 2 upper mids configuration, and 2 electrostatic drivers for highs and ultra highs. And they specifically point out a large electronic crossover board. I can understand why it actually is a large crossover board.
Quite large.
Inside, and you can see it through the clear shells. These are beautifully constructed, by the way. Okay, 19 ohms. They say about the Syzygy, fine-tuned with influences from J-pop and ACG genres, which stands for...
I believe it's Animation, Comic, and Games.
Animation, Comic, and Games. I'm going to circle back to that because that would suggest maybe something different than I'm hearing. So anyway, it comes with a cable they call their stock 1984 cable that has ultra-pure copper cable core, T1940 nanoparticle wrap, and 2-pin connectors. And I have to specifically mention, this ain't the stock cable.
Right.
So we never got it with a stock cable. We received the Syzygy as a CanJam special edition. It was like a super limited edition. It had a different cable. And then I changed it further by adding a Rolling Force Violet cable to it, which I think is a beautiful thing to look at and listen to. But yeah, so this is not the cable you'll get. Price $1,720. But again, not with this cable, with the stock cable, the stock 1984 cable. $1,720. I know that's premium price, but I'm going to say it. I think it's a bargain for what I'm hearing from these. These are one of my reference. The Syzygy is easily one of my reference IEMs.
Right.
I love them that much. All right, so I described the sound signature as rich neutral. Love it. That was my notes. That simple, because that's what they are to my ears, is a rich neutral. So when you see like J-pop, ACG, I was expecting something brighter before I heard them.
Right.
But they're not bright. These are not bright. Again, rich neutral and super resolving. And they sound, all those that different drivers sound as one. So they integrated them beautifully. The imaging is gorgeous. The resolution, fantastic. Again, one of my reference IEMs, and it's $1,720. Again, not inexpensive, but given the performance, I'm going to say only $1,720. So at CanJam, if you want to hear my reference, one of my reference IEMs, and this is definitely one of my reference IEMs, that happens to be $1,720, which I think is a bargain. Make sure to stop by and listen to the Starry Audio Syzygy. They are that good.
Now, over the years, we've seen a few dedicated cable makers get into making their own IEMs, whether directly or through collaborations. And this is happening again with this IEM, and I think this is going to be another success story. This is the Vortex Cables reference. Now, they're doing some really cool stuff with the reference. So first of all, they call it the world's first passive dual MIMS IEM. We'll come back to that here in just a second, but it's a 4-driver hybrid IEM. Inside is one 8mm aluminum magnesium dome dynamic woofer, one 6.5mm titanium composite dynamic driver, and 2 MIMS drivers. Now, they say it's the world's first dual MIMS tweeter. I've seen kind of a graphic breakdown of how they've constructed this. It's a really interesting design, and I really like the sound they've achieved with it.
Same here.
It has an aluminum alloy housing and faceplate. The chassis is 5-axis CNC machined, and they say that inside there's a diamond-cut internal geometry to break up standing waves and resonances. It features premium internal components, and I'm talking premium. So, for example, it has Vishay military-grade tantalum capacitors, Panasonic film capacitors, Elna electrolytic capacitors, and US-made RA resistors. And then the internal wiring is all 7-in OCC single crystal copper, which, I mean, they're going hard on all the components inside.
They are. They really are.
They definitely are. Now, it's Vortex cables. So they actually give you 2 cables with this IEM. The first that we have on the table here is the Vortex Ultra Series Titan. It is a 16-gauge cable, 2-wire design, featuring silver-plated 7-in OCC copper. They say it has an upgraded STP structure, and it's terminated with 4.4mm and 2-pin connectors on the headphone side.
It's such a cool cable. It's a thick cable, though.
It is a very thick cable.
It's a 16-gauge cable.
Very thick.
Yeah, as IEM cables go, that's a big one.
Yeah, so because of the size, I've primarily been using this, which is the Iris cable. It's part of their Zenith series.
Yes.
And that is a 25.1 gauge 4-wire design cable, again with silver-plated 7-in OCC copper inside. This one features a revolutionary Litz Type 7 helix structure, and again, terminated in 2-pin and 4.4mm. It also comes with Nostalgia Audio's XWB ear tips, which is nice to see because those are ear tips that, originally just came with the Nostalgia Audio IEMs, but a lot of headfires have started picking them up as aftermarket replacements, and I think they work very well with this Vortex.
They do.
IEM.
They're nice ear tips.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's going to run you $3,300, and it is limited to only 100 copies. So basically, if you're interested in this at CanJam, you kind of want to move quickly because I don't think these are going to last long. Now we got to talk about the sound. And I want to talk first about a description they provided for us. So they say Vortex reference, monitor flat, perfectly transparent, no enhancement, pure reproduction. It reveals every detail of your recording and the true nature of your cable. The ultimate reference for producers and audiophiles who demand truth in sound. Now, I want to call attention specifically to when they call monitor flat. When I think of IEMs and I think of headphones, I immediately think of headphone monitoring flat, which is to me something like maybe the Sony MDR 7506, or even potentially another monitoring headphone might be like the Beyerdynamic, DT 700 Pro X. That's another one that I use for monitoring here at the studio. This doesn't give me that kind of monitoring experience. This gives me a monitoring experience more like studio monitors is kind of what I want to say. There is some bass presence down low, and there's a really nice sound stage presentation to it. To my ears, it's mildly enhanced, not really like crazy prominent low end, but there is some emphasis to my tastes.
To my ears, the bass has a little lift.
Yeah, but you might find that in a studio, and I can definitely see where they're going when they say monitor flat. It's not flat, but like a monitor that's
it's like a perceived flat monitor sound, but the bass has a little lift to it.
Yeah, like some room reinforcement, perhaps.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's very articulate sounding.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that also extends through the rest of the frequency range as well. I think the mid-range is articulate and detailed. I think the high end is clear and resolving without becoming, piercing for...
Yeah.
I think a lot of headfiers are going to really enjoy the overall presentation of this. I think it's excellent.
Yes, I do too. I have no doubt headfiers are going to find that one. I think a lot of them are going to love it.
Yeah.
I'm very curious about the 2 MEMS drivers I have in there
Mm-hmm.
because I would like to learn more about them. Obviously, I'm guessing that's for the treble, obviously.
Yeah.
And I like what that's doing treble-wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's very articulate without sounding in any way strident.
Yes.
So I'm enjoying those a lot, actually.
Yeah, me too. So definitely check them out at CanJam because, with only 100 of these being made, they're not going to last. Now, Vortex Cables is a company that we're becoming more and more familiar with, and every time one of their cables comes through our studio, I feel more and more impressed, and that's definitely true here, because this is the Vortex Cables Iris. Now, the Iris is actually the first cable in a new series from Vortex Cables. They're calling it the Zenith series, and the goal with the Zenith series is to focus on cables with a single material approach, because some of their other cables are multi-material. This is just a single material inside. Now, they also say the goal is to deliver uncompromised clarity, accuracy, and musicality, allowing users to experience sound in its most authentic and refined form. So this is a 25.1 gauge silver-plated 7-in OCC copper cable with a Litz Type 7 helix structure. It's actually a really soft, supple cable. I like the aesthetics. I love the hardware on this. The feel is fantastic. And it also comes paired with a really cool accessory because it has a carrying case when you purchase it. And I was surprised because that carrying case will fit large electronics like the KNC92.
Yeah.
That took me by surprise.
Yeah, when you told me it would fit the KNC92, I didn't believe you. I was like, show me.
Yeah.
And you put it because I love the KNC92.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of accessory case that you'd expect to find hanging on a wall for sale on its own.
Yeah, you would definitely purchase that separately elsewhere.
Yes.
Which makes it even more surprising when you think about the price of this with that carrying case. It's $259 US, which I think is pretty wild.
Yeah.
And potentially even more wild is you kind of gave me a strange look when I said, I'm going to pair that with a Spectrumica.
Yeah, so the Icelab Spectrumica is one of my reference IEMs.
Yep.
And it's a premium priced IEM, and it actually comes with I consider it a high-end, came with it kind of cable.
It does come with a nice cable, yes.
And so when you paired that with that, I thought that was a pretty bold choice, but it actually sounds gorgeous with the Spectrumica, and it's also kind of more supple.
It is.
So since you put that on there, I haven't changed the cable back to the stock cable.
We probably will soon, but I imagine
don't know.
for now,
I'm not sure because I like the suppleness of that one.
it is nice. Yes.
Yeah, it is nice. So, but whatever the case may be, it does very well with the Spectrumica, and that's saying something given the price of the Spectrumica.
Yeah. So at CanJam, bring your favorite IEMs and definitely check out the Vortex Cables Iris.
This is the Melodic Artification Alter Ego. I believe these days, Melodic Artification also goes by MA Audio.
Yeah, I've seen both used.
Yes. So the Alter Ego I first heard at a CanJam Singapore in the past. Fell in love with it immediately. This is an IEM I think we should be talking about more. I think it's fantastic. All right. They describe it as a reference flagship hybrid units IEM. It's a 9-driver tribrid IEM. On each side, 1 dynamic driver, 4 balanced armature drivers, 4 EST drivers, electrostatic tweeters. It's an open back IEM design is how they describe it. To my ears, it's not like super open back sounding to me.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't have known without the description, but I do think it contributes to maybe the imaging, which I'll get to shortly.
I bet it does.
There's a bass boost switch. That's what I think we're calling it. I'm not sure what they call the switch. To my ears, it's more of a richness switch, and we'll talk about that in a second too. TC4 titanium shell.
Yeah.
That is stunning.
I love those shells.
It is a beautiful shell. We love titanium, and it looks very titanium.
Oh, yeah.
For the Beijing Olympics, China built something called the Beijing National Stadium, I think it was called. Most people called it the Bird's Nest. I thought it was such a beautiful structure. This reminds me so much of the Bird's Nest for whatever reason. I have no idea if that was an inspiration or not. This is a beautiful IEM, and it reminds me of the Bird's Nest. It's a 25 ohm IEM. It comes with final Type E ear tips, and it has a 4.4 millimeter terminated cable. They don't say much about the cable that we've seen, but it's a lovely cable. It looks like an aftermarket cable to me. $2,499 US. Premium priced. I think it's worth every penny, and I think we should be talking about this IEM more than we do. Let's talk about the sound signature.
Yeah.
So that switch is important to mention because that's what gives it its alter ego name.
Mhm.
It's two versions of the same personality, really.
Right.
So in the off position, well within my range of neutrality,
Mhm.
a smoother sounding, like a resolving smooth sound to my ears, but well within my range of neutrality. Flip the switch. I actually don't know exactly what it's doing. I don't know what frequencies it's affecting, but it unmistakably gives it more richness.
Mhm.
So you'll know that you did it, but it's also just a kind of a richer version of the same personality as when it's off.
Yeah.
And I love that about it because I love the signature. I use it, I'd say 50% of the time I'm using it, it's richness switch on.
Mhm.
50% of the time it's off and a little more neutral.
Yeah, I'm pretty much 100% off.
That doesn't shock me. And, and I love that we have that available to us with this IEM, and both are just beautifully executed signatures. Again, really just two versions of the same signature. Now the imaging, that open back description might contribute to its wide imaging. It images beautifully.
Yep.
And it's a wider imaging. But again, it doesn't sound like an open IEM to my ears.
Right.
But it does have that grill that suggests it is, in fact, open. But yeah, so if you're worried that you're going to get no isolation, don't worry about that. So, Melodic Artification Alter Ego. We should be talking about this IEM more. And at CanJam, you'll have a chance to hear it. You don't want to miss it. The Alter Ego deserves a lot more attention than it's getting. Fantastic IEM. This is the Nostalgia Audio Royal Camelot.
Yep.
Now, to make sure there's no confusion, we found out that there is another model from Nostalgia Audio called the Camelot.
Right.
We have not heard the original Camelot, only the Royal Camelot. So we don't really know how they compare or what the relationship is there. But this is the Royal Camelot. I listen to these, and I quite enjoy these.
Yeah, I did too.
You did too. So this is one of the rare IEMs where we're in pretty much full agreement.
Right.
Like we enjoy these a lot. But there's a big but.
Mhm.
And that but is that the Royal Camelot is priced at $31,899.
Yep.
$31,899. All right. They say it's the world's first dual dynamic driver, pure gold IEMs.
Yeah.
We're going to get back to that. Let's talk about what's inside of them. So it's a 10-driver tri-bird IEM. On each side, two 10-millimeter dynamic drivers, one for ultra lows, one for lows, 4 balanced armatures, 2 for mids, 2 for highs, 4 EST drivers, electrostatic tweeters for ultra highs, and that's in a 5-way crossover design. So, and again, we quite enjoy. We're going to talk about the sound signature in a minute. The chassis, the earpieces, 24-karat gold-plated, 18-karat gold chassis.
Mm-hmm.
So that's solid 18-karat gold coated with 24-karat gold.
Yep.
Needless to say, they're quite heavy.
Yes.
They feel like they're made of solid 18-karat gold. There's an embossed Camelot logo sculpted in solid gold.
Yep.
And then 150 hand-set diamonds.
Yeah.
These ain't subtle. These are not subtle-looking IEMs.
Not at all.
So we tend to agree on aesthetic.
Right.
This is probably a bit showy.
It's a bit too flashy for me to wear out, but you
Yeah.
know what? Maybe in the office or at home.
Yeah. But I think for some people who love that kind of in-your-face style,
Yeah.
they're going to love this.
Oh, yeah.
But they are not subtle.
Yeah.
As you'll see. Well, you can tell from me holding them, and as you can see in the photos. There is bespoke internal wiring, ultra-pure OCC, that's Ono continuous cast silver wires, and gold-plated silver wires.
Yeah.
The cable, the core of the cable, gold-plated pure silver in a Litz Type 2 configuration, and then pure silver and gold-plated silver braiding with 2-pin connectors on the earpiece side and terminated in an oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter plug.
Mm-hmm.
All right. $31,899.
Yeah.
That is out of my budget.
Mine too.
That is out of my budget. Let's just talk about the sound, though. I really enjoy the sound.
Yeah, I did too.
So when you start talking about two 10-millimeter dynamic drivers,
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting, before I heard them, maybe bass emphasis.
I expected a lot of bass.
Like a rich tonality.
Right.
These are not that.
Yeah.
I think the bass is more neutral.
I agree.
Like perceived flat with nice slam, though, for that. Like nice extension.
Yeah.
And it hits.
Mm-hmm. When the song calls for it, it delivers.
Right. But it is not emphasized. It is definitely more perceived flat.
Right.
The mids have some richness to it.
Yeah, they do.
Like it's not, like there's some richness to the mids, which I actually really enjoy. And then the treble is quite detailed and airy.
Yeah, I almost found them ever so slightly female vocal forward, but for me that works very well because I listen to a lot of female vocals.
Amen. Yeah, I really enjoy the tuning of these.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Yep.
And the imaging is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
They image beautifully. Now, when you start saying then, we enjoy them immensely, but is it worth it? Usually the answer is yes.
Yeah.
But we don't know because you have to be able to stretch your budget to get to $31,899, and then you can determine if that's worth it to you or not. I wish they were not that expensive because this is a pair of IEMs I'd actually like to own.
Me too.
But at CanJam, if you want to hear an IEM that Brian and I both love, but neither of us can afford, the Nostalgia Audio Royal Camelot. What a fantastic IEM that we can't afford. The Nostalgia Audio Royal Camelot IEMs, we did most of our listening to these IEMs with a Nostalgia Audio cable that's not the stock cable.
Right.
And this is the Nostalgia Audio Guinevere, a very special cable. Now, mind you, the cable that comes with the Royal Camelot, at the price of the Royal Camelot you'd expect it, is a very fancy cable.
Yes, it is.
It's a beautiful cable. But the Guinevere is also a very special cable. Let's talk about it. It's the world's first gold, silver, platinum, and palladium alloy cable.
Yeah.
So I looked it up to see if I could find any others, because I know I've seen palladium, for example, used in other cables. But turns out I think they're right. It is the world's first gold, silver, platinum, and palladium alloy cable. All right. It's a 4-strand braid cable. It is a pretty thick cable. It's on the thicker side.
It is.
Gold, silver, palladium, platinum alloy. Core is Litz Type 4S with spiral shielding and silver-plated LCOFC shielding. There are, if you look at it up close, there are these flecks of color. I'm kind of colorblind, so I don't know exactly what color they are, but it's beautiful. I love the way this cable looks. They say this innovative design enhances conductivity, reduces impedance, and improves audio clarity while minimizing interference. I didn't test any of those claims, but we'll take them at their word for the sake of this preview. Hardware, aerospace-grade aluminum with a medieval gold finish.
I love the hardware on this cable.
I love the hardware on this cable.
Yeah.
Inspired by chess pieces.
Yep, they're beautiful.
Yes. Custom free-spinning splitter features a self-lubricating mechanism. It's quite fidgety.
Oh, yeah, I do love that spinner. And the build on it is so phenomenal. It just feels so smooth.
It is so smooth.
Yeah.
It is so beautifully built. And yes, and I'm actually a huge chess fan.
Yep.
I'm terrible at chess, so don't challenge me to it. You'll beat me, I'm sure. It'll be like 3 moves. Checkmate. But anyways, but I do watch it online a lot.
Yeah.
And I love the chess piece plug and that chess piece splitter and how it spins. Beautiful. 4.4 millimeter termination, and it's available in 2-pin or Connex terminations on the ear side. This is Connex that we terminated in 2-pin, so we could get it on the Royal Camelot, and it's limited to 80 units globally.
Right. Now,
Those in our community who fancy themselves among the cable cognoscenti, right? They are going to want to check this cable out. It's $1,899, so it's kind of a flagship price cable.
It is.
But man, is it a beautifully done cable.
Yeah.
Just beautiful. And again, it's the world's first gold, silver, platinum, and palladium alloy cable. So make sure at CanJam to check it out, both on and off the Royal Camelot, preferably for you, I'm sure, on whatever IEM you bring to the show. This is the Nostalgia Audio Pendragon. So I love the way it sounds. I got to start with that because I'm going to do something I don't usually do. If I love the way something sounds, I don't usually start with the way they look.
Right.
I have to do it with these. They look stunning. How would you describe that theme?
I would say Arturian. I mean, they're called the Pendragon, so it's clearly inspired by King Arthur.
Yeah, they're ancient looking in a way that like I went back in time and stole something from another era.
Yeah.
Love that. So let's talk about, we'll get to the looks in a minute. Let's talk about what they are. At the heart of it, they are a flagship 14-driver quadbird IEM. On each side, 2 9.2 millimeter dynamic drivers for sub-low, 2 Sonian bone conduction drivers for mid-low, 6 Knowles and Sonian balanced armatures in a 2 mid, 2 high, 2 ultra-high configuration, 4 Sonian electrostatic drivers for super highs, and that's in a 6-way crossover design. But now let's get back to the looks.
Yeah.
We'll get back to the sound, get to sound in a second. So the looks are stunning.
Yes.
I'm a sucker for that sort of ancient theming, because like I'm even carrying a leather backpack now with a Viking motif.
Right.
I love the ancient stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they say it's a Western Dragon-inspired design. They use 5-axis CNC machined aluminum frame.
Yep.
Multicolor fragmented carbon fiber panels.
Which is beautiful.
Beautiful. So I love that they've taken, it looks like maybe like a forged, like a layered carbon fiber. And they take this modern material and still give it this ancient look.
Yeah.
Which I love. And this is one of my favorite parts. Micron level printing to create a 3D dragon scale texture in the shell.
I've seen nothing like it, and I love it.
I love it. And it looks like dragon scales.
Yep.
But they are inside, underneath this clear, smooth layer, which is nice because who'd want to feel dragon scales against their ears? That's the ear side. They're just stunning. and they look, again, like something that you went back in time and stole from another era. The cable is also beautiful. It's a Caliburn custom cable, they call it. 21.5 gauge cable. It's a Litz type 4S, 4-strand configuration. It's a 4N, that's 4 nines, German oxygen-free copper. 5 nines, silver-plated oxygen-free copper shielding, and then oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter termination. It comes with a custom 3D printed ear tip case, which is actually pretty cool.
It is.
And then in that, you'll find Nostalgia Audio XWB ear tips, custom Royal Blue Symbio W ear tips, and LSR ear tips. Now, all of this, and that lovely case, which is actually larger than your typical cylindrical IEM case.
Yes.
I love it. All of this is $3,799. So as Nostalgia Audio goes, that's definitely flagship pricing.
It is.
But, you know, the signature, let's get to the sound, is a sound signature that I think a lot of flagship IEM enthusiasts are looking for today.
I agree.
It's a rich, beautiful tonality with a smooth, beautiful, resolving treble. I very much enjoy these. So we have the Durandal from Nostalgia Audio. We both enjoy that. Probably more your speed because the treble for me is at the upper end of my limits for the Durandal. This doesn't have that.
Right.
This has treble that's kind of right where I like it, on the smoother side, but resolving. I need the resolution, but I want some smoothness.
Yeah.
And these have a beautiful, organic, rich tonality. So, am I a fan? Yes, I am. Do I love the way they sound? Yes. Do I love the way they look? As much, yes. If you can't tell from my enthusiasm, at CanJam, and these will be there, make sure to check out the Nostalgia Audio Pendragon and ogle at them as well. They're just gorgeous. And listen to them, of course. I've been around the world of HiFi for a very long time, essentially since the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm an old man, Brian.
Hey, you said it, not me.
Well, I am. I'm getting older. But, you know, I still get excited. I love this, though. I still get so incredibly excited when something comes along after all these years that is one of the best or the best of what it is in this space. This is one of those things. This is the Mr. Craft Acoustic Research Hex, and it is incredible. These IEMs are incredible.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what they are. The name Hex comes from the fact that they are a hex brid IEM.
Yep.
6 different kinds of drivers. There are 13 drivers in total, 6 different types. On each side, 1 9.2 millimeter dynamic driver, 2 Sonian bone conduction drivers, 5 balanced armatures, 2 planar magnetic drivers, 2 EST drivers, electrostatic tweeter drivers, 1 piezoelectric driver in a 10-way crossover design.
Yeah, and that's an insane list.
That's an insane list. And if you showed me that without telling me anything else, and I hadn't heard them, I would say maybe not a great idea. How would you get that configuration, that many different types of drivers, that many drivers in a 10-way crossover to sound cohesive? Let Lee Kwan Min do it. That's how. So Lee Kwan Min, you guys probably know, the guy originally behind Elysian.
Right.
Designed some of my favorite IEMs of the last several years, this being absolutely my favorite. It is so cohesive, so beautifully presented. I'll get to the sound in a second. I don't even know how he did it. They're incredible. So they have handcrafted titanium faceplates, very ornate, gorgeous faceplates, with copper and silver inlays. A titanium nozzle, which is quite nice. And the thing about the chassis, the earpiece, is they're clear.
Yeah.
Other than the faceplate, which is an interesting choice because I think we're used to at flagship class IEMs like CNC machined metal faceplate. Earpieces. But these are clear, and there's a reason why.
Well, yeah, I think they clearly wanted to show off what's inside and how it's built.
Yeah, it's like the fancy watches with an exhibition back.
Oh yeah, because you get so much more appreciation for what's going on inside when you can see the workings as opposed to just looking at the faceplate.
Correct, and they only make 10 of these per month.
Yep.
When you see how intricate the design is, looking through that shell, you can see why they made it clear.
Yeah.
And you can see why they can only make 10 per month. And maybe it helps you understand better why they're also $9,000.
Yeah.
These are very expensive.
They are.
But they are phenomenal. All right, let's talk about it. The sound signature. So for me, this thing is essentially perfect. I like a richer tone. I like some bass emphasis, which this has. These are not neutral.
No. But
the bass hits so hard and is so textured and is so detailed that it is absolutely, oh my gosh, maybe my high reference for IEM bass. Incredible. The mids are so beautifully clean, yet with a richness and detail and and sort of a holographic image and presentation of where the objects are within the space that of the soundstage, perhaps unrivaled in that regard. The treble.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which drivers are all. I'm not sure where the planar magnetic drivers are playing, but we know where the ESTs are, the piezoelectric. Whatever he's doing with the treble, with these, sets the highest standard I've heard for treble detail in an IEM.
Yeah.
These are, if you haven't figured it out, absolutely incredible. And again, the sound is cohesive. 13 drivers, 6 different types of drivers, and a 10-way crossover, yet it all sounds as one. These are one of the best, maybe the best IEMs I've ever heard. The Hex is phenomenal. I will say also, by the way, because we're leather goods enthusiasts,
Yes.
it comes with a case made of shell cordovan. Would you expect anything less?
That's amazing, but I love it.
It has a shell cordovan case. If you guys don't know what it is, look up shell cordovan. It is also one of the most expensive leathers in the world. And he uses Riri zippers. And, you and I are bag enthusiasts, so we know what these things are, and we can appreciate how smooth that zipper is and how beautiful that shell cordovan case is. But enough about the case. Check out the Hex. Listen to this at CanJam. It'll be one of the best things you've ever heard. That I can guarantee you. This is the Mysticraft Acoustic Research Myth. So this follows a formula we've seen before now, which is a company releases a flagship IEM that the IEM snobs love. In this case, that would be the Hex.
Yeah, snob.
Yeah, I'm turning into one of those. And then they release a model clearly inspired by that flagship.
Very.
For like a tiny fraction of the price.
Yep.
It's a great formula. I love that they do that. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. And that's what the Myth is. This reminds me of the Hex. I'm going to get to the sound shortly. It reminds me of the Hex, though, a lot. I haven't talked to Lee Kwan Min to ask him, like, if that was the goal.
Right.
It has to be, though.
It has to be. The sound signature here is telling a big story.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so let's talk about what the Myth is. It's a 7-driver tri-bird IEM. So on each side, one Mystic 9.2 millimeter LSR custom dynamic driver for low frequencies, 4 balanced armatures configured with 2 Sonian drivers for mid-lows and 2 Knowles drivers for mid-highs, 2 planar magnetic drivers for highs, and a 6-way crossover design. The shell faceplate and spout, TC4 titanium, and the cable, well, there are 2 options. There's the stock option, the standard option. That's an 8-wire 7N UPOCC copper cable with an oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter plug. That's not the one I have on here right now. We're using the optional upgrade version. That is an 8-wire copper plus SPC cable. This is the upgrade cable that I have on here. The regular edition is $999. This upgraded cable edition, $1,399.
Yeah, and for anybody that's familiar with the Hex, that is a big savings.
Yeah. So the Myth is like 1/9 the price of the Hex.
Yeah.
So does it sound like the Hex? As I said, it sounds to me clearly inspired by the Hex. Again, don't know if that was the goal. I can't see that I can't see how it wasn't based on what I'm hearing. Does it have everything the Hex has? No. The Hex, of course, just has so many things about it that are special. A level of resolution that's standard setting to my ears.
Right.
But this is still a highly resolving IEM, and it captures tonally the spirit of the Hex very well to my ears.
Right.
That beautiful, impactful bass. Textured. Detailed bass. Beautiful mids. Again, not quite as holographic as the Hex. Wouldn't expect it to be. And treble that's actually more detailed and resolving and refined than I would expect at this price.
Yes.
So does it remind me of the Hex? Yes. This is something that, I mean, most people cannot spring for a $9,000 IEM.
Exactly.
Which the Hex is. And they're only building 10 of the Hexes per month.
Yeah, there's always a limited supply available. I think there's quite often a wait list for them.
Yes, I believe you are correct. And these, I wouldn't be surprised if these sold out in the first batch.
Me too. Yep.
But because I think they're going to be immensely popular. But at CanJam, I think for that Hex spirit at 1/9 the price, the Myth is going to be probably as popular and in demand at the show as the Hex is. I think a lot of people are going to want to hear the Hex, whether they can afford it or not, just to hear what that class of IEM is. But then they'll hear the Myth and say, for 1/9 the price, I think a lot of people are going to be so thrilled about the Myth IEM, and it'll be immensely popular at CanJam. Do not miss the Myth.
Jude, please forgive me for a second, but I need to talk to the headfires at home. So, headfires, if you come to CanJam preview videos looking exclusively for IEMs and traditional earbuds, go ahead and skip to the next chapter. This one's not for you. But if you're looking for something unique, something interesting, something you're not normally going to find at a CanJam, stick around because I'm going to talk about this. This is the Shokz OpenFit 2 Plus. Now, to really explain this, I have to first talk about what the Shokz OpenFit 2 is. The Shokz OpenFit 2, and by extension, the OpenFit 2 Plus, are open ear design earphones. Now, unlike IEMs, they don't seal in the ear, and unlike earbuds, they don't sit in the ear. These actually wrap around the top of your ear and sit at the top, and it's completely open. There's no seal, there's no blockage. Now, a couple of features are going to be needed to really deliver that kind of high quality sound because there's no conventional contact that we normally experience with in-ears of any kind. So Shokz has a couple of technologies. For example, they have their direct pitch 2.0 technology, and they say that uses the principle of phase cancellation to enhance audio quality. And it has what they call dual boost technology, which delivers larger than life audio that's vibrant and dynamic. This has an IP55 water resistance rating, and that's going to be really important. I'll talk about that in a minute here. Bluetooth 5.4 with multi-point pairing, which is great because I can swap between my phone and my watch very easily with this. And it gets a total of 48 hours of battery life. You get about 11 hours on a single charge, and a 10-minute quick charge will get you about 2 hours of listening. So even if you forget to put them back in their case and you're going out for a quick run or a bike ride, 2 hours you're going to get covered in 10 minutes of charge. Now, the 2 Plus brings a couple of features to the table that I think actually improve the quality of life and the audio quality listening kind of immensely. So the first thing is Qi wireless charging. The standard 2 does not have that. The 2 Plus does. Now, a lot of headfires might think, nothing wrong plugging in the cable, and you're not wrong, but I like the convenience of Qi charging. I can come in and set it down. It's just so much better.
It's always more convenient, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Now, another feature that the 2 Plus adds is Dolby Audio. Now, this is a setting for me that you can change in the companion app, and you can also EQ the listening experience while you're in there, but I found in my time with this, I'm never going to turn off the Dolby Audio setting. It's always going to be remaining on. And when you pair it with my personal EQ setting, I actually enjoy the experience. I paired these with my Apple Watch, took them out for a little exercise, which is great because, I've got cellular on here. So this is a complete system for exercise. Just get out and go. This did a fantastic job staying on my ears. It didn't feel loose. It didn't bob around. That water resistance rating is great because when you're outside exercising, it's pretty hot. So you're going to be sweating quite a bit. Really nice to have that resistance. And then also it has decent outgoing voice quality as well. So if you're out and about and you happen to get a call, you can pick it up, take it right there. Again, you have full, clear, open. There's no kind of blockage from the outside world. It kind of makes it easier and safer when you're out there exercising. So all in all, this is a fantastic package at CanJam. You kind of have to hear it.
I'm looking forward to being able to exercise with it for my first time tomorrow because you've had them the whole time.
I have.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, I'll clean them for you. Audio is one of those companies that knows how to squeeze the last drop of performance out of a single dynamic driver.
Yes, they do.
And they've done it again. This is the Audio Prelude. Now, the Prelude is a single dynamic driver IEM. It's a 10mm driver, and this may be familiar to some that have been around for a while because that driver is based on Dita's original Truth driver. Now, Dita says about the Prelude that it's designed to punch above its price range in sound and build quality. So I want to start with build quality here because this is a precision-engineered 3-piece outer shell for the chassis. Beautiful. I love the red color too, by the way. That CNC machine from a solid billet of 6000 series aluminum, and that even includes the internal acoustic chamber. So very great build quality there. The cable you get is a 4-core twisted cable in a 2x2 configuration. It's 1.2 meters in length, comes terminated in 3.5mm, and it's 2-pin connector on the in-ear side. Now, in the package, because they're still trying to deliver on that value to dollar ratio, it includes this, which is the anti-DAC. Now, the anti-DAC is a USB-C to 3.5mm dongle DAC. It supports PCM up to 32384. And together, these give you a fantastic package. I love the pairing. I'm going to say that when you think about the price, it's $159 US. There are a couple of IEMs I can think right about that price point that offer killer value for the dollar, and this is absolutely joining that list. Let's talk about why. Because sound signature-wise, I really appreciate this piece. To me, it has a very dynamic sound signature, which is no surprise because it is a dynamic driver from Audio, but it has like a vocal focus, which works very well for the music that I listen to. It's detailed and resolving throughout. It does a great job being coherent from low all the way to the high end, again, with a single dynamic driver at $160. To me, I called it a solid budget offering for detail chasers who appreciate dynamic bass presence.
I like that. It's a nice summary.
I mean, you have to hear this. It's $159 at CanJam. It's a must hear. Absolutely.
I first heard it at CanJam Singapore 2025. I think it was a prototype. I was super impressed by it. I think Dita Audio knew I was impressed by it by my response right away. And when they told me the price that it was going to be released at, I was absolutely shocked.
Yeah.
And I've said it before, I think a lot of the excitement in the IEM market today is in the more affordable segment.
Absolutely.
And I think the Dita Audio Prelude is absolutely one of the front runners for that. Wonderful. Ever since Kanper released the CP622B, as you well know, and I've said it many times, it's been one of my reference IEMs. Beautiful, magical mid-range. I believe it's the first IEM I heard with bone conduction mid-range drivers.
I think it was.
Anyways, love the mid-range of the CP622B, and it was the Kanper flagship. Catch that? Past tense. I say that was because I'm holding the Kanper CP752B. This is now the flagship of the Kanper lineup, and it will be at CanJam, and you absolutely don't want to miss it because it is an exquisite, beautiful-sounding IEM. Let's talk about what it is. The Kanper CP752B is a 14-driver quadbrid. On each side, 7 balanced armatures, 4 EST drivers, 1 planar magnetic driver, 2 bone conduction drivers. Now, in comparison, just to compare it to the CP622B, the CP622B was a 10-driver tribrid. It didn't have the planar magnetic driver. I want to say Kanper did a beautiful job integrating those 14 drivers of 4 different types into a very cohesive sound. They did it with the CP622B, though, as well. But then when you add like another driver type,
right,
it's a challenging thing to do. And it sounds as one, and that to me is so important. Beautiful job, Kanper. The CP752B has a medical grade resin shell. Their shells are always beautifully built. They're like, this one's actually rather simple in design. It's elegant, but they're like flawless shells. I don't think I've seen a single flaw in that shell. They say it has next gen tuning philosophy. That's pretty general. I'm not sure what they mean, but I can tell you I love your tuning for the CP752B. Again, exquisite. They say it's an evolution of the CP622B built on the CP622B's DNA. I actually hear that. Actually looks the part too, but I actually hear that as well, and I'm glad. Because what I would want from Kanper, like if they were going to make another flagship, when I was listening to the CP622B, what I'd want is an evolution of that. I wouldn't want them to completely upend it.
Right.
I love the way it sounded, and the way it sounds. It's still around. They describe it, the CP752B, as having richer mids and expanded soundstage. I hear the expanded soundstage. I'm not sure that I would use that phrase, richer mids, per se. I'm not disagreeing with you, Kanper. I'm just saying that I get why they're saying it, but I'm going to explain how it sounds to me shortly. And then it comes with an exclusive Eletech cable. Lovely cable, by the way.
Yep.
They say it's newly designed premium cable designed for enhanced signal transmission and aesthetics. Okay, that's literally the extent of the information that we have. We have limited information, but we have the actual IEM.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the most important part. Let's talk about the sound. All right, again, an evolution of the CP622B, I agree. What would I have wanted more from the CP622B, which is in the range of neutrality for sure? Well, one of the things I would have wanted was just a little more bass. Beautiful bass extension on the 622. 752 gives me that little more I wanted.
Right.
The 622 had beautiful bass. I wanted just a touch more. I got that touch more with this. Still as textured, detailed. Anyway, what else would I wanted? I didn't necessarily know I wanted more air from the CP622B. I'm getting more air with this. So there seems to be a little more treble energy, a little more treble air, but with no etch.
Right.
So what I always fear when companies try to seek more details that they could go toward etch. They did not do that at all with this. The CP752B is etch free to my ears. Now, on that richer mid statement, I'm not hearing it like that because I'm hearing maybe there's a little more in the treble, maybe a little more in the upper mids. And if that's what they're talking about, yeah. But that's not usually where I describe richness, maybe usually in the low mids to mid mids, where I'm not hearing necessarily more there with these. So maybe it's just a semantics thing. I will agree with them, though, that it's fantastic.
Yeah.
So the CP752B is an exquisite new flagship at CanJam. You absolutely have to check it out. It's still in that range of neutrality, but it has that touch more richness that I wanted, and it is an absolutely fantastic IEM. Now, as you well know, the Kanper CP622B has been one of my reference IEMs at any price since the first day I heard them.
Yeah, it's been in your rotation for a while.
I love the Kanper CP622B. So you can imagine how excited I was when Kanper announced these.
Yeah.
This is the Kanper CP622B Ti.
Right. Titanium.
Titanium. We
Yes.
love titanium, and they do have beautiful titanium shells.
Oh, yeah.
So when they first announced them, and we hadn't yet heard it, we were a bit mystified by what the differences were, even with the description they gave.
They were a little cryptic.
They
Yeah.
were a little cryptic. So they said new tuning with original configuration because it has the same drivers
Right. Exactly.
as the CP622B. Then they said we have blended in the sound signature of titanium alloy into the CP622B Ti in order to create a new experience for our customers.
Which sounds good, but doesn't really tell you much.
It didn't really tell us much.
Yeah.
So I'll talk about the sound in just a minute, but for those not familiar with the CP622B, let's talk about the drivers because they're the same. So on each side, this is a 10-driver design. On each side, there's 6 Sonian balanced armature drivers, 2 Sonian ESTs, electrostatic tweeters, and 2 bone conduction drivers, and they're mid-range bone conduction drivers.
Right.
And the CP622B was the first IEM I'd ever heard with mid-range bone conduction drivers, and it has one of the most magical mid-ranges, in my opinion, to my ears, in an IEM that I've heard.
It does.
I'll give a little bit of a spoiler. The CP622B Ti continues that.
Thankfully, yes.
So I'm very happy with that. All right, it's a 5-way crossover. And also, the CP622B Ti, another difference I should mention, is it has an optimized shell
Oh, yeah.
for more comfortable fit. I will say I find these to be somewhat more comfortable than the CP622Bs for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the faceplate, which is gorgeous,
Yes.
was co-designed with Elitech. So the first time I saw them, I thought it was just a zigzag.
Yeah, if you're just looking quickly, it does kind of look that way.
Right. But if you look more carefully,
Yep.
you realize it's a very artful, unique presentation that says 622B.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah, I love it too. It also comes with an updated custom Elitech cable, limited to 100 sets globally.
It's kind of a shame because I feel like a lot of people are going to be missing out with only 100 sets out there.
Yeah, I agree. So at CanJam, you don't want to miss
Yeah.
the CP622B Ti because this might be your one chance to hear them.
Right.
And they're $4,399 US, which they're somewhat more expensive than the original Kanper CP622Bs.
They are, but that one stays in the line. So the original 6.
The original one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are limited.
Mhm.
All right. Let's talk about the sound differences as I hear them. So again, one of the most magical things about the Kanper CP622B was the mid-range.
Yes.
It continues with these,
Mhm.
thankfully. Now, the other thing, the funny thing is with the Kanper CP622B, we both love it.
Yeah.
One of the things that you said was if you could change anything about it, you'd maybe give it a little more treble
Yes, I would.
and maybe lean up the bass a little bit.
Yes, I would.
So these essentially are nearly perfect for you then.
Yeah, I wonder if they had my photo in their design room when they were tweaking it because
Yeah, maybe.
I kind of feel like they made it for me.
Yeah. So they do come. I didn't think I wanted more treble with the Kanper CP622B.
But you see where I was going.
It works. It's beautiful. There's
Yep.
more air with this, so I get where you were going with that. They took a little bit of growl out of the sub bass.
I know you'll miss a little bit of that, but
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. So I do. I mean, it sounds different, but yet the same.
it is. Yeah, it's definitely familial.
And they image beautifully as well, which is
Yes.
another thing that the Kanper CP622B does. So you don't lose it with these. In fact, these image at least as well.
Right.
So for me, they're like two different sounding IEMs. I love them both. I can't really decide which one I prefer. I know you prefer these.
Yeah.
And at CanJam, given that these are limited, make sure that you do not miss the Kanper CP622B Ti, whether you've heard the original one or not. And also make sure to check out the original CP622B. This is the Volk Audio A12. And while some in our community might not be as familiar with Volk Audio as they are with some other IEM brands, Volk Audio has tremendous IEM experience behind it. The man behind Volk Audio, Jack Vang,
Yeah.
founder of Earworks, co-founder of Empire Ears, now Volk Audio. And this is the Volk Audio A12, developed in collaboration with Michael Graves, 5-time Grammy Award-winning engineer. I met Michael Graves and his wife, lovely couple, by the way, at CanJam Singapore 2025. Super humble, joy to talk to. But anyway, let's talk about what this is. The Volk Audio A12 is a 10-driver quad-bridge IEM. On each side, one 10mm dynamic driver for sub plus bass. They call it the M10 dynamic driver. 4 balanced armatures for mids, 4 EST drivers, electrostatic tweeter drivers for highs, and 1 8mm magnetostatic driver for highs, which they call an M8 tweeter. And that's all in a 6-way crossover design and also a 5 soundbore design.
Yeah.
Now, they say that A12 began as a near-field reference monitor, then it was hand-tuned by Jack, adjusted by ear. Now, here's what I'm going to say about the sound. I think I understand what Michael Graves, the engineer who voiced these, was going for.
Right.
Because I'm hearing some vocal emphasis, but a lot of vocal clarity.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that vocal clarity was a priority here.
That's the best part.
Yeah, I see. And you tend to favor things that have that kind of clarity.
I do. Yep.
Beautifully done in that respect. the bass surprised me a little bit because of Jack's affiliation. He used to be with Empire Ears, co-founder of Empire Ears, and several of their most famous models have been kind of big sounding, big bass.
Right.
Not all of them,
No.
but some of their most popular ones. I don't know why I expected that with these. There was no reason for me to necessarily expect that. But these have a more neutral bass, like perceived flat to my ears. Kind of midline at my neutral preference, maybe even a little bit less.
Yeah, and you're going to tease me, I know, because I find them ever so slightly elevated for my tastes.
How? I don't even know how. But our tastes on bass are different. But yeah, for me, more like perceived flat, neutral bass, which did catch me a little bit by surprise. Again, don't know why. So then the treble, airy extended. It's quite lovely.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the magnetostatic drivers I don't know that much about, but was glad to hear it. But I do understand why these are studio monitors that I think audiophiles will also very much enjoy. So this edition I'm holding here, I should mention, is specifically the Founders Reserve edition of the A12.
Right. It's
$3,999, limited edition faceplate, 24-karat gold-plated frame, Italian-sourced midnight Saffiano leather. It's a textured leather. Limited edition ARC cable, solid core, 5N OCC silver, 4N silver, silver-plated copper, gold-plated silver, and palladium-plated silver. If that sounds like a high-end aftermarket IEM cable, that's because it seems like a high-end aftermarket IEM cable. CNC machine 6061T6 aluminum hardware, 24-karat gold rings on the Y-split, and then 4.4 millimeter termination. The handcrafted carrying case is gorgeous. Matching leather interior, Goya red Alcantara interior, matching leather exterior.
Yes.
Goya red Alcantara interior. And this Reserve Edition, limited to 350 units, individually numbered. And again, these are studio monitors that audiophiles I think will love. And at CanJam, make sure not to miss the Volk Audio A12. This is the CrinEar Meta, based on Critical Project Meta, which has been running for a while, or a discussion that's been going for a while.
Quite a while, yeah.
And this is the product, the CrinEar Meta. It's going to be released, I believe, with a limited production of 500 units, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's correct.
At a price of $249.99 US.
Yes, we do know that one.
How long do you think it's going to take to sell out? I'm thinking like minutes.
Yeah, not long at all.
Yeah, this is going to sell out quickly. So much so I was worried we might not be able to get a pair ourselves, so I told Crin we're keeping these. So he knows now that we are keeping this pair. We don't know what the drivers are inside.
Yeah.
So that we actually don't know about. I don't really care. They're $249.99 and they sound fantastic, which we'll get to in a second. We do know that it's an anodized aluminum chassis, the earpieces, with a nice contrast colored beveled edge.
Yeah, it's a really elegant look, I think.
It is. So those are anodized aluminum. We know it comes with an ultra-pure oxygen-free copper cable, 4-core configuration, interchangeable 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter terminations. And now we can talk about the sound, since we don't know really anything else about what's going on inside of them.
Yeah.
Here's what I said about the sound. Excellent bass extension. I find its tonal balance on the more neutral side of my preferences. It's bass with excellent extension, but not emphasized relative to my preferences, very linear mids. It's an excellent overall balance, favoring clarity and nice vocal presence, but to my ears, it's clarity without harshness.
Yeah.
Do you agree with any of those impressions, or all of those impressions?
Yep.
I think that's a very fair. They sound fantastic, and they're $250. It's such an easy recommendation to make.
Oh, yeah.
And I would almost call its tonal balance safe in the best way possible. That's what I mean, right? I don't mean that to be like vanilla or boring. I think it's a safe presentation that will appeal to audiophiles or even studio monitor types. This is a wonderful IEM, and I can't believe they're only $250. All right, so we measured them. We evaluated them with multidimensional audio quality score. That's a metric from Head Acoustics out of Germany. And Sound Guys has a nice quick summary of what it is. We've done a few videos about it, so check out our channel for our videos about multidimensional audio quality score. Here's what Sound Guy says. I like how they describe it. The multidimensional audio quality score, MDAX, from Head Acoustics, is an instrumental evaluation system that analyzes binaural recordings mimicking human hearing and all the acoustic paths involved. Their sound quality score is produced by a virtual panel of listeners as modeled by the MDAX algorithm. These scored as follows. Mean opinion score timbre, 4.9 out of 5. That includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things. So
very nice.
Yeah, extremely high. Mean opinion score immersiveness, 4.2 out of 5. That's actually quite high, as you know.
Yeah.
Mean opinion score distortion, 4.5 out of 5. That's a very high score. That doesn't mean high distortion. That means when it comes to human perception, low distortion, no bothersome distortions. Mean opinion score overall, not just an average of those previous scores mentioned, as you well know, but its own score, really, the overall opinion, if you will, from the virtual panel listeners, 4.9 out of 5.
Dang.
One of the best scores overall that we've seen in terms of when you look at all those scores of any IEM at any price that we've done. So that's really saying something. Fantastic IEM. Can't believe they're only $250. So easy to recommend. And definitely a big can't miss at CanJam.
Of course, that isn't a comprehensive list of the IEMs to be found at the show, not even close. Dark Matter Audio Labs is a newer brand designing monitors for both studio professionals and headfiers, and you can find their DMA6 at their exhibit. For those looking to personalize both the look and sound of their portable setup, check out the T10 Bespoke at Ear Micro. If gobs of glorious bass is your jam, don't miss the Scarlett Mini from the Fat Freak family. You'll be able to audition the just announced FIIO Audio Redux 6 when you stop by Bloom Audio. The Arian from Forte Ears is another model that has been receiving a lot of love at recent events, and you can find it at CanJam New York this year. I love orange gear, and if you do too, don't miss the Harmonic Empire Xiao Xiao. Heidi's will have their lineup of in-ear monitors available, including the MP145. Everyone looking to audition the High Senior Mega 7, and really who isn't, will be able to find it at Bloom Audio. JVC is bringing their latest to the show, so keep an eye out for the HAFW 5100T. Let Shore will be joining us again this year, and you can experience their latest, the Ember, on the show floor. Oh Bravo will be showcasing their unique hybrid IEM designs, so don't miss the RAAL with its AMT tweeter. For those interested in open ear designs, Shocks will have their all-new OpenFit Pro available to audition. Status Audio will be making their CanJam debut and showing the all-new Pro X. At the Audio 46 exhibit, you'll find a great selection of accessories alongside the Strauss & Wagner Scion. Timsock will also be on hand this year with their TS316. And if you're searching for new IEM cables, visit the Yongza exhibit to see their entire selection, including the Captain. Well, after all of that, I think it's safe to say this year's CanJam New York is going to be incredible, which again is happening March 7th and 8th, 2026, at the New York Marriott Marquis in Times Square. Before we wrap up, we want to give a huge thank you to our event sponsors, HIFIMAN, Sennheiser, and Technics, for their support in making this year's show possible. Now, we obviously didn't have time to cover every single brand appearing this year, so for a full look at the show floor, here is a list of all of the exhibitors and brands you will find at CanJam New York 2026. Thank you so much for sticking with us all the way to the end of this preview video. If you enjoyed this CanJam sneak peek, don't forget to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more CanJam and personal audio content. We'll catch you in New York, and as always, we'll see you on the forums at headfi.org.